I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focused on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar thing. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything. What have I become? My sweetest friend. Everyone I know goes away in the end. And you could have it all. My empire of good, I will let you down. I will make you hurt. I wear this crown of thorns upon my liar's chest, full of broken thoughts I cannot repair. Beneath the stains of time, the feeling disappears. You are someone else. I am still right here. What have I become? My sweetest friend. Everyone I know goes away in the end. And you could have it all. My empire of blood, I will let you down. I will make you hurt. If I could start again, a million miles away, I would keep myself. I would find a way.
Decisions to keep the masses in prison, believing their men as they form their war prisms. The one feeding us lies designed to keep them high and in control of our lives, so step forward and pry. Open your third eye, we might find a place we all like. For harmony, rhyme and time, we strive at night. Tied in plans, we revive to free the blind. In this place, you lay your faith hastily, based upon a salary, and taste the blood of a democracy turned tragedy. Sadly, the saviors have been labeled insane as the rage once took place, but now burns and turns to slaves of the airwave frequencies paid to influence demographics in certain ways. If you don't understand what I say, hit a ball on Thursday. Designated colour schemes some girls young as 8. Orange is okay, but currently yellow is the way if you wish to conform to the styles that they make, the styles that they create, and their music is fake. It's just a matter of an image that they can take all the way. And fools with shackle brains are spit in hope of a change. Someday painstaking gains of war might hit. Your lives abhor the lies, the whores despise their laws, incite the mind to more. Because 96% of you are sightless and poor, with the remaining 4 under floors of planning wars.
Well, hello there. We have Perps and Sandy. And Perps is back off to bed. Yeah, it must be pretty early for you guys. 10, so probably around 6, 7. I suppose not too early. Big spin snuggles. Love it. Shall do. Thank you. Man, that sucks. Well, sending love. Shit, 5 a.m. in the middle. Does that mean 4 on the East Coast? Because, man, that is early. I'm going to put the link in. It's in the description, but I'll pin it to the chat. Oh, it's the other way. 6 on the East. 5 in the middle. Gotcha. And 3 a.m. in Cali. Huh. Shit, I wonder if I know many people on the East Coast. And Asherite Alchemist. Hey, Ariel, how you going? Oh, you had surgery. I'm good, Sandy. As good as I can be. Yeah, I'm just, tired. But that's pretty normal for me. And just chugging along, taking one day at a time, which is all we can do. Yeah, sinus surgery doesn't sound very pleasant, I have to say. Well, while I wait for some people to arrive, let me find something to talk about so I don't punish you all with my singing. See you, Perps. Bridger! You are up early, sir. So you've had an appendectomy, tonsils out, adenoids. Wow, but this is the worst. Yeah. I almost have a phobia about fucking up my nose, fucking with my nose. I couldn't even stand those COVID tests. I may be a sook, but I swear I had one done by someone else and I swear they went too high and were poking my brain. Yeah, I imagine it is quite uncomfortable. So you're just in the recovery stage now, Ariel. Also had some really fucked up dreams that would make for really good TV stories about essentially an escape room in the mind. That is cool. But I imagine it was a bit like a nightmare. Let's see what crazy stuff has happened while you all slept. Biden touts economic recovery and admonishes GOP in State of the Union. Oh, you had your State of the Union thing. Biden says his economic agenda is working. The public is skeptical. You almost hit the doctor when he took the packing out. Oh, yes. Man, that's gotta suck. Yeah, I'm pretty much past caring about American politics at the moment. 15 million people live under threat of glacial floods, study says. Okay, let's have a look. Should probably share it. More than half are just in 4 countries: India, Pakistan, Peru, and China, according to a study in Nature Communications. Interesting. As glaciers melt and pour massive amounts of water into nearby lakes, 15 million people across the globe live under the threat of a sudden and deadly outburst. Well, I know it kind of sucks, but move is kind of your only option there, isn't it? Not like we can stop them melting now. God, it's not going to go back. Here we go. So that was the NBC. That was pretty crappy. Grandmother beats granddaughter 8 to death. Infant shot. 2 adults dead in house shooting. Oh, this is cheerful. Mum played with kids before allegedly killing them. Goodness. Police in Bali detain Australian wanted by Italy. US forces return to the Philippines to counter China. Interesting. One secret Once secret ammunition bunkers and barracks lay abandoned, empty, and overrun by weeds. But that may change in the near future. Whoa. Forgot about that earthquake. Wow, okay. The US is setting up a base in the Philippines. Yep, that's what it says here, Sandy. United States has been rebuilding its military might in the Philippines more than 30 years after it closed its bases there.
Bare hands. They're looking for survivors under the threat of aftershocks.
The urgent efforts to save survivors in Turkey and Syria continue, and crews race to save lives just one day after a 7.8 magnitude earthquake toppled nearly 6,000 buildings in Turkey. The conditions challenging. Rescue crews seen here trying to save lives as this building a few feet away suddenly collapses. Rescue workers in Syria sifting through the rubble, uncovering a young girl alive. And this entire Syrian family rescued from the rubble of their home. This man rescued in Turkey, Christian Atsu, a professional soccer player on Ghana's 2014 World Cup team. Officials saying he was injured. Turkey's president declaring a 3-month-long state of emergency for part of their country. 45 countries are pledging their help, including Mexico, sending a group of 16 rescue dogs to Turkey. And the U.S. now sending 78 search and rescue team members from Los Angeles to find survivors. But far fewer aid heading to neighboring Syria because of their political crisis. In that war-torn country, millions were barely surviving a humanitarian crisis, their situation growing even more desperate after the earthquake. Hospitals like this one in Aleppo, overwhelmed.
Hundreds of patients are still under the debris. The situation is too bad. We need urgent help.
State and rail officials are calling yesterday's controlled release a success, but now it's the waiting game as evacuees wonder when they can return back home. This morning, a cloud of uncertainty in eastern Ohio. This giant plume of smoke and fire erupting into the sky Monday afternoon in a controlled release, burning for hours with hazardous material. It prompted evacuations in Ohio and Pennsylvania.
I want to reassure Pennsylvanians that the process is proceeding as planned.
At least 5 of the 50 derailed cars were filled with vinyl chloride. It's toxic and extremely flammable. Residents here are dealing with the smell of chemicals. Ohio's governor telling me this was the least harmful option.
We think this is the choice that will save lives.
Ohio's emergency management agency telling ABC they don't believe there's a threat to the water or air, but they'll continue to test both in the coming days and weeks.
You can see the team of rescuers on one of the upper floors there, what's left of this.
So there you go. Not near me. You're not in Pennsylvania, are you, Bridget? Or are you? That was ABC. Let's see CNN, what they have to say for themselves. US intel sources say recently recovered wreckage is part of an extensive surveillance program run by the... Oh, is that the balloon? Oh, it is the balloon. It says up there. So there's one over Taiwan now. Total miscalculation. China goes into crisis management on balloon fallout. Do I want to read about it? Bloody clickbait. Total miscalculation.
China's angry that the US shot down its balloon, but it wasn't long ago when China aired this documentary about its Air Force downing another country's spy balloon. The commander orders the pilot to shoot it down. The missile hits the balloon, it explodes, then falls. Once again, the documentary says China's Air Force has crushed the enemy in a heroic move. Yet fast forward to today, and ironically, Beijing is accusing America's decision to shoot down China's balloon as a violation of international practice. Beijing claims it's just a weather balloon gone astray.
The U.S.
What a load of wank did he say after they shot that balloon? That was incredibly pathetic.
Is confident that what they shot down is in fact a spy balloon, disclosing that the balloon carries surveillance equipment not normally associated with civilian research, with collection pod equipment and solar panels. This balloon was also flying over sensitive areas in the...
It was just a weather balloon. Don't mind all the different types of cameras and radars and all these weird things attached to it.
US. Could you help us understand how this could be a civilian research weather balloon?
In response, she repeated it was a civilian balloon and accused the U.S. for hyping up the incident, calling the U.S. irresponsible. She also confirms to me for the first time that the second balloon spotted over Latin America belongs to China too, claiming it's also a civilian airship that mistakenly drifted into the region. But the U.S. says these balloons are part of a fleet of Chinese spy balloons spotted around the world in recent years. Both the U.S. and China use more sophisticated satellites to spy on each other. But balloons have some advantages, as Chinese state media has pointed out in recent years. This military expert explains how balloons can linger longer over a target and take higher resolution photos compared to satellites, adding that China's achieved breakthroughs in surveillance balloon development. In this 2019 state media video, a researcher points to a computer screen showing the trajectory of an unmanned airship flying around the world. He says, look, here is the United States. Meanwhile, on China's heavily censored social media, nationalists are excitedly watching the drama unfold and mocking the US's reaction. And this viral video from Chinese social media jokes that the balloon was just a giant lantern China sent over to the US to celebrate the end of the Lunar New Year. These light-hearted animations, a contrast to the US-China relationship that's spiraling towards a darker future.
Oh my God. How long was I muted? Oh my God. Well, that was fucked. I'm not going to bother saying all that again because I don't even know how long I was muted for. 29 fucking $million for one house. I don't begrudge people the ability to earn as much money as they want, but it just seems wasteful to me. But I'm just someone's come to rescue me. Brojo.
Good morning or good evening.
Good evening, sir. I haven't looked at the news for so long, Brojo.
You're probably better off.
Yeah. And it's been 5 minutes and I'm already depressed.
I saw that earthquake in Turkey and they found that young girl in the rubble there. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing the footage you get now, with the drones and stuff.
Yeah. It's I have to wonder if we sort of glamorize the, I don't know, it's a bittersweet thing. If you don't show the stuff, then you're keeping the truth from people, but showing it just, I don't know. I don't want to see a poor girl getting pulled out of rubble and shit.
She was alive. That was the amazing thing.
Yeah, well, I suppose that was a good thing. Yeah. But thousands dead. Who will be the desert?
Istanbul is some city have you ever? I've never been to Turkey. I've never been much far from these states. But I heard Istanbul is supposed to be a beautiful city to see.
Yeah, but they have a lot of those mosque type buildings with the round tops and that. Yeah. Hundreds of rare orchids stolen from a park. Only in Australia. Perth's
hundreds of rare and expensive orchids have been stolen.
Perth's drinking water at risk of aluminium poisoning.
You mean aluminum, right?
No, I mean aluminium. There's an extra I in this one.
Yeah. I don't think they don't put the I on our boxes. I don't think that. I don't know. I have to go.
No, you literally changed the spelling. You took the I out so that it is aluminum.
Because we're just making things easier, just like the English did with color.
But they didn't do it. If they had the word first, then that means technically you changed.
That's right, because we make things better in America.
Researchers develop shape-shifting robots.
Oh, wonderful.
That's always freaky. Robots freak me out.
So, did you know you can I'm going to guess what's like 8:30 at night over there? Is that what it is?
10:30.
10:30. Oh, you're 14 hours.
Yep.
Wow.
We are in daylight. Yeah, summer. We're in daylight savings.
Right. Yeah.
I I think we have to watch an ad for.
Game changer.
There have been thousands of UFO sightings in Australia.
How did I not know this?
How do we not know this? I not know this.
Lego Man like robots that can shift between liquid and solid states. Okay. Like a tiny T-1000 Terminator.
Oh.
But will it reform? Oh, that's just creepy. Oh, left half of itself behind.
I know.
Where'd it go? I want to see it reform.
That's it.
It's almost out of camera. Oh, he does. Yeah, well, it wasn't quite that, but that was cool. Hope the robots can be used in medicine to remove foreign objects. Ah.
That was from the Schwarzenegger movie.
Yeah, Terminator.
Terminator.
Look at it. There it goes.
What is?
Okay, that was pretty
Did you know you
lame.
can clean your Barbie with a
Yeah.
raw onion?
Oh,
They're building robots and they're coming for you.
more shape-shifting robots too. Study questions antidepressant effectiveness for chronic pain. Fuck.
Did you drop a
They'll
link
just.
in Happy Chat
Sorry, what? For
your
StreamYard?
Yeah, did you? I'll
No.
put it in there. 'Cause I think
Oh, you can do
William
it?
should still be up. I think.
Johnny. Yes, I am from the future. I'm not a shape-shifting robot, though, I promise. Former UK police officer exposed as serial rapist, jailed for life. Baby girl born under Syria earthquake rubble. Oh, have you heard about this? This is interesting.
What's that?
So this is a thing. Where is it?
Zombie
Is it playing
fungi
somewhere?
take over humans?
Yeah.
My secret to shiny hair.
Are they going to make us watch this fucking ad again?
UFO sightings in Australia.
How did I not know this?
How do we not know this? I not know this.
How did I not know that?
A salty spray that can stop snoring.
That's not the video.
Safe alternative treatment for surgery.
No.
Is potentially out
That's what
there.
they do.
7-year-old Thomas Graham.
They make
is
you
one of
watch a
hundreds of
different
thousands
video
of
than the one
children
you
who has
click.
experienced snoring and breathing difficulties.
Well,
I've heard rumours
then you
of
know
me
what?
snoring.
Oh, goodness.
Yes.
It was frequent.
The Murdoch Children's Research
Listen to how they
Institute trialling
talked.
a new
Small child to have surgery if it can be avoided.
I'm very happy. It's quite a relief.
Steroid and saline
What
sprays
a
are already
relief.
available as
I
over-the-counter
shouldn't make fun
medication
of
to
him,
treat
but
other things like
fucking
hay
talk
fever.
weird.
But this research provides a possible new use, with people advised to speak to their local GP.
Are you going to give us the fungi one
9
after?
News.
No, it's going to go to the...
Clinton started doing things.
You know what? You can bugger off and I'll find it on YouTube. What do they call it? Zombie fungi.
Yeah.
Zombie fungus. Sounds great, doesn't it?
Spooky says Ken Hovind has had 2 of his channels taken down for violating YouTube terms of service. Oh,
Who did?
Ken Hovind.
Good. Just 2 of you. How many does he have? God.
All right. I don't watch any of them.
So here we go. Zombie
Brett
fungus.
Keane is, had him on the show for a lot lately.
Who did?
Brett Keane. He's doing the roundabouts again. The gift that keeps on giving. Brett Keane.
We're gonna get a video. Nope. So what is the fungus? I want to see a video.
Did you see that? I didn't watch the State of the Union. I heard you mention it.
Yeah. You say you didn't watch it?
No, but I did watch a clip where he got booed. I don't know if it's like a 1 minute clip. If you want to say, I don't know, it would interest your American audience.
Yep, I'll find that.
There's a link in the private chat.
Oh, awesome.
I shared it earlier. Yeah.
And
the lady to
while I load yours up. God.
Touchy. Why don't you have ad blocker on your YouTube?
Because it's not. I do. This isn't. It's not playing on YouTube. Right. It's this stupid site.
Yeah, you can't get.
But there's also, I'm not sure if this falls in the antimicrobial category. The HBO series The Last of Us, we know it focuses on this threat. So specifically about a fungal infection that can turn people into a zombie-like state. Okay, what's the reality of something like this? Is this type of fungus actually a threat to humans in 2023?
No, this is not a threat to humans. This is obviously a fiction show. I did watch part of it as part of my homework for this assignment. It's a pretty good show. It's interesting. What the show creators did was they basically looked at the idea of a fungus actually creating these mind-altering behaviors. And where they got the idea from was actually the ant world, where there is a fungus known as Ophiocordyceps, which can actually affect the way ants behave. And I think we have some video of this, but I'll just talk you through this really quickly. What happens is a fungus would actually infect this ant. The ant eventually would just be mind altered, go to some plant, dig itself in as the fungus completely overtakes its body. And if you can see in the center of the screen there, if you see this, there's this thing that's growing out of the ant. That is the fungus now. The fungus is now leaving the dead ant's body, turning into spores, and those spores are then jumping all over the forest and infecting more ants. That is sometimes what happens with what's called a parasitic relationship. The whole goal of that pathogen, the fungus in this case, is to propagate itself, and it's using the ant sort of as a vehicle to do so. That's how the show creators based this show. It does not happen in humans, thankfully, but that's where they got the idea. I will say it's interesting when you look at fungi specifically, if you look at something like psilocybin, that's not a pathogen in that it doesn't infect you, but it can induce mind-altering sort of behavior. And that's an example of what a pathogen could potentially do in the body.
Okay, that scared.
I mean, I love you, Sanjay,
but I mean, the ant thing, man. I'm not going to sleep tonight because of that. I mean, beyond the sci-fi,
well, you're a pussy then.
Perhaps exaggeration of this threat, mind control, etc. I mean, do fungi pose a different kind of threat to humans in general?
You know, it's interesting because we talk a lot about viruses, certainly over the last few years. We talk a lot about bacterial infections.
So I'm going to find
I think fungi don't
link.
get as much attention, and in some part, understandably, in the United States. Because if you look at the number of people who die from fungal infections, it has been going up. In part for the reasons we've just been talking about. But in 2021, 7,100. And
interesting to note that interesting to note that CNN and HBO, which has that zombie movie, are owned by the same company. So
But see how they do that here in Australia too. I fucking hate it. They weave ads into the fucking news. Like it's a news story, but it's about a movie. But they'll try and just put a bit of truth in there about the fungus and that. They bring the expert on, but it's
which
just
is ingenious because
ad.
nobody want.
Yeah.
How many less ads had the? I watched a whole lot less ads than when I was watching TV.
Yeah.
So now they have to be ingenious, and I always thought, why don't they do that? I thought about this years ago. Why don't they just? And they used to incorporate products into the TV shows, and then later it just became commercials. You should just go back to doing that, really.
Yeah, because that's what YouTube creators have to do.
Yeah,
they'll do a little bit of the video, drop an ad in it, and then finish the rest of their video.
But nobody listens to it, even
and you skip over it anyway. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. When people start talking, all right, I'm not. I'm going 30 seconds a minute, whatever.
It's like if you need new earphones, it's like skip.
You're better off just being like a NASCAR driver and just have like links all over your video or something. I don't know.
Yeah, sponsors.
Sponsored to you by Team.
They say the congressman should do that. Walk around with everyone that they're, they're sponsoring, all their sponsors, their lobbyists.
Let's see the honorable what's rep stand for? Representative?
Yeah.
Republican.
Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene shouts liar during the State of the Union.
Some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security to sunset. I'm not saying it's a majority.
They're calling him out on his lie. They're booing at him.
Anybody who doubts it, contact my office.
Oh.
I'll give you a copy of the proposal. That means Congress doesn't vote. Well, I'm glad to see you. No, I tell you, I enjoy conversion. You know, it means if Congress doesn't keep the programs the way they are, they'd go away. Other Republicans say, I'm not saying it's a majority of you. I don't even think it's even a significant, but it's being proposed by individuals. I'm not politely not naming them, but it's being proposed by some of you. Look, folks, the idea is that we're not going to be moved into being threatened to default on the debt if we don't respond. Folks,
it's like totally changed subject.
Stephen has a lot.
What a circus, but
yeah,
really,
almost there.
I want to see more debate though.
Once they start throwing stuff,
Parliament. What's going on, Vic?
Then we're really talking American.
What's going on, Vic?
Pay attention to
not much.
MTG's pimp is pissed. 420 Anti-Theist is brought to you by Jock Itch Cream. No more Jock Itch with Jock Itch away. If they kill SS, I'm checking out. Who's SS?
SS. Don't know.
Who's this new plastic person? Do you know Sandy, PJ? I mean,
I
Sandy?
might have seen like on the side chats here and there, but not personally or anything, no.
Congress. Bobo looks like she has a branch shoved up her cooler.
It's not Sandy Cheeks from Bikini Bottom, is it?
No, just Sandy.
Oh, Social Security.
Oh, Social Security.
Are
they trying to?
No, they're
I
not
doubt
trying
it.
to because there's already it's a committed budget to Social Security. There's no
Yeah,
you're not
that's what I
cutting
thought.
Social Security.
Plus, it's a piggy bank they could dip into, and the only way they're going to hold on to they're never going to get rid of Social Security. The only way they hold on to it is just make sure people get diabetes and die faster, so they don't get to collect it. That's just more money for them.
Yeah, or they'll just bring in a scheme of some sort, like we had in Australia here, work for the dole, which was essentially free labor for employees.
Yeah, they have that.
Employers. But it was basically full-time work, but they were still expected to do the same amount of job searches,
right,
whilst doing this work.
They have that
just
here
to
in this
receive
town.
Do they?
Oh yeah, I'm from California, so when you're on unemployment, you just collect unemployment and search for jobs. Everybody's lying about it, oh yeah, I checked out with whatever. But out here, if you want any kind of like benefits like that, they'll give you a food card. But if you want like cash benefits, you have to work all day, like in the cemetery or something like that, cleaning up, or the park or something like that. But they keep you busy all day to get minimum, and they still want you to
Andy.
search. Pretty crazy.
Yeah,
with Social Security, if I may, Social Security. Okay, so recently, I think it was about a year ago, maybe. Biden's administration, they're all going to take credit for the increased payments to Social Security. They gave them increased payment, and they try to take credit for this, but that's already locked in. That Social Security has to have an increase if there's an increase in the inflation numbers. The thing is, Social Security is never increased to keep up with inflation.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, it's always lagging behind. So they think, oh, we're getting an increase, feel good. No, you're getting what it's already on the law, on the books that you're supposed to get increases, cost of living adjustments, they call them, right? But they never keep up with inflation.
Yeah, I think last year's increase wasn't even that big. It's only jumped like $30 to $60, I think, per individual, if that, which isn't much compared to what the prices are. Yeah.
Your minimum wage has gotten more reasonable over the last 10 years.
No.
Well,
I remember when it was like $7 or something.
That's what it is. It's still nationwide.
Are you fucking kidding me, Brojo?
But the thing is, here's the thing, though. This is the thing, Sammy. The market is actually paying more. If you go to somebody, because people will not work for $8 an hour. So in some stores, some places they're starting $12 an hour, 10, 12, 15 an hour in places.
What I noticed are places like around in the States, if you work full time, the company or owner has to give you benefits, medical, dental, things like that. They have to offer them at least. So what they do is they used to work you 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, and they give you, like $7 or $8 an hour, but you're making enough, you're working full time. So the employer would have to offer benefits. So what they did is they started offering 30 hours, 25 hours for employees. That way they don't have to offer benefits, but they did raise the increase of money to keep you as broke as you were before. So you're still making the same as before, but now they don't have to offer benefits. So they keep it maintained in a way where even though it looks like you get more money, you're actually just staying the same as it ever was, just to keep it maintained, keeping everybody broke.
And for the record, it's $7.25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In 2023.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
When look at this little backwoods country and look what our minimum wage is.
Well, in US dollars, what is it?
So we get about 70 cents. It's $21.38 Australian. And I'll convert that. 21.38.
You said
AUD in USD. $15 US.
15.
Oh wow.
And like I said, that's what a lot of these places are paying. Starting annually 12, 15.
It's always been a competition with how much you make too. Like I remember back in the day when I was working, it was if you wanted more pay, you have to have a profession, a better job. If you want to make minimum wage, you work at McDonald's. But now there's McDonald's that are offering like $13, $15 an hour, and there's another McDonald's in another state offering $8.50 an hour. It's kind of weird.
It all depends where you live. Cost
Yeah.
of living.
Well, they keep you. I mean, they say the cost of living, but wherever you go, man, they keep you broke. I mean, I was paying like high rent, very low utilities, but very, very high cost of housing in California. But out here, the housing is very low. But hell, if you're not paying $200 to $400 a month in utilities, it's they grab you one way or the other.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's just becoming more and more that people aren't going to be able to afford to live, basically. Like the idea of buying a house, and that's out the window for most people nowadays.
Yeah, it went from like 10 years ago, it was all tiny home living on TLC. Learn how to build a little tiny house.
Yeah.
Build a tiny house. Now it's living in your van. How to build a van.
Yeah.
Live in.
But taking a minimum wage job also is never intended for anyone to live on. I don't think.
But
that's like a stepping stone job. It's like for a high school person or a
but
second job. But
what
to
is
expect
there?
for someone to get a minimum wage so they can live on it,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just unrealistic.
But those professional times are over. I mean, there is no professional shoe salesman anymore. There's no professional anything anymore. It's all everything's instant online. Boom, boom, boom. All factory made.
Mhm.
So it's kind of hard to say, okay, what kind of profession I'm going to get into? If you're not going to be like a doctor or mechanic or something like that,
Trades,
you
man.
have to stay in like minimum wage jobs.
No, there's all the trades. There is definitely a need for people, tradesmen.
Yeah, but who wants to be a ship
my nephew
fitter?
was going to high school. I told him, man, you really, go after your thing. He wants to do music, but man, learn a trade. You got to have backup or something.
Yeah, always. That's the way I was raised. There was always something. If I didn't have computers, I had mechanics. If I didn't have that, I had some kind of profession that dealt with something that back then assured me a decent job, a good decent desk job.
Yeah.
But nowadays, I don't know. I could probably go to a job in India for $2 an hour, what they used to do for $20 an hour.
And I fell back on my trade probably 3 or 4 times at least.
What was that?
Just plastering.
Oh, right.
I think you just call it that.
Yeah. That's a good profession. There's a lot of stuff you can do with that.
And it's not just slapping the mud on the cracks.
Oh.
We actually would build the frames. Like, so one job, for example, was an airport, and we would have to build all the internal walls, then put the drywall on, then plaster it.
Oh man,
and the ceiling was like 3 layers of like 3-inch drywall.
Oh wow! This is an art form too. I knew this one guy. His name was Shannon. Back, I used to do his lettering for his vehicle. He was a plumber and also a plasterer, but his plastering was like really super high level. He was doing like archways with rounded fucking edges. Everything was like perfect and shit. The ceilings had like little drop downs. He was really good at
fancy.
like almost like
in Australia we call it cornice.
Yeah, he scores it and lays it out and muds it, and it looks just nice as heck. And I mean, that takes a long time to get that down. That's still
that's an artisan. I was just a builder. I couldn't do any fancy shit like that.
Oh, he was really good at repairs for like if you had like a leak in your house and the pipes burst, you'd never know there's a hole in the wall. He was just that really good. He'll match the type of like texture on the walls and all that. Pretty good. He always did work for free for me because he was like it was kind of like he used to be like a hitman, He was like one of those like he was really good at his work, but he was not a dealer, but everyone went to his house everyone to do meth at his pad, or somebody was dealing there, things like that. But he was a nice guy, but really, really weird dude.
This is one of those weird American things that frustrate me because you just won't get rid of it. But you also won't raise your bloody minimum wage. The freest country in the world. It is so bizarre. And
well,
you know what? I recently learned what tips meant, where the term came from.
yeah.
It means to ensure proper service. So you would give a tip. You would give it ahead of time.
Yeah.
You know, just like you were trying to get a seat in a restaurant, kind of
Yeah.
thing.
If
That's
you
the
think of
tip.
the old movies, it was always like, I want this, hand them the money.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Monopoly moves.
Which, yeah. And again, it's kind of backwards because it's like you're having to bribe your fucking server or whatever it is to get what you want.
Oh, it's like that everywhere. Bribe your judge.
Bizarre concept.
Money talks, you know.
Yeah.
It's like that saying, everybody has their price, you know.
Fairest. What did we say was fair? I can't remember.
Got me.
Fairest.
Sure ain't life.
No. It certainly isn't your minimum wage.
No, they keep you broke. I mean, wherever you look at it, the first thing they'll tell you wherever you go is, yep, they keep you broke. They keep you barely there.
Who's they?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, if you're just living on day-to-day, like the average day-to-day person who lives in the U.S. that works a regular not even 9 to 5 job anymore, that works a regular, part-time job. The Uber driver, the Kmart employee.
Yeah, no. You could say fairest, but I said freest. But I did try and put as much sarcasm into my voice as I could. Because how can you be free if you can't live? And and the thing, I get what you're saying, bro, Joe, about like minimum wage is a stepping stone, but you like that's leaving out this whole swath of people, like single mums who can't work full-time jobs. People that are locked into doing that work at a disadvantage. I think your minimum wage.
What makes a person locked
at
into
least?
That? What makes a person locked into that?
Well, they're not locked in technically, but I mean just situationally, environmentally, socially. Some people just have no option.
I understand if you're who
It's
doesn't
rock
have
and roll
an
lifestyle.
Disabled?
So like with
Disabled
single parents and stuff, the price of childcare, it's like you can either put your kid in childcare and the money you earn from work just pays for the childcare, so you might as well just not work.
Yeah, that never.
Yeah.
I always found that to be kind of like ridiculous, right? Why,
There's like people that say, why did your wife get a job? Why did she get a job? I said, well, she did have a job for a couple months, but I figured with the gas and the expenses, not only does it even out, but if I include wear and tear on the vehicle, if I include extra things that she needs, because lunch and stuff like that, it's always going to be more. It's costing more for her to go to work. Fuck it, it's easier for me just to have her at home. And yeah, that was a way. It wasn't quite a bit when I was working. It wasn't even worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Then another vehicle, more maintenance, more payments if I lease one. Or
max at 62. I thought it was 65 is max.
What's that for Social
Security?
You could draw early.
You could draw early, but for max, the longer you wait.
Yeah, no? I think it's like I want to say 65 is standard. 62 you could draw early, and the max if you wait till you're like they give you like options if you wait till like 70 or something like that, they give you more. Which is kind of like you're gambling with it, because you never know where you're going to croak as you're that age. And they're hoping you croak. That's what they want. The more they put into it, the more they get to keep. more bullets they get to buy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just raised the retirement age again. That's dirty.
Mm-hmm.
How old do you think I am, Sandy?
You? Oh, look at that comment. I would say 50.
I was ex Sandy, but look at
early to mid 50s.
yeah, I'm at 57 now.
Oh,
Right,
there you
you gotta
go.
have some kind of boner left in you
Yeah,
to
you got it.
retire with. I mean, who wants to just die with a, just, I get to retire, but now I'm in a wheelchair and this is fun.
That was a perfect guess, can I say? It was.
Yeah, that was very good.
It was just a couple of years under your actual age, so it was a little
wasn't
bit of
flattering,
a
but
No, well, I wasn't trying to be flattering. I was trying to be precise. Yeah.
Oh, look who's out there.
Everybody's favorite
non-Christian Christian.
Non-Christian Christian. Hey, Jill, does your God exist? Sandy liked enough to know that you could be her kid. When Sandy started working, the minimum wage was $2.25.
Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm trying to remember. I think it was about $2.75 an hour, maybe. When I started, when I was a teenager.
So look at the difference.
An hour, I think I was making $2.50 an hour. I think it was.
What year was that?
So I'm only 40.
79.
And when I started, it was $5 something. So we've jumped from 5 to 21 in about 20 years.
So when I started working full time in '91, I was making minimum wage, which was $4.90 an hour. So it climbs very slow in the U.S., doesn't it?
Yeah.
Also, your purchasing power is greater.
Yeah,
that's all. Yeah,
I mean, back then
Is
I
it
think
though?
rent was
I
about
always
$4.50
thought.
a month.
Oh, you're saying your purchasing power was better back then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because the dollar's pretty much lost most of its value over the years, especially since the 70s.
What do you think about all those countries that are starting to hoard gold, like Russia and China? And
they've been doing it for a decade now. I've been ringing the gold bell for 20 years. Gold.
Be nice, Jill. Yeah, good to see you, Jill.
Well, they see that the trust in the U.S. dollar is going down. I don't see it going anywhere soon, the dollar, but it is being used less around the world. So they're using gold to either back up some other currency so they can trade amongst themselves. I see a division going on. It's going to go back to like East versus West kind of deal.
Well, it's the way the U.S. been portrayed in the last, couple of decades here. That's we're being made to look like fools, and we're just taking it.
You have look at the BRICS nation. I tell everybody, look at the BRICS nations. More nations are now looking to join them. Saudi Arabia, big one recently, and they'll be using their own currency to trade amongst themselves. Yeah. So as a lot more dollars come back, then you can see inflation go up even higher.
I know China. Is it China that does that social ranking thing?
Social credit score? Yeah.
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 How messed up is that?
They
Look,
flash your, if you do like, they flash your face along bus stops and stuff. I seen.
That's messed
to
up.
shame you.
Yeah. So
And we
now
have
think
credit
of
scores.
that, like they can locate you wherever you are, right? Think about a system where they locate you anywhere, and if you did something fucked up, right, they could say, "Oh, we'll stop flashing you on a screen in some fucking bus stop if I know you're nearby." Just think about that.
Well, it's like your cell phone. They always know where you're at if you have your cell phone on. They know where it's pinging.
Yeah.
They always follow. They could trace. If you ever watch those, like criminal shows, they always like, okay, it was pinged off of this tower. They found him at a Walmart purchasing, a duffel bag, a plastic bin, and some Clorox. They always trace it.
Facebook has implemented a similar rating system as a way to target conservatives and Christians.
Oh, Facebook. I mean, even Google and Facebook, they're both associated with the FBI and CIA. They all give
The
information.
CIA, and it's not. They're not even like covert about it or subtle. They're very open.
Oh man,
and that was years ago. Like,
it's like they got information on everybody, even to like your DNA. They have like with the 23andMe and all that. Those they just get information on everything they can and everybody they can, even your freaking blood. Figure out everything about you. It's all
and
database.
Twitter before Elon.
Oh yeah.
So we're not far away from China's beast system.
They all share information like anybody else would, customer-based information. They'll say this, customer likes this. Okay, they'll link you with that, and they'll get your information and go from there.
But that's an excellent point that I had forgotten about, actually, that John's pointing out about Russia and China's aging population. Like, you look at the war and all those poor old dudes that they're conscripting. It's almost laughable if it wasn't pathetic.
We have an issue here in the United States as well, that we're not repopulating quick enough.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much across the board, like with Western Australia's. Our population is all immigration. Like, there's no births. I think people have, just decided maybe people just don't want to bring kids into this shit world.
That seems to be the case a lot of times. That's what I hear quite a bit.
Unless they're getting married or they're getting married later on. Kids are expensive.
Yeah. A lot of parents get married but opting out.
Survive for one person now.
Mm-hmm.
See, yep, and I agree, Sandy. I'd get off too. If this ever happens, John, I'm coming to live at your compound and I'm going off the grid. and that'll be me done. If we start getting those credit report things like in China. But I'm interested, Jill, so what's this rating on Facebook? Because I haven't seen it.
Vote for Trump if you want all of this to end.
Okay.
I don't think. I think Facebook is probably going to, or is being more lenient. They have been losing money.
Facebook rates users.
Money, and with this whole thing with Twitter and everything, they see that it's not a probably good business model to censor too much.
Users receive a score on a scale from 0 to 1. But it's completely hidden. It's not something you could see. But that's what a report, I think the Washington Post reported on it.
And how many points are there between 0 and 1? Can you have 0.5, or is it just 0 and 1?
I have no idea.
It's like if you're on Facebook, you're either stupid or a dummy.
See, you're saying there's I can look up a news report about this.
Yeah, I think the Washington Post or Times reported on it. It was a while ago.
It's basically
those liberal newspapers.
They could tell you something.
Yeah,
that's what it's about. Just want to sell you something, or push their, whatever narrative they are to get you to go that direction. Of course, I mean, if you go on Facebook and all that, it's a bunch of, you see a lot of rainbow flags around there, so you can see a lot of that being pushed.
Let's see if I can find something.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that if you're a dirty, filthy heathen and you want to see the world burn. Sure, go right ahead.
Yeah. Oh, Ageism Works is here.
It was only a few years ago Facebook started letting users respond.
Ironic is out there.
If they believed the report was fake or hate speech, you could respond. But then people started reporting posts as false because they didn't like it or agree with the content. So it's never going to work. You have to have someone. You have to have someone in charge of what's right or what's wrong, and that's what the beast system is in China. And eventually, a group will rise to the top, to the cream of the crop, and they will be the ones to set the standard. Otherwise, you'll have conservatives not liking, not agreeing with the content from liberals, and liberals not agreeing with the content, and nothing will ever get settled as far as what's hate speech and what's not hate speech. So eventually, there will be, I believe it will be the liberals who will be supremacist. That's what we're seeing. That's the trend that we're going in.
Yeah, it seems to be all-out war on this, left and right kind of division, which is a bit. But Americans love conflict. It seems they like it. They like to fight.
Well, if that happens, I say all us people in the middle should fuck off somewhere else and let them fight it out.
No. There is no neutrality.
Not in your black and white world, Jill.
No, not in this one.
Not the rest of us.
Even like in neutrality, there's one thing I like to say, like talk about when they talk about neutral this and neutral that. You could look at like Norway, who says, "Oh, we remain neutral in both world wars, especially World War II." But wink, wink, did they not donate, or they did not have over 10,000 volunteers? And why were 6,000 of those volunteers right in the SS? That's like special ops, military stuff. So it just depends on how you word it. But yeah, there's always a side. They always have a side. Like, I mean, the U.S. was basically anti-Semite. They were like totally against the Jew up until the Pearl Harbor attack. We don't have anything to do with it. We didn't care what Hitler was doing. We're like, oh, good. They're like, some people were even like, they're supporting him in what he was doing. Kind of weird. Even get donations from like Henry Ford and big companies to keep what he's doing until, the Japan joined him and they attacked us. They're like, oh, fuck that shit. We're bombing some stuff now.
Jill, Let's Farm may have an atheist willing to debate you.
Oh, really? Who's that? Please let it be Xerxes. Please. Is it Xerxes?
I have no idea.
Xerxes, are those those bad dudes in the Dark Crystal? The bird-like people, Xerxes, or I don't know. Yeah, I'm wrong.
Well, King.
He
Xerxes
was the king. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a YouTuber by the name of Key. He's on not Discord. He's on Clubhouse mainly, which I don't have a Clubhouse account. But
if it's not Pee-wee's Clubhouse, I don't want to see it.
which atheist wants to debate me?
He's getting the name. Awesome, because I was curious too.
Oh, Let's Farm. Yeah, he has his own. He's starting his own debate channel. So let's go subscribe to him. Yeah. He's trying to start up his own channel.
Yes, you. That's why you're a mod, Sandy.
Hello.
Wildheart.
Hello.
Wildheart is now.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Now, not only is he out of jail, but now he's out of hell because Wildheart is.
He's changed it. No more Wildheart. Is it David Grant now?
He's got Meatloaf status.
Yeah.
Wildheart is a Christian now, right, Wildheart?
God bless his
I'm,
heart.
I'm Christian friendly. I might have gone a bit too far saying I'm a Christian. I'm not really.
Not
I
really.
don't believe that Jesus resurrected from the dead. I believe that's quite important.
I thought you were converted to Christianity.
No, I might have gone a bit too far with that.
Oh,
yeah, it's in the beard. You
Yeah.
See it.
Oh, I've got my internet back on, by the way. I'm back in my flat.
All right, on.
Yeah.
David, that's your real name?
That is my real name, yeah. David Grant.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna start a new channel, the Dave Grant show, or what?
I have to start a new YouTube channel. I think they've deleted my old one, so it'll be Wild Art 8.
Oh,
if anyone wants to. I've not been created it yet, so you'll not be able to subscribe. But Jill, are you fat? We were having a discussion last night, and because no one's ever seen you, because you're an abject coward. We were just wondering whether you're fat or not. Are you average weight or slim or fat?
Well, I could lose about 15 pounds, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a number just so I can visualize? Do you have a
What do you want to visualize? Yeah, I have. I'm a bit husky, I guess. Not fat, but
yeah, muscly or big boned.
Yeah, I'm not muscular, but
yeah,
I'm big enough to handle my own. I'm big enough to handle 13-year-olds.
Yeah, that doesn't say much.
Sure.
Yeah.
Toss them around. They get out of hand.
Careful. You don't want to get fired from your teaching job.
I'm 6 foot, about 220 now, so I could lose about 15.
Yeah. All right.
I haven't weighed myself.
Of course, you could just stop being an abject coward and just show everyone a picture of yourself. That's another way to do it.
Yeah, I could do that, but
yeah, but you're not going
to. Why should I? What's that going to accomplish?
Maybe some people take you more seriously.
Yeah. Good point.
Well, yeah, maybe.
And fuck you, David.
Yeah, fuck you. Grew a wicked beard, man.
Cheers.
He's a Calvinist now.
Jail will do that to a man.
Well, mate, you a Calvinist, so mate, you grow a beard.
Yeah, makes you grow a beard.
Yeah, the more manly you look, the less likely you are to get raped.
Yeah.
Get
that babyface guy down the block.
All you need is a beer and a cigar.
That's why it's this long, especially ginger beard. Yeah, ginger beards will keep them well away.
Right? I think he's some kind of wizard or something. Like shit, watch out for that guy.
But are you going to bring me up to date or what, David, or what? What's going on?
What? Sorry, I missed that.
What's going on? I heard you came back and haven't.
I've not got a YouTube channel, so I can't stream yet. I keep trying to do it, and Google being the.
They recognize you.
You've been away for 2 months now. I'm just. Yeah. Where's your head at? I'm sure lots gone on in 2 months.
It's going good. On a serious note, I am stopping drinking to the best of my ability. I had a little bit of a drink when I got out, a little bottle of vodka, but I'm stopping entirely now. I poured half a can of lager, my last can of lager, and that is the last drink, hopefully, that I'll ever have. I'm serious about it. Like, yeah, I do want to stop.
Right on, man.
What about wine coolers?
Wicked beard going on there too.
Thank you very much.
Can you drink like wine coolers or something? Something like less.
No.
Did you make any new friends?
I did, yeah. A Scouser, believe it or not. My padmate, the person I shared the cell with, was a Scouser.
Who was your cellmate? Was he black?
No, he was white. From Liverpool. Yeah.
He was white.
He was quite funny, actually.
Were there a lot of black people in jail?
Yeah, loads, obviously.
A lot?
Yeah.
Would you say most or?
No, not most, but proportionally.
Yeah.
Hey, Jill.
Yeah.
So in America, I think black people make up. I think it's about 30. How many percent of
15.
population? 15, is it?
13, really.
13%.
13.
Yeah.
Okay. And yet, I think they take up about 30 or 40% of the prison
Right.
space.
Yeah.
In Australia, our Indigenous population is 2% of our population, and they also take up 30%
Wow.
of our prison space.
Oh, that's
So,
impressive.
Wow.
So what are you trying to say?
I don't know. That was an
They're
interesting
indigenous
fact.
are worse than blacks in America.
Yeah, those dirty blacks, I tell you.
Oh, it's
Don't
it's
move to
more
Australia.
racist. Yeah, the other option is it's a lot more racist against.
Don't say that. You'll get your channel shut down.
Oh, sorry,
Sammy. Be careful.
Sorry.
Don't tell any facts. Liberals don't like facts.
Liberals.
Facts that offend will get you canceled.
Jill will meet a liberal one day,
Your
and he won't know what to say.
Yeah, like women.
Your Facebook and
He'll meet
Twitter.
the women one day that'll talk to.
Your Facebook and Twitter accounts, your personal score has just dropped by like 10 points just for saying what you just said. Sammy, you don't know it, but you'll find out your score sooner or later.
Wild Hard Ironic wants to know: did you get your anus stretched while you were in the cave?
No, and I'm disappointed. I spent nearly all my time in the shower dropping the soap constantly. Not a switch. I didn't even get propositioned.
You must have an ugly ass.
Yeah.
A ginger ass.
That's what's worrying. Yeah.
Simply red-haired ass. So like I don't know.
That's like fucking an orangutan.
Didn't know, like 3 hours at a time, just constantly every 2 seconds, just dropping the soap, bending over and nothing.
Did you lather it up first?
Yeah, lathered and everything, ready for entry. Yeah.
Drill soapy arrow there, right there.
Yeah, you're supposed to tie your shirt up into a.
Hiya, Jordan, Mathbig in the side chat.
Did you make it drop and make it clap?
Congrats, Mathbig. Good to see you.
You gotta make it drop, turn around, make it clap.
Yeah. I'm getting a bit of a complex. I went to 2 Christian schools, Catholic schools. I've been in prison twice. Never been anally abused whatsoever. I think it might be me. You know what I mean? It's at least give me the chance to say no. You know what I mean?
You're maybe gonna play hard again.
Oh. Yeah, you're too keen.
Yeah. Yeah. I come off as desperate. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. It might be that.
We only want what we can't have.
You read more of the Bible in prison, whatever they call it over there.
Yes, he read the whole thing.
We were making bets here.
The Bible I read the whole New Testament, and I'm up to Joshua in the Old Testament. I read the New Testament first, and I'm up to Joshua in the Old Testament. Actually, a funny story. I actually finished reading the New Testament dead on the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve, because I was going to start like a year as a Christian, but it didn't pan out. But I actually left the last paragraph and read it like on the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve.
What do you mean? You had a New Year's resolution to be a Christian for 2020?
Yeah, I was trying, because I thought it might get me out of jail quicker. God did exist.
Well, it did. It got you out of jail quicker. No,
so you didn't have like no big.
I thought you weren't supposed to get out to the 28th.
Any kind.
Who do you think got you out of jail early?
Vision.
And I didn't get out of jail early. That's the point. If God was looking, He was looking to keep me in jail. I did the full sentence.
We heard you weren't getting out to the 28th.
That was my fault. Yeah, I was supposed to get out, or I could have got out on a tag. One of them electronic ankle tags. So they sent me a letter saying you're eligible for this tag on the 28th. But then my probation officer, I found out yesterday, kind of blocked it. Said no, I'll keep him in for the whole sentence. So that was a miscommunication. Yeah, but entirely my fault.
So I hear you were reading the Bible while you were incarcerated. Can you tell us
Yeah.
what did you read in the Bible?
I've read the whole New Testament, and I'm up to Joshua. I'm up to Joshua in the Old Testament.
You went to the Old Testament and Joshua.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good for you.
So I've read most of it.
Okay. What was your favorite book in the New Testament?
Yeah. So now officially he has read more of the Bible than most Christians.
Yeah. I think if you read Genesis, you read more of the Bible than most Christians.
Nominal Christians.
Genesis will do it.
What was your favorite chapter or book in the New Testament?
It's hard. None of the Gospels. I think they're all completely rubbish and copied off. I mean, it's clear you only have to read the Gospels to realise that they're just copying off each other, even though there's differences. It's like some of it's word for word, literally.
Which one was your favorite? Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John?
I think John, because it's so outrageous.
Yeah.
You got the zombie apocalypse, which none of the other three mentioned.
Yeah,
you know, all these fabulous historians failed to mention the zombie apocalypse, all the dead rising from the grave and marching on Jerusalem. They didn't find it important enough to mention, which is a little bit odd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, but I kind of got where God was coming from. Before I thought he was just a genocidal.
Yeah, I want you to explain that.
I know I've not really thought it through. It's just before.
Okay.
It's like he's kind of trying to be a badass. Like you go against me and I will fuck you up. I didn't really understand.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't really understand that's how he works.
It's kind of like if Hitler had a chance to explain himself.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. Let me explain. Oh, we see. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Here's a quarter.
More like your dad, you know, beating you up, you know, when you was a little, like 3 years old, just tossing you around just to show you, you know, who's boss, right?
Yeah, it is like, yeah.
Is that what you do to your kids, Joe?
Yeah, those kids don't grow up disrespecting authority. I noticed those kids who had dads that tossed them around, and they don't try to test adults.
Toss them around.
Yeah, they already know that they cannot beat a grown man. Like you got these 12-year-olds. This guy Kevin was telling me a story about how he used to be a security guard, and these 12-year-old kids would try to challenge him physically. And I'm saying they must not have had fathers in the home, because my dad threw me like across the room. I was like, whoa, like, there's no way I'm ever going to challenge a grown man in authority.
That explains a lot.
And I never did, because I had that experience. Right?
Did you fall on your head a lot as a child? That would explain a lot.
No, I mean just the wrestling. You know, you wrestle with your dad. You know, you guys watch wrestling, and then you try to do the moves on each other, and then you realize, wow, this man is, I can't move him, right? So then you develop that respect for men and the authority figures, and that's why we don't fight against police officers when they say put your hands up. You know, we respect authority because we learn that growing up in our homes. So it all starts in the house, in the home.
So you'll like this, Jill. In Australia, we have a pandemic of those 12-year-olds, and we call them, or they call themselves, I guess, eshays. And
so, like the hooligans,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What do they call themselves?
Eshays.
Sounds like a Mexican with a list. Yo, what's up, Eshay?
They talk in Pig Latin, and eshay is Pig Latin for sesh, which is smoking weed.
Okay, that's weird.
Yes. It's lame.
Right.
Oh, down.
Is insane. They're abusive. I will kick your teeth in. Thieving and downright dangerous.
Little fucker.
And they all have mullets.
With little to no regard for authority.
Knock it off! Hold him back!
We're seeing reports of these groups, these gangs coming down, using public transport, getting into the shopping centres and then committing their crimes.
Do you fear this problem will escalate further?
I think it could. I think because nothing ever happens, these kids can't be or won't be punished.
Back a trait.
So the groups just get bigger and bigger.
With 2 young teenage sons, Annie never really worried about them walking the 200 metres home from their local train station.
There was a time where you could walk the streets and be safe, but you can't anymore.
That's until her 12-year-old son and his friend were attacked in the middle of the day.
The kid in the white shirt, that kid right there, he was the one that stole my shoe.
The pair were approached just minutes from home by 3 wannabe thugs believed to be Eshays.
We've turned into America.
Oh yeah,
stealing your shoes.
Who
I can
use
see
social media to boast about their bad behaviour.
It was pretty deceitful actually, because they made out that they wanted to measure his foot size and see if their size matched, their feet were the same size.
Not wanting to
Nice shoes, bitch.
antagonise the group, Annie's son did what they asked. That's when they ripped his
It's all about being
sneaker.
badass and popular and getting those likes, man.
Just yesterday.
He was distraught. He was traumatized. He hardly slept the night after. And ever since, he's been very aware of groups of kids.
After her son rushed home, Annie called the police and set out to follow the boys, snapping these pictures as police caught up with one of the thugs.
The police
Thugs.
knew who they were. They were known to police, all 3 of them already, and they had other charges being laid against them.
Now Annie's son is too scared to catch the train for fear of being attacked again.
They roam in groups and they pick on people who are easy targets, and they go from train station to train station.
Eshays have long been a
That bitch got
problem
paid for karate class.
and right around Australia, dressing in designer clothes with bum bags, taking drugs and lashing out.
This is like
Why not? Give her up. They're wannabe thugs who act tough and like to publicise it.
You know what they need?
what's that?
But now the fear is they're getting more violent.
Because I'm thinking like what I had when I was a kid. I had a knife in my pocket. So everybody fuck with me, I'm gonna turn around like swag, swag, swag.
No, someone needs to drop these.
They're just blow scum.
I've seen
For
like a
white
whole lot
kids,
of
for white
posts
boys
on Facebook.
the heart of Compton, California. That's
Right in the freaking
Yeah.
right there, yeah.
That's what
They'll be
these
scared off
Dude,
their ass.
they wouldn't last 30 seconds.
Oakland
Bum
idiot.
bags. Oh yeah, you call them fanny packs.
Anybody remember Scared Straight? You remember that show?
Oh yeah, Scared Straight, yeah.
They get fanny and butt mixed up. It's fanny's the front, butt's the back.
Oh, we just call them fanny packs because they're kind of gay, you know. I mean,
These aren't. They're not thugs. Like most of
Send
the
the
kids.
boys,
are
send
not
those young
thugs.
boys on a school trip to a prison, and have them speak to the prisoners. And
Yeah,
Oh,
that
that
was a
Scared
great
Straight thing?
program. Yeah.
Yo, dog.
Did they stop doing that? They need to bring that show back.
Right.
kids weren't getting scared.
Yeah,
They're
I
just-
loved that. I
they're
loved
wising up.
watching spoiled kids get the shit scared out of them.
Yeah, but then the attorneys got involved in those lawsuits. Like, you scared the shit out of this kid.
Oh,
He's
really?
traumatized. I'm sure. I mean, it's an easy lawsuit right there. Unless you the parents have some kind of waiver for the show, which I'm sure they did. But there's ways around it if you're traumatizing somebody. But
I
the kids got to
guarantee
start wising up to it. Because I remember when I was in a program, they tried to do that shit to me, and they're like, "You want to end up in fucking jail?" And I'll say something like, "Nah, I'm not stupid like you." Like, what the fuck? I'll like make it personal. They'll like take it personal. They get all pissed off. I'll say, "Oh, when I get out, I'll fucking kill you." I say, "That's why you're in there." You know, like fuck with them.
That's why you're never getting out.
Right?
You know what I think? I think most of those kids have in common. They're either raised by lesbians or a single mom.
Right, no father, because if you
I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, they don't have any parents there. Because I mean, I just see a bunch of dumb kids. I would love it for a 12-year-old fucking group of kids to come to and fuck with me. I'd clock little some bitches out.
Yeah,
fucking,
I'm like that.
I'll take all my
I
aggression down, little
I
fuckers.
see a group of Eshays, I walk over.
Right? Yeah, I'll be like,
No,
clocking
what you
time,
do is
shit,
you
practice.
You,
It's like
you can't beat them all. So what you do is you grab one and just beat the heck out of them.
Yeah, you
That's
just
exactly.
you
And
just
then
grab
use
one.
your body as a weapon. to beat the shit out of the other kids with it, you know?
You kick the biggest one as hard as you possibly can and lay him out, and the rest will scatter.
Yeah, but you got to grab a couple on the way out and knock their teeth
Grab
out.
the
Just keep them
biggest
arrested.
one and just pound on them, ground and pound them. Just let the other ones hit you. They can hit you in the back of the head and just ground and pound the biggest one.
Yeah, I like Sander in the side chat, by the way. Oh, fuck off again, Jill.
But technically, he blames single mums and lesbians. You forgot the lesbian bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Consistent to this. Yeah.
Lesbian.
Fuck single mums. I do like doing that, actually.
Yeah, they mustn't just suck, or else they won't be single mums. They must. Doesn't matter.
Well, I don't think it's not like the single mom's fault. It's the fucking father's fault for leaving the responsibilities of being a parent. So most of it lies on that. It sucks that single moms had to go through it, but I mean,
when I say single mom, I'm not blaming the mom. I'm just saying that's the situation that she's in. I don't know how she got in that situation. It could be.
I'm not blaming the mom. I'm not blaming the mom, but fuck them. Can you see the inconsistency there?
Your single moms are butt fuck them. I don't. What's going on? You don't want any more
the
kids.
Single mom problem is a men's problem, if you ask me.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. How are you, Nick? Good to see you.
What's up, Wild Heart? You made it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So far. Well, it's good to see you're out.
Cheers. Thank you.
Rawhart was a Christian when he was on the Christian channel. Now that he's on an atheist channel, he's back to an atheist again. Now he doesn't know.
I'm still working it out myself. I'm more Christian friendly. I'll say that. I'm not a Christian.
You need someone to disciple you now, and I want to take up that mantle. But no, I'm serious.
Oh my Lord.
No, we'll start in Genesis 1. And we'll read through the entire Bible, and I'll be your mentor.
You might as well
Jill,
just pick it up in Joshua where he's at.
I'm actually proud of you, Jill. There's two ways that could have gone, and I actually assumed you would have just tried to pick at him and prove to him why he's not a Christian, but you took the real Christian route. So good for you.
Yeah, discipleship is the next step. When a new believer becomes saved, they don't know anything, so you can't really criticize their doctrine, right? They haven't formulated a doctrine yet, so there's nothing to.
So what's your excuse, Jill?
Now, someone like a Rainick, someone like him, he's in his 60s and still preaching these heresies and knows better. Now, him, I'll attack.
Well, you can't blame me since I know better.
Okay, now that's totally different. That's two different animals.
So you're saying Wildheart shouldn't become an open Christian?
No, you don't want someone like Iranic to take up that mantle, because then he'll become a heretic.
Yeah, you better not do any Bible study with Heretic then, or with Wildheart then, because you just read the
Iranic
Bible.
Or any non-Christian.
All you have to do is read the Bible, though, to understand that God changes his mind, Jill.
You definitely don't want the Roman Catholic Church to get a hold of a newborn believer. They'll choke the word of God out of you. They're nominal Christians.
So if you're my teacher, the bit I'm struggling with is how I don't believe that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, which I believe is kind of central to being a Christian. How do I get over that? How do I become convinced that he did? The Bible hasn't done it, clearly.
Well, we could set up a one-on-one. I still have that stream open for you. I just keep rescheduling.
My mum's not coming though. I'm not gonna subject my mum to that.
No, mom doesn't have to come.
Yeah, right.
I'll change the thumbnail now that you're not a liberal anymore.
Yeah.
I'll change it.
What?
Thumbnail
You were gonna force him to bring his mom in the hangout?
Yeah. He didn't want me there. He just wanted my mum and me not there.
Parent-teacher conference. Too.
Oh, parent-teacher conference.
Oh God.
Yeah, you get suspended 3 times. You got to come up with your parent, or else you're not coming back into school. You got to come up, right? Right, PJ. PJ knows you can't come back into school without your parents.
Right.
You get suspended the 3rd time or something like.
Common ground, Sandy, wherever you can get them.
I hope my mom hangs around for a few more years. I guess I'll be SOL.
So we'll set up the first our first session. Well, I'll set it up. Okay, I'll let you know when it's going to be, what date, and we'll talk about the historical argument for resurrection, and I'll show you that there really is no other alternative explanation.
But there doesn't have to be. You have to demonstrate. I was talking about this with Praise this morning. You know, Bart Ehrman says a miracle by definition is the least likely thing to have happened. But when you're doing history, you're looking for the most likely thing to have happened. You're going on probabilities because we can never know for sure. We don't have a time machine. So you're trying to make the least likely thing to have happened the most likely thing to have happened, and you can't do it. You can't prove the resurrection through history. It's impossible, literally impossible.
Well, there's an approach that's commonly referred to the minimal facts, referred to as the minimal facts approach.
Habermas.
Yeah. Okay, you're familiar with that argument.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these are facts.
He's not just a pretty face, you know.
Oh,
not even a pretty face.
No, wild heart.
Yeah, but that's bullshit. Go through the minimal facts.
There were historical claims that were attested to by the enemies of Christ.
Right.
That seems to make it more authentic, since usually enemies are not sympathetic towards your cause or your religion.
Who were these enemies? Because you can rule like Josephus, because he was writing about what Christians believe, even the bits that weren't not obfuscated, interpolated. Even the bits that weren't forged by Christians. He was just talking about what Christians believe like 100 years after. He wasn't talking about what actually happened. So you can get rid of Josephus. So
not Josephus, the Talmud. When I say enemies, Josephus really wasn't an enemy.
Yeah, but he wasn't a Christian either. He was just reporting on what Christians believed. Yeah, which has no historical validity whatsoever.
Well, Josephus is a valid historical witness as far as the existence.
But he wasn't an eyewitness. He didn't see the things. He was just reporting what Christians believed. He was just saying basically there are these people called Christians, and this is what they believe. It doesn't attest to the truth.
They worship a Christ.
Yeah.
I think he refers to James, Jesus' brother, somewhere. I don't know. There's different little factoids. I mean, I'm just saying it's not like he's not a complete. I mean, he's a historical witness. You know, you got to evaluate it. You know, whatever.
Yeah, he was a historian, but I'm saying you can't use that as evidence that Jesus rose from the dead. He's just saying that Christians believe that Jesus rose from the dead.
But I think
he's not saying that he did. He's just saying this is the Christians and this is what they believe.
Sure, but I mean, it's a witness to the fact that Jesus did exist, right?
No, it's just a witness to the fact that there were people called
who
Christians.
Believe. Yeah, that's all it is.
That was it.
Right, but if there was people around that believed that Jesus existed, like you got to account for why people would believe that somebody existed if they didn't exist.
There are people around who believe in fairies.
No, but at the time, right? I mean, this is right at, this is more or less close to the time, right? We're talking about.
I think it was about
years after.
80 to 100 years after, yeah. And again, not due to anyone who was there, just what people believed at the time of Josephus.
No, I mean that's not necessarily the case. He could have been talking to eyewitnesses.
100 years after, when the average life expectancy was like 30 or 40.
Yeah, so imagine a little kid that saw Jesus.
Yeah, then 40 years later he's dead.
And then
About
and
100
then
years
when
later.
he's 80 years old and talking to Josephus about this.
Or if he can't still explain a magic trick that a magician showed him when he was 10, something's wrong with that old man.
I don't think I've ever had a Christian answer why Jesus couldn't perform miracles in his hometown.
That is a good point, yeah.
He could.
Is there an answer to that?
He chose not to.
Hang on, let me find the verse. I'm pretty sure it says
they didn't believe him because they grew up with him, and
I mean, it has to do.
They had a different point of view as to whether he was the son of God or not.
But it had
so
to
they,
do more.
They didn't believe. Basically, they're saying he was a con man, and because they knew his.
It turns out he grew up in Wizard Town, Magic Village, where everybody had that ability. So it was just nothing to them. So he had to go out take a show on the road.
Well, it had to do with more or less the little saying that has, a prophet's never accepted in his own town. I mean, it's like everybody knows him. Just like, I don't know, there's this aspect to a person that, look, you're nothing special. What do you, like, we know you. Fool.
That's why Joseph Smith left,
it's that kind of thing. So he's a prophet's never accepted in his own town. So I think Jesus is just playing off of that.
So Mark 6, 5 and 6 says he could not do any miracles there except lay his hands on a few sick people and heal them. And he was amazed at their lack of faith. Yeah, he could not do any miracles there.
Yeah, he could not, based on what? Based on some lack on his part or some lack on their part? I mean, the couldn't is not a reflection on Jesus' inability, is it?
I imagine that God in man's form can do whatever the hell he likes.
Sure. And what if he wants to heal people who are
in
the right mindset?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Todd.
What if he wants to heal people that are in the right mindset to be healed? But those people, but those people are not in the right mindset to be healed. Then it might be said that he could not heal them, right?
Yep. Okay. Then in my opinion, it should say, and he chose not to heal them because they had no faith. But instead,
don't you get that picture?
Could not heal them. No, I get the picture that he couldn't do it in this town, and then there's no explanation given.
Okay, but hold on. You don't get any information about the town's attitude, like the faithfulness level.
Yeah, he was amazed at their lack of faith.
Okay, so does the lack of faith have something to do with his inability to do miracles there? That's the question. Does the context indicate? Oh, you don't think so? Okay. Well, we just disagree there.
No, I think you could conveniently make it say that.
Yeah, convenient because it's part of the context. You mean?
Yeah.
It's convenient. It's convenient. It's quite convenient that it's part of the context, Sammy.
Can I give a little analogy? It's sort of like a teacher saying, "I can't start the lesson until everyone in here is quiet." That's sort of what he's saying here. I can't start the lesson until everyone here is shut up. Sit down and shut up.
So,
can you guys hear me?
Jesus didn't
doesn't mean
say,
I can't teach, right? So
he didn't say what
you
he
guys
said. He said something completely
He said I
different.
can't.
Sure.
Right. So the analogy I'm drawing is that I can't start the lesson until you all sit down and shut up.
Story.
Right?
So
I could technically start the lesson.
He couldn't do any miracles because of their faithlessness. Basically is what he's saying.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not
So
that I
it's an indication
is dependent on people's
it's
faith.
an indication that some
Is that
of
what
the
you're telling me?
healings and some of the miracles would require a synergistic.
It's more of an an
acting out
indictment.
there.
It's more of an indictment of the people. When I say I can't start this. I can't start my lesson until you guys shut up, sit down, and shut up. It's not that I couldn't. I could start speaking and just ignore the fact that they're talking. Right. I could
So
still teach.
yeah,
Right. So
that's
it's
fine.
not
But
that
if we go with Irenic's logic of it's their lack of faith, then that means Jesus is faith powered.
Well, no.
Yeah.
Well, then that would
got to
No,
have
it
that
doesn't.
faith for
It
the
doesn't mean
miracles
that
to work.
necessarily,
No, not
Sam.
necessarily. No, it. So it would. So you're saying that the kids speaking are stopping me from speaking? No, I'm just saying that
There's a
I can't.
difference. There's a difference between Jesus actually doing a miracle and whether people believe that he done a miracle. He either did the miracle or he didn't.
No,
What
but
people believe about it is a separate issue.
But we're talking about Jesus healing certain individuals, and
Yeah.
whether it requires faith on that part of that individual to
It
be
doesn't. It
healed.
doesn't require. No, it doesn't require. He either healed someone or he didn't heal someone. Whether
Right,
people
but
believe that he healed someone or he didn't heal someone is a
no,
separate
but
issue.
if it's the
He either
case, though,
performed the
Wildheart,
miracle or he didn't.
if it's the case, though, that a person needs to have faith to be healed, then Jesus can't, is limited to who he can heal.
Yeah, Jesus is powerless. If
No,
someone doesn't have faith, are you saying that if someone
it's
doesn't
not
have
that Jesus, hold on, it's not that Jesus is powerless, right? Because the power's there if the person is to, have
if the
faith.
person, so it's dependent on the person having faith. So if someone doesn't have faith, then Jesus is powerless. He cannot heal them.
It's actually making an argument from silence.
Yeah, that person has not put himself in a position to take, advantage of the power that's there.
So Jesus,
to heal.
even if he wanted to, if the person doesn't have faith, even if Jesus wanted to, he couldn't heal them. Is what he's saying.
He couldn't exercise
So
his
he's powerless.
power. He couldn't exercise the power he possesses.
Yeah, we agree. That's what I'm saying.
Right. He possesses power to heal, but he can't always exercise that power based on somebody don't want it.
Yeah, so,
he's faith powered.
So
he's faith powered.
No, he's not faith powered, but
It's the
miracles,
book of the Jibby Brothers. Only a fool believes.
You might say healing miracles are faith powered.
It's like when you sell snake oil, you got to go to the dumbest places. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get this miracle drink right here. Woodcham, that's going to fix my rheumatism. Woo boy. Yep, you got to get the
Did
dumbest.
you have to bring up Great Britain?
Oh, what fighting word.
Now I just picture a homeless Paul McCartney.
Isn't it just because they're invisible doesn't mean that they're not there? Like X-waves. They're invisible, but they're not there. The spectrum of light is invisible, but it's there. I don't know if that's such a good argument. And also, it says that he couldn't do miracles, that he just didn't perform any. So maybe there was a denial of Christ, so he denied them the miracle or gift. As it said, if you deny me, then I will deny you.
It's the people that wouldn't turn
then
around.
why
No,
not
turn around.
right? He
Turn around.
denied them miracles. It's like he can say anything and everything except what it actually says.
How about it? It says plainly somewhere. I don't know if it's in this place, but he couldn't do any miracles there because of their faith. I mean, I don't know how much plainer it could be said.
I know, in your view as an open theist, that's acceptable.
Well, I think
but I don't see how
I don't think it's related.
Jill
to
can
theism.
explain it.
I think Jill could have the same.
It is
attitude.
because you're happy to say that Jesus is limited. Jill would never accept
No,
that.
Jill would admit that as a man, Jesus is limited. Like, he would admit that Jesus isn't like omnipresent. I think, or whatever. Like he had limitations. The Bible
not during his earthly sojourn. No,
exactly.
He did limit himself, according to Colossians 1.
Yeah, he
limited himself,
and he became like a man. That was a limitation.
Okay.
Probably the fluoride.
I don't see that's not why he denied them.
But see how it's like
I'm
you've
not
got the
saying
best
that.
of both worlds. He was limited, so he couldn't do the thing it said, but he had enough power to do some miracles and stuff.
No, I don't see that as a limitation there. But
Well, he walked on water. That didn't require anybody to be faithful about. he just could do it.
I think it's the more or less a denying of Christ. So since they deny, again, it says it right there, and I'm trying to find all of them, but it's like because the people knew who he was, they what was it? Oh, I had it here in a second. They were like, isn't this guy like in a sense they kind of get jealous of it. I forgot where the verse is. They kind of get jealous and they're like, isn't this the dude who we knew this guy? And they kind of just shove it off because they're like,
no, but then there's another side. But there's another side that says, well, how
I'm trying
can
to find
somebody
the
that's a
elephant.
sinner? Are you talking about John 9, maybe? The end of John 9, maybe?
I'm trying to know. It's just looking at it, yeah.
It's kind of like...
I've lost it.
It's almost like when Jesus was just that other crazy guy in the park.
There's like a division in the crowd because some people are saying, this guy, he's crazy, whatever. But and then the other side is, oh, how can a guy's crazy, do these miracles? What, something's up.
How's he different from all the other crazies? Why is he different? Let's make him special.
I'm trying to find it.
All right,
how much fish you can catch?
What did I miss? What are we're doing Bible study?
Magic Bible. Magic.
Jill Wildheart just got converted through Jill's witness.
Wow.
We could see the Holy Spirit fall. You could see the flash.
A lot.
You see the flash.
Jesus is powered by faith.
Powered by faith.
Does this remind you of it?
So he couldn't perform miracles. It literally says he
remind somebody of
could
work when
not
they're
perform miracles.
not on the job.
And it's because they didn't have enough faith. So
it's like,
Jesus was limited.
It reminds me of like an action figure. It's the Jesus action figure. Yeah.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
Faith
not included.
Now faith powered.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's just a weird view of it, Sammy.
Yeah, they like all get pissed
not
off
to
at him and
me,
try to
like-
like kill him. It says.
I
They
know
have
I
you
grew up
opting-
in a pretty extreme religion, but I don't think we would ever entertain that Jesus was limited because he had direct access to God. Like,
Right.
you remember,
Yeah, so
even
not-
Satan
yeah.
said you could call down anything and do whatever you want, basically.
Right. But see, nothing in that text says that Jesus is limited.
There's a certain part where Christ is praying
Except that
to
it
the
says
Father.
that he could not do miracles.
Based on the people, yeah.
Well, it didn't, again, it's
For
not,
whatever reason. For whatever reason.
it's not saying. Hold up. It's not saying. It's not saying that he couldn't perform miracles. It's saying he didn't perform
Love you, Sandy.
mighty miracles, but he was able to heal some people.
Yeah, he could
It's not
lay
saying
his
that he
hands on
didn't. He's not saying that he didn't perform miracles. He's saying some of the greater miracles won't prefer that because the people, again, will try to kill him.
Well,
I get it.
Or it indicates that he would have done many more had the people had come to him in faith to get healed, right? He would have, but that was what was limited. Anyways,
Believers are supposed to have.
Chris Angel's is full of TV magic. Nothing Chris Angel's done is real. If you actually go to his shit, he reveals all his shit and how he does it.
Right,
Most
Todd,
of
because
it's
we all
just
believe
creamy
that
TV
Chris Angel
drama.
actually levitated.
Yes, some people,
Yeah.
you don't know. Some people might be sick in the head. It's early in the morning, Brojo. You don't know.
I'm glad Wildheart was sitting down when you said that.
The internet is my hometown and no one accepts me. I was raised on the internet. I preach the word of God and no one accepts my good word. What do you want from me? It's like, I feel like Jesus. This is my hometown.
Bye, Sandra. Good to see you.
All right.
I like Sandra. She calls Jill out on his bullshit.
Yeah. Bye, Sandy. I don't blame her.
Bye, Sandy. Sandy, a man or a woman?
Both.
A woman.
A woman.
All right. There's a batch of unbaked cookies waiting for you. Enjoy.
Damn it, Jill. Now I want cookies.
So
Why would you
women
say
get
that?
cookies. What do men get?
Pillsbury.
Milk.
A beer.
If you're
That's very hospitable of you, Jill.
Man, I had fun yesterday though. I
And
was
then go
on
pay for
J
someone's
Chicks.
gas.
Oh, Dyson Thomas as well. That's it.
All right, on DTs out there.
Oh, Brojo.
Yes.
DT messaged that he sent you an email.
Yes, yes. Because I owe him. He won a 420 mug, and I have to get it shipped to him.
So how does one go about winning a 420
Oh, it was a
mug?
spur of the moment thing that I did one day. We spin the wheel. We spun the wheel, and
How does one go about buying?
Oh, they can go to the 420 Cafe merch store. Thank you for asking.
Oh, and he
froze.
right in the
froze right there.
Let's check him
I
out.
might do one for Valentine's Day. I might do a giveaway for Valentine's. Yeah. Or the Super Bowl. If the Eagles win, there we go. If the Eagles win,
Is it just
Hey, that's
me, or is he quite red?
Right.
Yeah.
Quite red. Yeah.
So, Brojo, you can make sure you
Looks like
bet.
Elvis Costello playing Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Make sure you bet on the Super Bowl. So if they win, you get enough money to cover all the cost of your giveaways.
Yeah. I know. I should have bet the last game, man.
And
I
then
would have
but then
made
if
some
you
nice
lose,
money.
you won't. Yeah, and if they lose, you
found it.
won't feel like doing a hangout because the the $500 you lost.
Hi, Erica.
Oh, it is Erica.
Oops.
Shot.
Chiefs 45, Eagles nothing.
Apparently there was like a Super Bowl thing leak, and it's gonna be the Eagles versus the Chiefs or something, and they're gonna the Eagles are gonna win by like 3 points.
Okay. As long as they win, they're gonna win.
Right, as long as they win.
So like some ancient native holy war, eagle in the sky. Look, Chief. Attack.
I'm surprised that Jill's Liberals haven't made them change their name from Chiefs.
All right.
Yeah, I know that. I don't know how they were.
Right.
I guess.
Do you still have the red? Do you still have the Red
How?
Sox or Redskins
I mean,
or whatever?
It's hard.
no
They got
one
rid of the
forced them.
Redskins.
But it's
Sad.
hard
Yeah,
to
no one forced them. There was the owner who decided to give in to the woke mob. It wasn't just the owner,
But
really.
even the Chiefs, what's the complaint about the Chiefs though? Because that's even the name Chief is represents the highest, or what
Yeah.
Chief.
It's not a derogatory term or anything. It's just the way the extreme left has gone. They just want to cancel anything
Like I
and
can
everything.
see why. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think this has to do like a bunch of uptight natives. It's almost like a bunch of Aborigines getting pissed off because they're selling didgeridoos. Swap meet. They aren't supposed to play that. That's only for us. I think it's that kind of thing. I know people just need to loosen up a little bit. I guess.
It's not even the natives that are complaining. They
No, it wouldn't be. It's the white people probably.
Yeah, it's those
getting.
These are white liberal. These are white liberals.
Hippies, the hippies that
These white men
wanna
won't let
fill
us have anything.
Can you say hello to Erica Hubner? Let's say it.
They're taking away our land and taking away our name. Next, they will take away our people and
There
our
goes
way of
another
living.
canyon.
I love those videos where someone will dress up in a national dress.
That makes me sad.
And walk around a campus of white woke people, and they'll all come up and tell him how racist he is, and you shouldn't be wearing that. That's cultural appropriation. One example, he was wearing a sombrero and what are those things they wear over themselves?
Like
Ponchos?
Poncho. He's wearing a poncho and a hat.
Yeah.
And everyone was getting into him. And then he goes, to a Mexican town. I don't know if it was in Mexico, but it was all Mexican people.
Oh, yeah, I seen that.
And he was sitting down next to like old Mexican dudes and like, how do you like my outfit? And they were like, I love it. He's like, you don't think it's offensive? And they're like, why would it be offensive?
Yeah, Mexicans are pretty laid back people. I mean, try doing that like Africa. Go in there like some Fez looking African get up. They'd be like, get out of here. What's wrong with you, white boy? Go away. No.
Free meat.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, yeah, Mexicans are pretty laid back. They don't care. They kind of think it's funny.
Alawaka, yeah, I can't
Well, it's the same here.
They want to sell those hats. They want to make sure they can sell those ponchos and hats. So the more
And those
gringos
blankets,
they get
man.
to buy
Yeah,
them, hell
don't
yeah,
cut
it's
into their
advertisement,
profit,
man.
dude.
Yeah.
Come on.
Sell them
Look at the
sell them
silly
shirts,
American trying to be Mexican.
right? Yeah. You want to be just like us?
They're living their shithole full of ours, and then they'd start laughing. They want to drink our water.
I think the best Mexican ever was Speedy Gonzalez.
Oh man, yeah. I like his, I like Slowpoke Rodriguez though. He was a smart one. He was
yeah.
He was psyching everybody out. That was I don't know if that was his brother or cousin or something. I can't remember. Yeah. I'll deal with them, Speedy. No problem.
Yeah, I think he was actually meant to be drunk.
Yeah.
Speedy Gonzalez?
Yeah, there was one that was
No, the slow one.
Oh, Slowpoke Rodriguez. Yeah, he was always he always had a bottle in his hand.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? That's right. Yeah,
Drunk Mexicans.
Yep, there's a lot of them.
You gotta love those old cartoons for that. You know.
Yeah.
Blatant.
Go back a lot
Stereotype.
further. Go back to the 20s, and you see all kinds of shit with the blacks and everything.
Well, that's when you find like in the cartoons like Bugs Bunny, the blacks always portrayed either like in like some kind of like
the
boiling
Sambo
somebody in a
character
pot in
or
Africa,
whatever.
right? Like hula 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 hula,
Yeah.
just dancing around.
Real stupid. Yeah.
Or they're like in the South. Yes, master. I get you.
Oh, yeah. Massa.
Yes,
yeah,
master.
Tom and Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
Jay!
And all the black women were big black women with aprons, and they were called mammy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Mammy. You know I love you, mammy.
That's like Al Jolson, right? There's that song called "Mammy," I think.
Mm-hmm.
From the east to the west, who do I love the best? That's my mammy. My mammy.
Hello, mammy.
Oh, mammy.
I had half-black cousins, so it's fun fucking with them sometimes. You know, they give you a ride to school. You're like in the car with them. And you're like, it was fun.
You guys are gonna make me do a Bible study.
Didn't the mammy in Gone with the Wind win an Oscar?
Oh
The
yeah,
woman who
yeah.
played the mammy character.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, Madsen Colt.
There's something about that, but people were upset about it too. Because I guess what she said was scripted, and they didn't like what she said up on, when she accepted it, because she had to say certain things that she didn't agree with. I guess that everybody knew she.
Oh,
didn't
at
agree
the Oscars, you mean?
with. Yeah, her acceptance speech was real scripted, and
That's
she had
bullshit.
to say things she didn't want to say that people knew she was against. Pretty much promoting what Hollywood was, what the, I guess the.
Well, I don't know why she didn't say what she wanted to say. That's what I would have said. I would have said what I wanted to say.
Probably because she'd be talking some shit, right? Like, it ain't fair. These crackers getting paid 5 times as much as I does.
I guess she liked that white world. I guess she liked that white world more than she,
I'm like, come
cared
on.
about her black principles.
Who doesn't want a Cadillac, right? So, I mean, think about it. It's like you got two options. All right, brother. What you gonna do? You gonna go back to Africa and shit? You gonna go back to where you were?
Yeah,
I mean, back in the day, you were, your great.
I think you should hold. I think you should hold to your.
You don't want to go back to that.
If it was me, I'd hold to my principles, even if it meant I had to go back to Africa.
It's a sign of the times. I see it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's like my native family get pissed off and like, oh, look at the white man over here. I'm like, well, fuck, you guys gave up.
So
it's the sign of the times to not have any integrity. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's just the way it is. It's where it goes.
Here we go. This will get me cancelled. Talk about black racism. So, American Africans can't go back because Native Africans won't accept it.
Right. That's another thing too. I don't know why they call them African Americans. It's not like they're born in Africa and brought here.
Yeah,
They're
that's
just fucking
'cause-
Americans. I mean,
Well,
I think
they're-
black people are more American than
That's just
most
because
Americans.
that's just
kind of
because the
been here the
Africans don't
longest.
want to give their money back.
Well, I
Well,
mean,
no,
like-
it's because in African history, these were the people that they didn't like. They were the shitty people, and that's why they were slaves to begin with. They were captured. Like, yeah, you can take these fucks. Nobody wants them. They're bad for our land. Yeah, go ahead and use them for their manual labor. And there's this whole there's always been like civil war within Africa between the different nations of Africa.
They were always selling
So
each
it's not
other. That was
nice,
like that's their economy.
Right,
We
yeah,
ruined it
that's
when we
what they would
stopped the
do.
slave trade. We
Well,
stopped there. They were rich back then, man. They were all in the gold.
White people are selling each other out every day across the
I
world.
feel racist talking
everybody
about
does
it.
it. Everybody's
With-
selling their brother. What are you talking about?
Every race enslaved their own people as well, as each other. It was just rampant. It was not a race thing ever. The only time it was ever race became into it was the American
Yeah. I mean,
Jim
geography
Crow
was
onwards.
always more important than the race. Yeah. You know, the territory.
Well, we had to know the
It's
differences.
always
We don't
about
want any
land.
slaves running away and hiding out. You know, they could just hide out anywhere. Like, nope, we know who that is. Because why? Because they black. Look, they got to be a slave. It's like labeling. It's almost like branding or branding. You know, your cattle is you make them all one type. That we know
well,
what
this
they
kind
are,
of
where they are.
this
at all
kind of
times.
prejudice stuff that we call racism. It seems to me it's almost a product of
called
the
business
world
back in the
becoming
day. That's
the
what it
world
was. Back in
becoming
the day, it was just business.
systematically
You call it-
non-racial.
Right. I mean, but back in the day, it was just pretty much business. That's the way it was.
No,
That's the
but
way
I'm saying like
how it was.
America, right? We've eliminated racist law, right? At least you know where we've noticed it. You know, it's like so, but that's one thing you can do that, but you're never going to erase the prejudices that men have. You know, and they'll work themselves out regardless somehow in the society, and that's
Yeah, but it always
all
comes
we
from
see, you know?
something. You know, if it always comes from somewhere. It usually comes from the parents or grandparents where they get this racism from.
It does. I mean,
some stereotypes that were put out there.
I was taught very early not to be prejudiced, you know, and it really stuck. I mean, I don't see color. I just judge people by how safe I feel around them, maybe, or something.
You know, I actually have to say that's the only good thing I brought away from the Jehovah's Witnesses is that they are very multicultural. They don't.
Well, they are. They a lot of mixed marriages and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
When the
you find that in a lot of cults for some reason.
Who was it? Who wouldn't let the black people be priests until like 1981?
Mormons.
Oh, was it Mormons? Yeah.
G'day, Q.
What up,
Jimmy?
That's it.
Hey, Ginger.
What excuse did they give for that?
But hey, you guys can understand though, like when there's people like Jill around, how people could start thinking badly about all blacks. You know, if they just look at him as their example.
Well, I disagree with that. It's because one person is black and they say stupid shit. I mean, everyone thinks another black person would say the same stupid shit.
I go by averages, and like I know a lot of black people. If I take like 10 of them, I say out of all the 10, 2 of them are pretty decent.
Whoa, so one in 5.
I grew up in the hood though. It was like, you know, that's the way it was. Like my best friend was black and his whole family was cool, but it wasn't too far, you know. Just most of the we get into we're with the black kids. That's
what would you consider?
I stole this car, man. Right on.
What would you consider hood then? But you don't mind me asking.
Oh, I can tell you where I grew up. It was pretty much like in San Diego, around if you go like 25th and Imperial, near downtown, near Balboa Park area, right there. You go towards like east, up around that area there, like east side, Cali, San Diego.
I grew up on. I lived in the south side of Chicago, which is pretty much hood as well.
Like my brother, my brother was a blood, and my little brother was in a Mexican gang, and my best friend was a Crip, so I didn't know who the fuck to shoot. It was like,
yeah. See, and here's a weird observation I just made. So people like to think that Australia's pretty deadly And it kind of is. And so I suppose we have become pretty tough because of it.
I mean,
But,
you motherfuckers have human-sized spiders. What the fuck do you mean?
Here's the bizarre thing, right? The average Aussie male, if drunk enough, would probably jump onto a croc and wrestle it.
Again, you guys have human-sized spiders.
That same male would go to America and be petrified.
I don't know why you guys literally
I would
fight
probably
human-sized
cry
spiders on a daily basis.
because we don't deal with guns and shit constantly, and
I mean,
the threat. We don't have that threat.
Look, I'm not gonna threaten to shoot somebody that I know that fucking wrestles with crocodiles. And again, and I'm gonna reiterate this: fights human-sized fucking spiders.
Well, a lot of people
Why?
have
You've got a gun. You can
Yeah, but
stay
see,
like
a lot of
at
people
a
have
distance.
misconceptions of why people even have guns. Like I'm out here with a lot of farmers, and they like to have their guns. I like to show them off a lot. And I was working with this one guy, Gene, and he always carried a pistol on his side. And he's like, "You better carry a pistol on you, boy." And I was like, "Why?" He goes, "Just carry a pistol on you." I was like, "Oh, whatever." And then we were hauling cars out of this place called Freeman Spur. It's like this old shitty ass mine that was converted into an old junkyard that was just left abandoned. They were hauling cars out of. And I found out quick when I was, approached by a fucking mountain lion stalking me. I had to shoot at it. But I mean, there's reasons why you carry guns. Sometimes it is like that bush style living. You have to protect yourself even against.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. My mind was thinking more like in the hood, where you were describing.
Dude, yeah. I mean, I had guns in the hood, but you had to because you had to.
If I
same reason, animals
like that, I would not leave my house.
Hey yo, real quick. Hey yo, real quick, Brojo, take that filthy fucking logo off of your profile right the fuck now.
Hey, go Eagles! We're gonna win.
I think
take that filthy
I'll
fucking
bet anybody.
profile.
Come on.
This is what Sammy's talking about. What he'd be afraid of over here.
30 years, crime was falling in the United States.
What's going on with this video?
It looks weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
Is that dicking out, or is it just how it is?
No,
that's just how it is.
So, how's everybody doing this morning?
Pretty good, thank you. What yourself?
I feel good. I got done with a little bit of the walk/jog that I've been meaning to do for a while.
You can see it now.
Yep.
Get
Well,
my
I say
fat
you have
ass
to carry
back
a gun in the hood because if somebody comes at you, like you said, animals with teeth, you have to have something to fire back.
I got this messed up. Never mind.
Situation where you're dead.
Anyway, it shows a bunch of wild shooting in the streets and everything. It's a political ad against the Democrats. Yeah.
Oh, I think I've seen this one before. Yeah. I just take you back to my hometown, man.
Yeah, and it's kids with fucking guns.
Kids with guns.
Yeah. Trying to be men.
Right.
Trying to be men, shit. If they're reeling pistols,
it's a weird thing. I remember back in the day, kids were bringing guns to school all the fucking time, but nobody was shooting anybody up. They kept it more serious on the serious side. It was more like it's more
have your iron with you.
Well, when I was in school, we'd have gun clubs and stuff. You guys would have shotguns in their pickups, and stuff or whatever.
We're talking about the future farmers of America and shit, though, dude. You're talking about homegrown white bread shit. We're talking
exactly.
The guns they're bringing,
white bread shit.
The guns they're bringing to school are not for the kids. They're not for the kids in the school. They're for the kids outside of the school.
I'm just saying that sounds like some pussy shit.
The real thugs don't go to school.
Yeah, because we all know you know about real thugs there, Joe.
Yeah, because I've taught some of them.
Well,
I know.
Isn't that the answer though?
They made sure they went to school and got a good education because they made they were guys that were bringing in the other kids. You know what I'm saying? It's like
right.
This guy Big Tony, and he was with blood, and he was like he was a smart dude, but he was recruiting motherfuckers left and right out of school. So he had that big education program.
Who is that?
Sorry,
who?
No, it's a dude I knew back in junior, right before high school. His name was Tony, Big Tony. He was a big buff motherfucker, dark
Big Tony.
He would recruit right out, out of school.
Oh no, he was always like looking for homies and shit. He was, like, he's a friendly dude, but he's always trying to get, guys on his side. Hey man, hang out with us and shit, and to go fucking you're fucking riding around in a stolen car with him, and he's trying to get you to fucking join his gang and be part of the Bloods, shit like that. they all have their benefits and shit like that. But I never joined up with anybody.
If you want that sense of community, try joining a gang.
Oh, they had a lot of fun, man. They're right. I mean, they did like stupid shit. Like they're like, "Hey, let's go down to fucking Balboa Park on our bikes and get some ice cream." That was like, that's fun shit. That,
Well, if
you know,
I had the
like,
gang
members are out
mentality-
there fucking like plotting crimes all the time. Now they're out there fucking going to museums and shit like that too. Hey, man, it's free day at the zoo. Let's go. Right on. I got my fucking camera. Hell yeah.
If I had
They have
that
fun shit.
mentality, I'd join the other gang,
A lot of friends like
the
that.
blue gang.
Well, I don't know. They had
I joined the
differences.
Jew gang. No,
Oh,
that's
they probably the Crips, right? I don't know. I found that the Crips more hardcore. They're more the dudes that were drinking a lot and talking like motherfuckers talking shit and stuff like
No,
that.
I'd
Where the
rather
Bloods,
have
I
the-
saw them
I'd
more
rather
like
be
going
the
to the
gang
park
with
on
the
swings when they're
badge.
high.
I've always liked
Ones
the
I knew.
Bloods. What the Bloods I knew were always like, "Come here, young blood. What you
They're
doing,
always
young
fun, right?
blood?"
They're always
Yeah,
partying
like
together.
gimmick,
Yeah, they're always like,
oh, young blood,
real
what you doing?
friendly.
Hold
Right?
up real
Yeah.
quick. Did my man just say he wants to join the gang with a badge?
Yeah,
Did I
I
hear
mean,
that
isn't that what
correctly?
police, like that's what the police are in those areas. At least they're just.
Oh no, I just want to make sure I heard it correctly.
They're just like
I thought-
they're like our gang. You know, it's like we.
Well, they're like the mob boss, the strong arm of the mob. That's what the cops are. They've always been.
Well, you need somebody with guns
Need us
and
to take
stuff
care of a guy for
that's
you,
willing to
huh?
go and
No
fight
problem.
people
Take care.
deal with
Forget
those
about
gangs.
He ain't got no drugs. He got drugs now. Check it out. It's crack all over him. Crack all over him.
I got a Pop-Tarts. That's better than crack in many ways.
All right, on strawberry.
Yeah. I forgot the hot.
Classic.
Right.
Yeah.
New
Oh
age
man,
s'more
shit. I totally forgot.
I mean,
you can eat
I think that's
Pop-Tarts
part of the
hot.
problem.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem with
Holy
the police.
fuck,
though.
Midnight. You just, oh, not Midnight. Wild Heart. I've been getting you and fucking Midnight's name confused forever, and it's been pissing him off. Now it's pissing me off.
It's an easy mistake to make. Yeah.
It's the W.
It's like Wild Heart, yeah, the higher and the Midnight flipped around. It's like almost the same.
Yeah.
Weird.
I'll take that
Dyslexia.
as a massive insult.
Yeah, right. I hope you do. I do. I'm insulted that it came out my mouth. I do it to Midnight too. And it feels the same way. And he's like, "God damn it, dog, stop it." But yeah, I forgot Pop Tarts could be hot.
Wild
man. That
Sparkle
sounds
Heart.
yummy. Wild
Pop
Sparkle
Tarts are
Heart.
fucking
Yeah.
disgusting.
So you get me confused with the bisexual albino. Yeah, that's good.
Well, you both brighten up my world, so.
No.
That was lame as fuck, dog.
Oh Lord.
Are you guys saying the Pop Tarts are good? Because they're fucking disgusting.
I'm sorry you grew up poor and that's all you could eat.
No,
That's
I
all
mean,
I
there's
could eat,
just
too.
not, there's
No.
no good flavors of Pop Tarts.
Well, it depends.
I
Like if you break off all the edges and give it to your dog and just stack the middle together.
Yes.
I'm actually.
Exactly.
You guys
Or
are
save
weird.
the edges
I
for dunking your coffee. You know.
I love the edges. They're like my favorite. And then I
Yeah.
love like going the middle last. It's like the savory treat at the end. Like you do all that hard work, you eat all
Are
the
you one of those guys?
edges.
Are you one of those
Then
guys
get
that eats
nice
the
food.
banana peel and you throw the banana away?
No.
Who does that?
I
Sugar
have a
on
question
God,
for
that's all that is.
Hey, Tog, I have a question for you.
Oh, go ahead.
What's your favorite flavor of crayon?
My favorite. Well, they all taste the same, my friend.
The blue ones taste better than the
The
No,
black,
I
ones
got
are a
it.
little, the black ones taste a little tart, but that's all right.
All right. So, Sammy, how you doing, bro?
How many crayons have you eaten? Or eaten?
Sammy, is this a normal level of discourse around here? Talking about eating crayons?
This
This
is
is
a
my
normal
first
level of
time
intelligence we have around here.
It
First time I've
fluctuates.
been on this show.
It's worrying when Irenic is questioning the level of content on your channel. That's really fucking worrying.
Like the best flavor of crayon has to be pizza flavor.
Wild Heart, don't
you just
talk
get
with your
some
mouth full.
red and melt some white on top.
Oh yeah, bro, for sure. Pizza flavored crayons. Fuck yeah.
Yes, where's
I
your
want that
man
hot.
Wild Heart?
I want that.
Dude,
Crayon.
could you imagine? Hold up, I just thought of an idea. Crayons that actually like have a smell on them.
They have
So
those.
like
Oh,
you
they
draw. Oh, do
They
they?
have those.
Fuck. I
They
didn't
have
know
scented
that.
markers. I
Holy
remember
shit.
scented markers. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fucking bad. You go and make a picture and you could smell every little detail. Like, smells disgusting.
It smells like ass.
Sammy, you should have just encouraged him.
They should make shit-scented crayons.
No,
Yeah,
I've encouraged it, haven't I?
It's got to be brown, right? What other color you
Kids
paint the
eat
asshole?
crayons that smell nice, so they're a bad idea.
I mean, kids will eat fucking Play-Doh and it smells like a sandbox. Bro, so I don't know, you know.
So let's not give them reasons to eat shit they shouldn't
I love
be
the
eating.
smell of Play-Doh.
Why do
Really?
you win the Darwin Award?
Who doesn't like the smell of Play-Doh? Raise your hand.
Did you guys ever see that Play-Doh
My hands
competition where the kids make like actual like real things like houses, like mini houses
Sculptures?
out of Play-Doh? Have you seen that on? I
sounds
think
cool
Tia,
as shit.
Tia and
No,
Tamara,
I
one of the twins from that show. Tia and
Who the fuck
Tamara
actually watches that show, though?
was the host. I don't know.
Out of actual Play-Doh?
Poor Joe. Call them out like that.
Yeah, they make Play-Doh. They make things out of Play-Doh, like real life things, like chairs.
I will say this. I think my new
Flintstones and
favorite.
shit.
That sounds cool.
I do think.
People.
I think my new favorite type of show to watch is like when it's called like slap bot. It's like a slapping competition. People will slap the fuck out of each other.
Oh yeah.
Oh, those, yeah.
That's
Those are funny.
one guy got his face almost disfigured for doing that for so long, and his face was just like looked like he was permanently
Drooped on
smacked.
one side.
Like, it was
Do
just,
they have like a titty slapping competition section, something like that? Like, I might be
I
interested.
mean,
in?
shit, they might, because I've joined that shit. I got some nice ass titties.
Ass slapping?
Nah, dude, I would not want to get slapped on the chest. That shit would make me cry like a bitch.
Honestly, I'd
Oh my
rather
God, not my
get
titties,
slapped.
please.
I'd rather get slapped.
Oh,
on the
he caught
titties
a
than
nipple
slapped
on
in the
that
face.
one.
Especially if the motherfucker doesn't cut his goddamn nails. I gotta be regulation nail cutting.
Free piercing.
Hey, yo, bro, Joe, when you gonna fucking change that profile pic, bro? Fuck the Eagles.
Fuck you.
Whoa, hang on.
I just finished the thumbnail. This
Eagles are fucking trash, bro. They're gonna lose to Kansas City.
Trash. We are in the Super Bowl. Trash.
Yeah, well, they're still gonna choke. You watch. They're gonna choke.
Put your money
Kansas
where
City's
your
gonna
mouth
kick
is.
their ass.
Put your money where your mouth is.
I mean, shit. I'll talk to you after the stream. What's that?
Okay.
Are we gonna have a
420,
bet?
I just finished the thumbnail for our stream. Oh, Wild Heart.
Oh god, I'm sorry, Wild Heart.
So
I mean,
you
thanks
are
for
gonna
that.
stream it.
Share my screen, 420.
Dude, I think you know, like,
There you go.
That's adorable.
That's pretty good.
All right.
Pretty good, Joe.
You know who that is, right? That's Bill Cosby. I just took
Bill Cosby. Wow.
All right, on the cause.
I thought it was a chimp's arm.
So
That was
Wild
well
Heart,
made. That was well made.
That was a monkey's arm.
No, that was Bill Cosby.
That
I don't
looks
think you're
like a
allowed to
monkey.
say that anymore, bro, Joe.
What? It's an animal.
That is not an animal. That is clearly
you
a
can't
human
put you
person.
can't say an animal no more now.
No, you're not allowed to talk about animals on YouTube anymore.
Can't say
PETA will
animals,
PETA.
monkeys.
The liberals
PETA will
don't
jump
like
down your
it.
throat. No, it's PETA, bro. They'll fucking jump down your throat.
You're a
How dare you talk about
pedophile.
animals?
Yeah, I spelled roughage wrong, but
That
whatever.
wasn't good. That's
Who wants to see me skin this baby koala live on air tonight at 9?
Who wants to go baby seal clubbing?
Oh man, that sounds like a party.
I heard
Tonight
it's not
on my
much of
only-
a sport.
I'll bring my white
Tonight on-
shoes.
Tonight on OnlyFans,
My
you watch
baby
me hunt
seal.
dolphins.
As long as it's the version where the baby seal is the club.
Oh right, that's like your first victim's right.
Yeah, right. You grab the first one. You
Yeah, I
start.
got me a good one. This one got a thick skull on it. I'm calling him Clacker.
Oh shit! I actually have a picture. Hold up, give me a second. Let me find it. I made this because they have they're talking about the clubbing seals in Chicago. They have a picture of it. Let me find it real quick. I'll change my avatar.
Bruh. I'm gonna name it Clacker. Fuck you. That was funny.
Paint chips.
Yes, paint chips.
Did you guys see the joke going around the internet about a Tide Pod flavored vape?
No.
Wow. I'd be fucked, but weird.
Right.
Wouldn't surprise me if they made it though.
I kind of want to taste it. Like,
What
Yeah, it tastes
flavor?
like Tide Pod.
Tide Pods.
What's that?
It's like it's basically laundry soap.
Oh.
Because like a couple of years ago, people were fucking stupid enough to actually eat Tide
Yes.
Pods.
Yes. Those things you put in your washing machine or dishwasher.
Yeah, the forbidden gusher.
I swear,
Forbidden gusher.
all we need to do, this is going to solve all society's problems. All of them. Just remove warnings. That's it.
Why?
Because if you need to be told not to touch that big electric fucking transformer, you deserve to touch it.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
let's
why
not
they have the
protect the
Darwin
stupid,
Award.
shall we?
Yeah, that's
Right.
why they have the Darwin Award. That's for people who set themselves out to the gene pool by getting killed in ridiculous ways.
You
Yeah.
guys misunderstand everything. The labels on there isn't to stop people from hurting themselves. It's to stop the lawsuits. No one gives a fuck
Yeah,
if you
it's
die.
to cover their ass.
Yeah.
I get it. But whatever the reason,
Because
they need
someone
to
got
stop
hurt in the
doing
past.
it and let the stupid people
Please don't stick your
take
fork
care
in the
of
fucking
themselves.
electric socket. Yeah.
I used to
Wait
do
a minute,
whippets when
though.
I was a kid. That explains a lot.
I guess if they fail, I think that's why the label's there, because if they fail to read, then they deserve to die. But if they read the label, then they're not stupid. They pass the test
I
because
don't
they
know
can
about
read.
that. I don't know about that. I think people can still read and they're still stupid.
You mean like smoking cigarettes?
Yeah. Good example.
Jill, can you read? Can you read them
Functionally,
now?
yeah. Functionally.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed. Wild
Yeah.
Heart hasn't changed.
I made it this far,
I'm shocked.
despite being
Thanks for
growing up
tuning
in
in, Semi Sausage Fest.
Democratic
Please enjoy your reach around.
plantation.
Did you miss us while you were in prison there, Wild Heart?
I did.
Yeah.
Actually, seriously, I miss talking to you good people more than anything. I can do with it being locked up and not having any. Yeah.
Be
not
honest,
being able
did
to
you
talk to
miss Jill the most?
I guess we can keep it.
You
though.
missed Jill.
Obviously, I miss Jill the most. Yeah. Like a hole in the head, I miss Jill the most.
Like your mouth, you mean, or your nose, your ears?
Like hemorrhoids.
Whoa.
Yeah, you have several holes in your head.
Hey, don't knock hemorrhoids. Sometimes they're on a nerve and it tickles just the right way.
You are on drugs, dog.
You are a messed up boy.
You don't need hemorrhoids to do that, you know.
Dogs and decaying king.
Right to do that.
Yeah, man, you just need
Oh,
your finger.
God,
What do you
funny.
mean?
Wait, what do you think caused the hemorrhoid?
Little finger slip through the crack, you know.
I cannot find this
So
fucking.
is it
picture
a
of Steph-
hemorrhoid or is it a prolapse?
Yeah, right.
Prolapsed anus, yes. It's every man's fear.
Yeah.
Want to see my
Taking a
rosebud?
big hard turd and your ass
TJ
turns
got that.
inside
Thank
out.
you, TJ.
Wait, did you? I don't think I want to see your rosebud there, Tog, but thanks for the offer, bro. Appreciate you. And there's nothing wrong with showing your friend your asshole every once in a while, right?
Every once in a while, it's alright. Especially if you have a question concerning health. Hey, bud, does my asshole look funny to you today?
Yeah, you just take a quick picture for the homies.
Think I had my gay ass. Does my asshole look gay to you?
Hey man, is my ass gay?
I can't
It
believe
feels
this.
gay right now.
Asshole?
It feels gay. You check it
Hang
for
on,
me.
let me fuck it. Let me fuck it and I'll
All
tell
right.
you.
All right, cool.
As long as you're wearing socks, it's not gay.
It is pucking up a little bit more than usual. Glistening on the side too. Maybe it is a little gay.
I think you're holding on to fluid.
Here, let me drain it for you.
Maybe he's just waiting for his date.
No, he needs an oil change, guys. He's okay.
Oh, this is making me upset. Where is this picture?
Picture of your asshole.
Brojo, did you clip that scene of Irenic eating his ice cream and put 70s porn music behind it yet?
You have to slow it down too.
That. No, who did that?
Oh, I thought it was on your stream. Whose stream was that on, Irenic?
Somebody did that?
In the happy chat.
Yes, Irenic was eating an ice cream very seductively. I was very surprised.
He was in my chat.
I don't know. I was pretty stoned. I don't remember that.
No, neither do I.
No. Say it's not
Mango 5.
I mean, it was stoned.
You were there, PJ, weren't you?
Yeah, he was going down on that chocolate ice cream like
Whose
nobody's business.
stream was it?
It was like a $5 horn on a Friday night. Brojo's, I think.
At a truck stop.
Yeah.
Or something's got to get rid of the taste of the, ejaculate, the sperm. Have a nice ice cream afterwards.
Hey, don't kink shame him now. Everybody has their own little special flavor of kink.
Where the fudge is this picture?
It had to be your channel, Brojo.
I think it was.
No,
I don't think I've ever been on a stream with Irenic anywhere else.
It might have been Irenic, right? Irenic, you had a hang the other day.
Oh, it
It was.
No, I've never been on Irenic.
But I thought you said somebody took a clip of him and put porn music.
No, I said, have you took a clip yet and put porn music behind it?
No. But
Now it's a race.
Okay.
You're going to have to slow it down like twice the speed and blur it out a little bit. Like give it that glow effect, like the 70s porn style.
And then zoom in.
So Marvin Gaye.
Did you order a pizza? Heavy on the sausage, man.
I thought the funnier visual was when I had it down there in my lap, near my lap, and it was just sticking out there.
Oh,
like
yeah.
out of my dick.
Well, your mother could have a slice too.
Sulu, daddy ice cream.
Time is it?
See, now I want to make porn music. What'd you guys do? What'd you guys do to me? I want to get on the piano and just start fucking jamming to that shit and just like.
Wow.
That's
The extra
that
gravy
Christian
is free.
repression, bro.
Yeah, right.
Does funny things to you.
We gave you your sexually awakening. We gave you a sexual awakening.
Yeah, right.
Put on your Barry White voice.
That's right, baby.
Yeah.
I know love like mine. Love is in
Not
the
shoes,
air.
bitch. Give me your socks.
Love is in the
Nothing
air.
sexier than Chef from South Park's
Yeah.
Suck on my chocolate fuzzy balls.
Isaac Hayes.
Hey,
Put him in your mouth and suck a man, suck a man, suck a.
maybe that's the reason why the younger generations are fucked up, just because of South Park. Start blaming them.
Nah, dude, because we were watching South Park, and there's no way.
And we're not
Yeah,
fucked
I'm not
up.
crazy.
No,
I might have to disagree with you there, bud.
I'm not fucked up. I made some mistakes, but there's no way in hell that I'm fucked up.
Well,
I don't know.
that's an opinion.
That's just what
They're
someone
like
that was
assholes,
fucked
everybody's
up would
got 'em.
say.
Yeah.
It wasn't my
That's
fault.
just
That
what
baby was already
someone
dead when
that-
I ran over it.
Jesus Christ.
And I can guarantee it was dead when I reversed up and did it again.
But then again, most of us are very young and immature, and then come to realizations at some point. So I think when does that click for all of us, right? Different stages
Death.
when we get certain things. Yeah, right. Death. I finally get it.
Right, Death.
Yeah, for males, we're probably all going to get it too late. Figure it out on our deathbed.
I'll be like, I regret nothing.
Leroy Jenkins all the way.
Yeah.
It's all situational, motherfuckers.
Pain is just a concept. But
Do you know?
fuck, they got it.
Einstein said his last words in German, and the nurse didn't speak it, so we don't know what his last words were.
Oh, that's probably all that Nazi gold is.
Yeah, I mean, he could have revealed some secret.
He could have
Was
repeated.
Was she able to repeat some of it?
It was Eva Brown put down that gun.
No.
You first.
Yeah. Suicide Pact, you first.
Yeah. I'll watch. Make sure you do it right.
No, the last words of Hitler was, "You hear a knock at the door. Who's there?"
Say what you want about Hitler. He killed Hitler.
Oh God! I thought you were about to do a Kanye West. I was getting scared.
That's a joke Hitler tells himself in South America.
Right.
That Kanye West guy is not that bad.
Oh, I can't argue with Kanye.
Yeah, did you hear the one about Hitler killing himself? He says as he's kicked back in Buenos Aires.
I mean, if you saw your gas bill, you'd kill yourself too. Shit.
Yeah, no, we don't know any of it.
You know what?
She
I
couldn't
hear that-
repeat any of it.
I heard that whatchamacallit, Hitler had to kill his own dog, and I really choose to believe that he would have killed himself before killing his own dog.
Not Blondie.
Was that one of
Why?
the things, right? One of his dogs was dead, or the dogs were dead too? Or that's just something I'm misremembering.
I don't know.
I thought his whole thing was he didn't get into fucking art school, and that's why he decided to kill a bunch of people. But have you guys seen some of the artwork that he did? It was kind of shit. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
He had mummy issues.
Yeah. Check it out.
He did.
Pretty sure he had mummy issues.
Yeah. He's actually the only person who called Germany the motherland. Everyone else called it the fatherland.
The fatherland.
And it was because he had mummy issues, a lot of them. Yeah.
Dude, Wildheart, I thought you were fucking Richard for a second, bro. You two are looking a lot alike lately.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's coming through, yeah.
Richard would be jealous of that red beard.
Yeah.
He has
to dye it. This is all
Like I
natural.
said before, he's
Yeah.
ready for the Manson cult.
Yeah. This is all natural.
See, that's discriminatory. I couldn't grow a beard like that.
Yeah, right.
So I'm excluded from that cult.
It's gonna take me years to grow a beard. My hair,
Beardist.
facial hair grows so small, or so
I just
small,
gave-
fucking slow. That's what I mean. God dang, I'm getting my words mixed up. Sorry, Q. Go ahead.
I have no desire to grow a
I've
beard.
given up on growing the beard. I'm just not gonna shave it because the fiance likes it.
You-
Oh, fuck it.
Mine comes in
But
naturally like
Brojo-
a beatnik, like Joe Dirt, just on the chin a little bit, like
What if you?
like some kind of fucking conquistador at the end of the month.
What if it gives you like a more
Go
Chadley appearance,
rape
and
an
then
native.
like ladies sway to you because of it? They're like, "Oh shit, look at this dude's fucking cut. He's got all
Yeah,
that
bro.
primal hair."
I'm sure all the ladies are gonna swoon to man titties. Yeah. Fucking.
They like how
Wanna
it
see-
tickles. Mm.
You like my
Yeah,
man?
they
boobs,
like
baby?
the coarseness, the brush.
Yeah, you
That's it.
stop wearing
Graciousness.
deodorant, and along with that, that adds to the
Actually,
whole
bro,
effect.
my beard is not that rough because I condition it. I condition all of my hair, my head hair, and my face hair. So,
Hey, baby, you want some chin tonight?
Want a little bit of this womb broom, baby?
A little McGruff.
I was actually hoping for a bit of toe.
I like that.
Hey, yo, who said Joe Dirt? Because when you said that, all I could think of is,
Big
oh, help me! They got the poo on me.
Oh, you're off, John. Did I miss
damn
it? 44, 3 minutes ago. See you, mate, if you're still there.
I could not
Chicken wing,
find my
wasn't
picture.
it?
Got to get
I'm sorry,
feed the
guys.
animals.
Or kicking wing.
Made,
Was that native?
made my special purpose tingle.
So, Brojo, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So, even though they're ultimately going to lose to the Chiefs, why do you think that the Eagles have a chance? That's my question.
Why do I think the Eagles have a chance? Well, they
Yeah,
only have one
I
of
mean-
the best records in the NFL.
Yeah, but
high
Chiefs
rated
have a better record.
quarterback. Good defense, pretty good defense we have, and Oh, you can't forget
Yeah.
about our quarterback sneaks cook rate.
Man, the only good thing that comes out of Philadelphia is their fucking Philly cheesesteak, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, Wildheart, seen any good rugby or cricket lately?
Yes, thank you. Decent sports. Yeah.
Dude, I actually like rugby. I've been watching like highlights of people getting the fuck beat out of them and just be like, hey, let's go again.
That's the sport of real men.
I've been trying to get my friends to fucking play rugby, but none of them want to.
I want to see Wildheart and Richard take place in a slapping match.
Oh,
Fuck,
that'd be good.
Yeah. You know who I want to see in a slapping match? I want to see Jill and G-Man in a slap match.
That would be good.
I think Jill would win. Is that
I
odd?
don't know, man.
Well, if Jill
I
is
don't know.
6 foot and 200 pounds, G-Man's not that
I've
big,
never
is he?
seen Jill.
My money's on Jill. I don't know why. I just
I
think
don't
he'd
know.
have. I've seen
I don't know,
G-Man's
man.
hand, and I don't know. I think Jill has like a thicker hand, so he has more of a connect area and more
Well, I
force
would love
put
to
on it.
slap some sense into both of them.
No, I know.
I don't know. I see Jill as really small. And
Fuck
skinny.
you, bro, Joe.
Jill's 6 foot, 200 pounds, dude.
Right? Yeah, that's I was thinking about that.
He
Hey, bro,
is.
Joe,
Like, you
I
know
think-
that
I
for a
think-
fact?
Well, that's
Have you
You
seen
guys
it?
picture?
I
You
take
guys
him at his
picture
word,
Jill with
yeah.
long hair
Oh.
or with short hair? Because I do the
Um,
long hair. I think I see
Hang on,
dreads
let
when
me
I
see
see
what
Jill.
200 pounds is
Yeah.
in real language.
Jill, are you bald? Are you bald? Or you have dreads?
200
Hey,
pounds.
bro, Joe, I do have a gauntlet to throw down with you.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
On 420, I'm challenging you to a bong battle, bro.
Bong bottle.
I'm
90
challenging you to a
kilos.
bong
So
I
battle.
don't
you
have a
weigh the
bong.
same
Believe it or
as
not,
me.
I don't have a bong.
I will FedEx you a
Right.
bong if I have to.
Okay, I'll take that.
What, you want a bong off? Which
have a bong
420,
battle,
bro?
What's the name
That
of that?
sounds so
Talking to me
yeah.
or Brojo?
Bongo.
Speaking
I
of,
mean,
I
I'll
have
use
a
that.
better game.
I will
Wait,
smoke
hang on,
any
hang
of
on.
you bitches under the table.
Hang on. You gotta call
Any
it the
day of
proper
the week.
name. You gotta call it the proper name. It's called a bong battle, not a bong off. Bong battle. Okay?
Bong off.
And nobody, like, either
No.
way, nobody's a loser because we're all high as fuck at the end of it. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
The thing with weed, though, I don't know if it's like this for everyone. I have a ceiling, and it's about 4 or 5 cones, which is probably how. Do you smoke bongs in America, or you're all joints?
And I like if I be
It'd be
honest,
a
I
very
prefer-
small joint, right? A cigarette-sized joint max.
No, I mean I know
Is
people that
my
roll some
ceiling.
fucking.
But what I mean by ceiling is that however stoned I am at that point, it doesn't matter how much I continue to smoke, I will
Right.
not get more stoned.
It's just
That's
a
not
waste of
me.
weed.
Oh yeah, I'm like that too.
It is, exactly.
No, see,
get it
like
cut off, too.
if I'm being honest, I prefer bongs or pipes over like
But I haven't
fucking
gotten there in a
blunts
while.
or
I'll
joints.
tell you, you use a lot less weed if you use a bong or a pipe.
Well, yeah,
Oh, dude, I could
that is the
fucking
best.
dude a
You get the
fucking
most
gas
THC
mask.
from vaping. And, yeah.
Yeah.
Put a fucking gas mask on, bro. You'll be set for about like in 15 minutes.
Yes.
I do one hitters in a pipe if I want to save.
Where's it go? Balloons? What's that?
I do the one hitters.
I mean,
That
I
guy
got me
with
a
the
little.
balloons he has. The
I got a little pin hitter right here. I could probably put it on camera and take a puff.
I've got one of those machines, bro, Joe. Cost me $500, and it heats the marijuana just enough that it releases the THC, but doesn't burn it, so there's no smoke.
Right.
And you can either put a pipe, like a big tube, onto it, or use these inflatable bags.
Yeah.
That the smoke goes up in the
Right,
bag,
and
and
you
then
pass
can
the bag
trace it.
around.
Yeah,
You have that. It's $500 for that.
yeah.
Yep. The volcano is about
big
500
thing.
bucks.
You get the
The
most.
volcano, that's what it
You get
is.
the biggest
Yeah,
bang for your buck, though, as far as the getting the
Well,
THC.
it depends on it depends on what brand of volcano you get. You could get a couple volcanoes for under like
There's all
50
different
bucks, but they're
sorts,
not going to
yeah.
be worth shit.
This is a party one. Like, this is,
Well, yeah, no, that's
10,
a decent.
10, 20 people.
Yeah, that's a decent price then, because this motherfucker's huge.
Have you ever
Problem
watched?
is, I don't have any friends, so I've never used it.
He came by my channel one time. Comes by a couple of times. It goes by LCCC. He's like a cannabis. I call him like the cannabis chemist. He's like a cannabis chemist, really.
Yeah,
and
Dude,
that's all he does. Is he breathes out of those bags, those volcano bags.
Dude,
whatever.
for
That's all he
420, for 420, I'm gathering up my family and some friends, and I'm making them an Italian fucking edible buffet. So I'm doing fucking Alfredo. I'm doing garlic bread. I'm doing gelato, and there's
Do
one other
you
thing
live
that
where
I
it's
haven't decided
legal?
on. I'm not going to answer that question because I'm not going to incriminate
Okay,
myself
no,
on.
that's fine.
Yeah. But what I will say is like I figured out the fucking Alfredo and the garlic bread, right? But the one that I'm having the most fucking trouble with is the gelato. Because I've already like gelato is already inherently hard to make, but adding fucking weed to it's gonna be a pain in the ass.
So, do you actually put weed in it, or do you use the oil?
I do both. Actually.
Reduce it down to oil. That's what I think you're gonna have to do for the gelato.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to use the oil.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I like because like it's not unfortunate, but like I prefer.
It's a whole lot of extra step and effort.
Yeah. But it's worth it. I mean, it's 420. It's
It is, man. I hate anything edible that people have just put buds into it.
Yeah, because
Like
it gives
brownies,
funky ass flavor.
you bite into it and you get a mouthful of weed.
Who the fuck is
Nasty.
making your edibles, bro? They need to be fired.
I don't really eat edibles.
Your edible guy needs to be fucking fired, man. Like
That's
if
what
he-
you
I don't have one.
You should eat
well,
edibles. Yeah, that's what they're for. Shouldn't smoke edibles, is what I'm saying.
I mean, edibles smoke well. I'm just-
These edibles you just about could.
Yeah.
Full of that much.
Oh, I know. It'll
leaf
be a cold day in
material.
hell before I pay $500 for some kind of shit that turns weed into some vapor that.
Yeah. Oh,
I
dude,
don't
you
know.
can get a handheld one to walk around with for $50.
There it is.
Is it
All
bad that
hard.
the entire time that I've been talking to you guys, I've been playing a game called fucking
This
Fall Guys?
is a
Walhart, email me. We'll set up our stream. I gotta run. See you guys.
Take care, Jill.
See, I'm
See
about
you,
ready to get
Jill.
out of here.
Yeah, Jill.
I just found the picture that I was looking for. Fuck, I threw all this time. I'm gonna add it so you guys can see the baby seal thing I'm talking about.
hang on. Me first.
There you go.
Here it is.
I
I've
made
got
that.
this one.
Dude,
Yeah.
the state that I'm in though, they have a really, really weird fucking
Look.
thing about weed. What? I don't know what I was saying. Fuck.
I tell you what, vaping it is a whole different stone.
I mean, dude,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong. Vaping weed is fun. Like, I enjoy it, but if I'm gonna be honest, like, I way more prefer edibles over vaping. Let's just be honest.
I had the first time I did edibles, it got me the high that I wanted, but ever since then, I haven't been able to achieve that, which sucks.
Yeah.
So like I said, I have to eat high doses of edibles in order to feel like I'm getting stoned. It needs to be
I
packed.
feel
with
your
shit.
pain, bro. That's
I
the story
mean,
of my
I was-
life with all
I
drugs.
Dude, I was born with a low tolerance, so I'm set. Gingers have low tolerance to most drugs, so yeah, I'm fucking set for life.
No wonder
Yeah.
Wildheart's such a fuck up.
There's the baby seal picture when they're going clubbing.
Just add
Yamaroll
alcohol.
at top means stop it. So he's saying stop it. He's getting clubbed.
Oh, that's me. Did you share something, Todd?
No,
Or
it's
no?
my picture. My picture.
Oh, hang on, let me make you big.
It's a little dated now, a little late for it, but yeah, the baby seals.
Oh
Yamaroll.
God, it almost looks.
That looks like a freaking
Yeah, I made
platypus
that.
or some shit.
Yeah, what did you see, Ironic?
Well, it looks like something with a bill, on his face, not a. Oh, I see the open mouth. Okay, I see the mouth is open. Okay.
Hey,
it's a
Sammy,
mouth.
can you put me on large screen real quick?
I could not.
But all right,
figure out.
I gotta
what
get
the hell
going. I
I
gotta
was
get going to work. I'll talk to you guys
I
later.
thought I was looking at a platypus that was like all faded out in red or something. For some reason, it looked like a bill on his face, not the.
It should have like better word on there, like put your wrist into it, Nanook.
Oh, look at that, SpongeBob.
Nanook.
Yeah, it's Kinky SpongeBob, baby.
Oh, he's got a gimp mask on, is it?
Yeah, it's Patrick with a gimp mask. There's a long story behind. There's a long story behind that cropped image. But one of my friends, I got really high on stream, and my friend's just like, "You're into BDSM?" I'm like, "Yeah, why?" He goes, "You remind me of SpongeBob did it," and I'm like, "Fuck you!" So I found that, and I was like, "You know what? That's gonna be my profile for a while." I like it.
Kinky Patrick.
Kinky Patrick, boys. You know. Sammy, it's fun being on your channel, bro. I'm glad I got to join. I ain't gonna lie to you, I was a little nervous, but I said, fuck it, why not?
Yeah, well, see, I had some good friends in the chat, even, and when like Jill comes on, people react, but I hate it. It's like everyone gets a chance, in my opinion. If you come on and you start insulting people or whatever, yeah, I'll tell you to fuck off. But even Jill, you know, his opinion deserves to be heard like everyone else's. Even if I think his opinion is like the pure polar opposite.
I mean, like I said earlier, bro, opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got a shitty one.
Yeah, and they all stink.
So, you know what's funny?
What I'm trying to do is be more tolerant of people's beliefs and not just come on, you know, come out raging and being that angry atheist.
Yeah.
Has anybody tried the new Monster imports yet?
No.
Yeah, everybody might have an opinion, but not all opinions are equal.
I mean, that's a hot take.
No. And I think that that's a pretty subjective thing in itself as well.
Yeah, of course.
Does anybody play Nintendo Switch at all in here?
No.
Video games? No, just me. All right.
No, you're surrounded by old people.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I think on Nintendo Switch you play on there like Animal Crossing or.
Yeah, I'm playing right now. I'm playing Mario Kart because I smoked a little bit before I came on here. And
All right,
it's fun
on.
to do when you're high.
I have a Switch, but I have Zelda and.
Are you gonna play the new Zelda game, Tears of the Kingdom?
I haven't
That
got.
shit
I haven't
looks
looked
fire.
at it yet.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's a follow up to Breath of Wild, and it looks really fucking good.
All right, I gotta check it out. I haven't been playing that much on the Switch.
I mean, I play every once in a while when I'm bored or like I need something to fucking deal
Yeah, I
with
just been doing
my.
the Elder Scrolls thing, just roaming around on there like a retard. Just I'll help you fight this guy.
Dude, if you like shooting games, I highly recommend a game called Apex Legends. It's fun as fuck.
All right, cool, man. I do like first person type shooters. I enjoyed Halo.
Does anyone play
Sorry.
DayZ?
DayZ, I've tried it out a few times.
Is it any good?
I mean, okay, so my opinion is it's a little bit overhyped to me, mostly because for me
that's
it's just
what I
another.
thought.
It's just another zombie shooter to me, but like I've seen people play it and enjoy it a lot. So I mean, it's just my opinion. I'm more. If I'm gonna fucking shoot zombies, I'm gonna play something like Call of Duty Zombies. That's just.
Hey, I'm gonna get out of here,
me,
Sammy. Thanks a lot. See you guys.
No worries, Renee. Have a good one. See you, mate.
Yeah, I'll take care.
But I mean, I've heard Daisy's. Like, I've not got very far in it. I'm not gonna lie to you. So like, my opinion doesn't mean much.
Yeah, but I don't think I have the attention span. What I've watched of it is mostly like running around and looking for shit and collecting shit.
Yeah, that's the one that Simon plays a lot, isn't it, on his channel?
Yeah, that's what Samos plays.
Yeah, it is very complicated.
And it's this online world where the rules are you can't kill anyone during the week. No, you can't raid people's bases during the week. But on the weekend...
I can't really... See, the big issue is I can't really talk shit about the game because I played games like Ark Survival and stuff, so, like, you know, I don't have much room to talk. It's just, like, if I'm going to play a zombie game, like, I'm not going to want to play it like that.
Yeah.
Like, I've thought, like, bro, I play Pokemon still. I know, like, everyone's like, oh, you're 25. Why are you still playing fucking Pokemon? Like, it's fun. So,
Yeah, I'm the same. I don't.
Fucking, if you guys ever get a Switch, or, who was it that said they had a Switch? That plays Breath of the Wild? BJ, if you get a chance, bro, if you fuck with Pokemon, you need to play a game called Pokemon Legends Arceus, bro. I'm telling you.
I never played Pokemon, dude. I never really got into it. My kids did.
Well, if you like Elder
I'm all
Scrolls,
for it.
if you like Elder Scrolls, you should check out Arceus because it's low key an open world Pokemon game, and it's really fun.
Okay, sounds interesting. I
Have
do like
you
open
seen
world.
that? Oh, sorry. Have you seen that app? I'm going to call it because it's not a game. It doesn't even deserve to be called a game. And it's kind of a rip-off of geocaching, but nowhere near as a cooler concept. I can't remember what it's called, but it's this woo thing where you put your intent. So what do you want to find? You think about it while you open the app, and then the app will lead you to it.
I have no idea what that is.
But you can't be too specific. Like, so people will say, oh, I come up with blue. And they'll go to the spot that it's taken them, and they'll be like, look, in the grass, a blue cigarette packet.
I have never heard of that. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, just something generic that you can find anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it sounds like
it's like they convince themselves. Like they go, you know, they're so pathetic. That people are dumb enough to believe in that stuff. Like,
it doesn't surprise me though. People believe in the fucking zodiac signs, bro. I mean,
True.
Like, there's literally people that will base their entire fucking life off of like a zodiac sign. Like, oh my god, you're a Capricorn. I can't date you because I'm a fucking Libra. What?
I'm a Gemini. We don't believe in astrology. I think it's bullshit.
You know what my astrological sign is? It's called I don't give a fuck. You know?
Yeah.
It's a very popular one.
Oh, so here you go. I love it when I'm hip and cool and know things that no one else does yet. It's called Rando Nautica.
Rando Nautica? What?
Yeah, Rando Nautica. The superpower behind Rando Nautica gives you a random location to journey to. Set your intention in your mind for what you seek. You will find. Proven. Going to a random location makes you hyper aware and present, often providing a sense of meditation or the feeling of being alive again. Oh my god!
Alive again. That sounds like
I've ever heard.
Yeah, that sounds like so much work.
You want that sensation? Put down your device.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for a walk.
Try masturbation.
Try masturbation.
Yes, masturbation on a mountaintop at sunrise.
Dude, it's my go-to when I'm bored.
Nothing like jerking off in the foggy, misty Mountain Dew. Wake you up in the morning.
I mean, shit, who doesn't want to masturbate?
What, you actually stopped driving?
Only would have to go to the liquor store.
Why the fuck is it not letting me change to sing the solos? Fuck.
D, big love.
Hello.
Haven't seen Deep for ages.
Know them.
Hello, Silver as well. Good to see you.
Right on.
Yeah, I met D on a channel that was called the Disappointed Cat Morning Show, which is what this show is named in honor of. This is the Disgruntled Roo. That was the Disappointed Cat.
You know what I think I'm gonna name? Like I'm thinking about starting a new show on my channel. I think I know what I'm gonna name it. I'm gonna name it The Stupid Shit Q Says, and then just like find out like I'm gonna research like stupid ass fucking sayings, and then just for an hour straight, just nothing but say those.
Yeah. Dude, I love the name Ginger Nation. I think
Thank
that
you.
is a perfect channel name.
Yeah, like so it was the toss up between Ginger Nation and the Ginger Army. And like I kind of thought about it, and I'm like, nah, I kind of want to build like a little nation of stupid people like myself. So just went with Ginger Nation.
Yeah, well that
is
gets my
Wildheart a
vote.
citizen of the Ginger Nation?
So yeah, man, anybody that
He
rocks with me, anybody that
is.
watches my channel, anybody's a part of the Ginger Nation if you rock with the channel.
You gotta
You
be ginger.
subscribed. You don't have to be ginger. You're an honorary ginger once you sub to the channel. So you get the ginger pass. Technically, if you're not a ginger, you can't say the word ginger. You have to say ginger. Because you can't say the hard R. So.
Ginger.
Yeah, exactly. You have to switch to the soft A.
My ginger, my ginger.
Ginger's actually good for you. Very good for you, ginger.
It tastes like shit, bro.
Very good for you.
What was the name of that shooter game you said again? The
Apex Legends.
Apex. Okay.
It's a battle royale. It's so like.
Okay, I think I've seen that before. I thought it might have still been on like Game Pass.
It's free actually.
Okay, right on.
Right.
Sorry.
We're about to get into season 16. So if anything, I would wait like about a week before you really get into it, because the new season's about to start. There's a whole bunch of new shit coming for new players. It's a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's really fucking sweaty. So there are a lot of people that don't touch grass or feel the embrace of another human being that play it. But I
play a lot. I
fun.
play a lot of Destiny. It's kind of like, is it like that? Kind of wild like that?
It is very sweaty like Destiny. I love Destiny too.
Oh, right on, because I do enjoy Destiny, but it just came so repetitious. So looking for something new. It's just you can only do the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, you can only do a raid so many fucking times before it gets. But
this one's for all the gingers.
Only a ginger can call another ginger. Only a ginger can call another ginger.
On God.
So listen to me if you care for your health. You won't call me ginger, lassie, ginger yourself. Yeah, only a ginger can call another ginger.
I swear to God, if I ever meet that man in real life, he and I are gonna engage in fisticuffs. Like just straight up.
Really?
It's amazing.
Yes, because you guys don't understand. Anytime somebody finds out that I'm a fucking redhead, they ask me if I've heard that song before. Every fucking time. So like legitimately, if I ever meet that man in real life, I'm fighting his ass, like straight out.
It's not his fault. It's a good
It
song.
is in fact his fault. He's the one that created that song.
Yeah.
I blame him.
But it's the dumb people asking the stupid question.
It's so like another really funny fucking thing was, so I had no idea who Carrot Top was for the longest fucking time, right? And when I lived in Las Vegas, I worked for a certain casino. I'm not gonna name names because for obvious fucking reasons. But he actually came into where I was working and he asked me to help him find something, so I did. And everyone was like, yo, you know who that is, right? And I'm like, I have no fucking clue who that is. He's like, how do you not know who Carrot Top is? You're a fucking redhead. And I'm like, okay, your point. So then I googled him up and I realized he was like a prop comedian, and I don't fuck with prop comedians because I don't find them funny. But yeah, you know.
He's also known as one of the worst comedians too, so it's probably why you
Yeah,
don't
he's
know about
not
him.
funny.
Yeah.
He's not funny. He's just
No.
He's funny looking. I'll give him that. Yeah. But
No, I never understood his humor.
it's just like everyone's like, "Oh, do you listen to Ed Sheeran?" I'm like, "No, I don't listen to Ed Sheeran."
Oh, I got called Ed Sheeran in jail.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I told you you looked like Ed Sheeran.
I know.
So,
I know.
okay, so is anybody?
told
Are you
you.
gonna give me context on why you were in jail, my guy? Because like,
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was just restraining order, stepdad. I went round to my
Just a
mum.
restraining order.
Knocked on the door.
Stepdad.
fair enough.
Yeah, it was nothing. Yeah, been over it.
Well, as long as you learn not to do it again, you know.
Yeah, I won't do it again. Yeah.
At the time, it was just a normal Tuesday.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I apologise to Piers as well because I was actually on his channel when I got arrested.
Jesus.
Did you get arrested live?
Not live. No, I went out. I said, right, the police are on the way. I need to go out to get arrested, but I don't think I turned the stream off or anything. So I don't know what people saw.
You know, how fucked would that be if like you're just on someone's stream, right? And all of a sudden they're talking to you, and you just see the police fucking kicking the door and start putting on the
It
handguns.
happened several times. Yeah, I think that man in I think Australia. I think he got arrested. Like they probably like bust into his flat while he was on stream. I can't remember
Like,
his
how
name.
Like, if you're the stream, if you're like in charge of that stream, it's your channel. How the fuck do you recover from that? You know, it's
Yeah,
just like, well,
yeah. That's a good time to shut it down. I think. Yeah.
you know, I guess people are gonna get arrested now. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, you piece of shit! You're not gonna give me the fucking ammo for it unless I break you. It's fucking annoying. Fucking boop. Sorry, I might sound like I'm talking to myself. It's mostly just because I'm playing a video game at the moment. I'm not insane, I promise.
Oh no! Did you see that video clip of you going around last?
Of me?
No, Wildheart.
Oh.
The one with me banging my head against the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very funny. Yeah. I want a copy of it to play on my channel. I can't get a copy anywhere. Yeah, I've seen it. It's good. Yeah.
Wildheart, I love you, man. You are a goofy motherfucker.
Yeah. And there it is.
Yeah.
There it is in private chat. If Sammy gets to play it. It is classic. Classic.
It is. Do you know? But because I care about you, it is all at once fucking hilarious and heartbreaking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All at the same time.
Yes.
Like, it's disturbing.
Yeah, cheers for that. Yeah.
And on that note, let's watch it.
And I don't want to see you ever do that again.
No.
Let's watch it live on YouTube.
Yeah, let's shame you a little. Which one is it? This one. My genius little brother.
Well, looking at this but it might help actually.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's like an intervention.
What not to do. Yeah.
Look at yourself. Look how bad you look too.
Yeah.
It doesn't even look like you, does it?
No, not good.
It's Bigfoot.
Okay, where is it? Oh, there it is.
What's worrying me is that the more inebriated I get, the more intelligent I get. I don't know.
See, that was just a pause.
That's the wrong way around because that shouldn't happen.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. That's brilliant. I still got ready the video, but that is good.
It just makes you laugh.
Yeah.
The more I drink,
Sounded like a bullshit.
The climb bit at the end was perfect. Yeah.
That's actually scuffed. Like, what the fuck?
The more inebriated I get, the more
the more intelligent.
There was about 2 hours of drinking vodka in between the two statements, so
See, and like, you know what's fucked is I'm probably the only one on the panel that does not actually drink like that. Like I literally do
No, I
not
don't
drink
drink.
unless.
I don't.
Really? Okay.
No.
Cool. Because like, dude, I don't fucking like alcohol. Like, I don't know what it is. There's only ever been like
Dude,
one alcohol
you're
that
on
I've
a
ever
smokers
enjoyed.
channel surrounded by smokers. Wildheart's pretty much was the only drinker, but he's sober now.
yes, thank you.
Good.
Yeah.
I'll beat your ass if you break that, bro. I promise you, I will fly out to you and stick my 13-foot size foot in your ass. No lube.
Hey, that's a deal, Wildheart. You usually have to pay for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't even get that in prison, bro. He's ready when you are.
Come here, big boy. Say the word.
He normally has to pay for it.
I go to Irene, I'll get it cheaper.
No, Wildheart, I love you, man. I'm just saying that out of love. I hope you know that.
Wildheart,
Yeah, that's right.
if anything other than Irenic is paying you is happening, I will not forgive you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you don't want to see him. You don't want. I mean, we can make an OnlyFans together, Wildheart. They could pay to see us. You know?
Yeah, I would make absolutely nothing on that.
Hey, speaking of which,
you would have to pay the viewing customers.
I mean, hey, look, bro. I'm
Compensate.
gonna be a little shameless here. I actually am starting an OnlyFans for real.
Nice.
I've gotten. I won't say which other adult site that I am currently active on, but you know, if you want to find out, DM me. I'll give you a little taste. You know,
A little freebie.
A little freebie. You know, if you want to see the ginger bush, you know.
I'm all about freebies. I don't care what it is. If it's
so-
free, I want it.
See, what was funny is a friend of mine, like my closest friend, knows that like I am very much like disgusted with my own body, and so we were talking, like we were higher than fucking God's pussy, you know, if you know what I'm saying. And I was like, you know what? I'm tired of being ashamed of my body. I'm gonna start a fucking OnlyFans. He's like, are you sure you want to do that? I'm like, fuck yeah, bro. So.
Yeah, no, good on you, bro. Like, I totally relate. People look at me and roll their eyes, but I was a big kid, and there's only been like 1 or 2 points in my life where I wasn't big and had man boobs. I hide it well. That's all.
I mean, dude,
but
I've got fucking stretch marks, bro.
It can be pretty fucking traumatic, hey, in a world where your image is so valued.
Well, no, it's not. So, like, I do appreciate your look on it. It's more.
Well, that's
like,
what it was for me, anyway.
Right, but for me, it's more. I have body dysmorphia because, like I told you the other day, I'm non-binary, so it's more body dysmorphia than it is like, oh, gross, I'm fat. I am fat. I've got stretch marks on my belly, but you know, like if somebody called me fat in public, I'm gonna fucking laugh at it. Like, yeah, you right. What else you got, big boy?
See now, and that was just when I was young, and that's the pressures of growing up and trying to fit in and all that bullshit. Now, dude, I couldn't give a fuck. I'll let my dad belly fucking hang out. I'm not ashamed of it. I mean, I'm ashamed that I'm a unfit, lazy cunt, but I'm not ashamed of my body.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't give a shit. I still managed to pick up. I do all right.
I mean, like I said,
dude, I was on track of
fiancé-
losing weight, and then I injured I'm just getting over these fucking shin splints.
Yep.
Right, and I can't move around. I put that fucking weight back on, and I do not like how I feel. I feel
Dude,
so
so-
much better when I'm lighter. I feel lighter on my feet. It just, I don't know.
No, I can understand that because, like, when I was a senior in high school, I ended up taking this class called Strength and Fitness, which most of the time it was just for like athletes to, you know, stay in shape for off seasons. But like I was like, fuck it, I got nothing to lose, let's do it. And like when I started working out, I felt 10 times better about myself. And it really wasn't even the fact that I was building muscle, because I don't give a fuck about that. It's just like I was legitimately the weakest person in that fucking room, but I was also at the end of the year, I was the one that made the most progress. So I mean, you know, that gave me a little bit of a confident boost. Then I got fucking depressed, and you know, I said, fuck it.
We
Yeah.
make the biggest mistakes by comparing ourselves to others a lot.
Right. I mean, oh, I'm getting shot in my ass. What the fuck? You bitch. Come here.
But that's how I discovered I was a Sigma male. Or either that or mentally disturbed. I never was able to give a fuck what people thought. And it was always to my detriment.
Yeah.
Like, I never presented well. I always looked scruffy, unkempt, you know, red eyes. When I was like 14 to 17, I would like actively go down to the shops or something stoned just so people could see my red eyes and know that I was stoned.
Yeah. I think that comes with getting more mature. Yeah. Do you realise?
Yeah, exactly.
Eventually. In my case, yeah.
Seems weed
It's
made
not
me
what-
more paranoid in my younger years than it does now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
that was absolutely fucking disgusting. Sorry, go ahead.
That does make sense. Like, you're relaxing more. I think as we get older, we stop seeing the little picture as much and start seeing the bigger picture. And it's like, why stress that? You know, I only got so much time left. You start having that view.
Yeah.
I don't even think
it is a bit perspective on that. Yeah, so.
Like, honestly, I don't even think it's that. I think it's that we just stopped giving a fuck what social society says. Like, because honestly, bro, I don't give a fuck about like, oh no, I'm 6 foot, I'm fucking 220 pounds, I'm overweight for a male my age. Like, bro, my fiance fucking thinks I'm sexy, so who gives a fuck? Like, honestly.
Yeah.
You know?
And you know, you're not some kid, but I'm still going to give you some advice because I think this is brilliant advice that every young person should get. And I'm going to lose it. God damn it.
Now, let's not take the Lord's name in vain now. If anything, let's call upon the strength of the Lord to help remind us what we're looking for.
Yes, the almighty Lord, the flying spaghetti monster.
I
never forget
your
his spaghetti.
mighty throne. Now in
He didn't kill all them babies.
Thanks, and I hope that you will help me remember my point, Lord.
Q was talking
I know,
about his fiance accepting him for, he didn't give a shit. And then you were going to say something.
I mean, but here's the thing, right? I know, like, then again, I'm only 25, and I'm surrounded by people that are more experienced in life and way wiser than I am, and I accept that, and I can appreciate that. But one of the things that, like, I grew up making fun of myself. You get what I'm saying? So, like, when people like, oh, you're gross and fat, or you're fucking retarded because you have autism, like, okay, and give me another insult that I haven't heard yet, bro. Like, I'll throw it at my fucking self. Like, dude, I fell down the stairs the other day and I called myself fucking retarded.
There you go.
My brother-in-law asked me if I was okay. I'm like, no, I'm stupid. It's okay.
You do before if you can make fun of yourself before anyone else does, you kind of diffuse them.
Yeah, it's like a defense mechanism.
Yeah.
Man, here's some good advice to give your kids, and it's exactly what you just said, Brojo. If you accidentally let rip a massive fart in a silent classroom, and the whole class turns and looks at you, you got two options. You try and pretend it wasn't you, or deny it, or whatever, and you are fart boy for the rest of your school life.
Yeah.
Or you stand up and you take a bow.
Exactly. Amen.
You own that shit. And people clap and
Bro, my little brother and I play battle shits all the time. What are you talking about? We will like legitimately try to one up each other with a fart. Like it's not even a fucking joke.
Battleship, classic.
That's the point. Is it's one of the most powerful tools to owning someone.
My fucking fiance weighed in on it at one point. She played battle shits with me. She won that. Like, I ain't even gonna lie. She's lactose intolerant. She won that one.
Oh yeah, sure. When I'm
playing Battleship,
sound like a broken milkshake machine in the middle of the night.
No, battle shit. SHIT. No, dude, you don't understand. When she
have
like
you ever played
legitimately.
Battleship though?
Oh, I love
B9. B9.
Dude, you were talking about a broken
Battleship.
you were talking about a broken fucking ice cream machine, bro. There was one time, like, so I forgot she was lactose intolerant, right? So I made her grilled cheese for dinner. And she ripped ass so fucking bad, it woke me up to make me go throw up.
Gross.
Wait a minute.
And I'm like,
she did know it was grilled cheese, right?
Right.
Yeah, so she did still choose to eat it.
Oh yeah. So I legitimately woke her up out of her sleep. I'm like, babe, you are never eating fucking dairy before bed ever again. She's like, why? What'd I do? I'm like, you fucking farted so bad, I threw up.
But you were woken by a smell.
I was like, so
powerful part, dude.
that motherfucker.
Damn.
That motherfucker could wake up a Japanese dude on across the country, bro. Like that shit funky.
Ooh, she'll give a Jap PTSD.
She puts mustard. She makes mustard gas say down. Like fuck. You know, like I think at the end of the day, when you stop giving, like, dude, don't get me wrong. There are certain things that, like, for example, as a musician, if I don't show my music until the final product is done. But like, if I show somebody something that I'm still working on, and they're like, "Oh, dude, this is absolute dog shit," it is gonna like fuck with my pride a little bit because like as a musician, that's something I take seriously. So like, it's a bit of a kick to the knockers. But like, if you say that I'm a fat piece of shit, I will fucking laugh with you. You know.
And you just reminded me, actually. I wanted to ask Brojo because I think you were there. When Gia got triggered the other day, I realized later on talking.
When who what?
Remember when Gia was telling the Christians to kill babies and stuff?
Oh, stone.
I
people.
actually,
it went off there.
I actually saw the moment it happened, but I didn't really pay attention to it. And it was when we made fun of his picture. He took it to heart. He really did.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I have to say, as an Aussie and as a bloke and as a friend, I was a bit disappointed because it's like, own it, joke back, you know, and then if you're happy with it, fucking keep it. Like, what do you care what we say? We all dig at each other and rip each other off.
I mean, but okay.
Oh, I was watching some of that video, but it did seem like he held that for a couple hours.
I mean, but
that was a long hangout.
Just to throw something out there, but I'm not gonna like don't get me twisted. So I'm not saying the way that Gio responded to it was the best way, but I can't say like if I played something that I put hours of effort into and people like, even if I don't know they're joking and they're like just straight shitting on it, it's gonna piss me off pretty much too, because like you gotta see it from a standpoint of like you put like even if he didn't put hours into it, you put fucking effort into something, and then somebody like just starts shitting on you because it's not the way they want it or something.
Timing.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's also
I will be. I will say guilty. I was the first one to say something. Okay, but
I think
if
the first
anything,
thing.
if Gio should know that I respect his work, he goes out of his way. He gives me tons of stuff at the cafe, and I'm eternally grateful to him. So you know. So he should know this already.
Exactly.
Well, not only that, it's like if you're doing graphic
I was just
artwork,
joking around with him, and it looked like that.
No,
if you're doing graphic artwork, you're gonna have to take criticism, and especially if you're doing something on yourself, because if you're doing something on yourself, it's you're putting yourself out there for the ultimate criticism. It's like, hey, everybody, take a shit on me. Look what I did about myself. It's
real quick, Brojo. I don't think it was your comment that pissed him off.
No, because he said right away to me, "Well, you go do it."
Yeah, you
go do the do a piece of artwork, and then Irenic went and did some artwork.
Yeah, but Gio should have called out. Gio should have called out that Irenic's artwork was done on some cheap website that flattened the image, and it wasn't a true floating image in a program where he could put it wherever he wanted to. He just accepted it for what it was. I would have called him out on that.
Yeah,
because it's obviously it was a flattened to JPEG, and there's nothing there that you could move.
And like, you did say he looked like a creepy night guard.
I said he looks like a creepy dude looking at like security cameras, like watching
looking at the camera. It doesn't look like
right.
at that camera.
But just to put it all into context, Ginge.
Go for it.
Sorry.
But then later on with Gio,
look at that video that we just watched of Wild Heart.
Yeah,
I mean,
we love dearly.
So I'm not gonna say exactly what he said, but I talked to Gio after we all had talked about that, and he did actually go and tell me that he's been having it really fucking rough lately. So I think it was a combination of all the shit he's going through right now, plus that really got him to like start being like, all right, bet motherfuckers, now I'm gonna be an asshole. So I don't
way to make me feel bad.
No, I'm not trying to make you feel bad.
I'm kidding, dude.
I'm
kidding.
My bad. But like, I think that was it. I think that it was just a combination of all the shit he's going through, plus the that. But I will be right back, guys. I gotta go take care of something real fast.
I mean, you have to do some type of criticism one way or the other, because as a graduate of the art instruction schools of Minnesota, I would have to point out that's one of the things I would point out, obviously, would be the placement of where things are and how they protrude and show. And that is a big, like, something that would be called out on and say, hey, but in a weird way, if I was Gio, I just would have made it a lot bigger and be like, oh, yeah, how you like my foot now, motherfucker? You want this in your ass? Have fun with it. Yeah. It's how you take it. I guess maybe he was at a point where he was like, a little butthurt.
Bad. Yeah.
Yeah, in that position where, in that mindset where it's like being attacked.
Yeah. But here's my thing that I want to say to Gio. I know he's not here, but if he was here, I'd say this. He needs to chill the fuck out. He's coming across too aggressive.
Yeah.
Way too aggressive.
Like an angry teenager.
Yeah. Like he usually gets fired up, but
and quite honestly, because of what he does at the cafe for the graphics and stuff, I kind of feel bad. I have to put him backstage, and I don't want to do that. But that whole outburst was just uncalled for. He says he was trolling. I don't know. I don't know if he was hurt from the whole incident, but it just went on so long. It takes, and then for me personally, I'll tell you, there's a couple of things that went on in that last hangout that I'm personally pissed off about. And
real quick, yo,
it really, I really, it takes if it takes the fun out of doing a hangout for me, right? Then I don't want to do it anymore. What's the point? Or I'm gonna have to like, no, I don't want you here anymore. And I don't like being like that because I think everyone has something to contribute. I envy a lot of people, but some people just try my patience, and they show a lack of respect, and I just
hey, yo, real quick, y'all. It was fun talking to all you guys. Thank you for having me on, Sammy. If I can, if the stream is not over, I'll try to join back. But I have to dip.
Be water, my friend.
Have a good one. Be
Right on.
Y'all
Take
have
care,
a good
dude.
one. Stay safe.
I'm actually wearing my Be Water shirt.
Yeah, and I know it's annoying to talk about this stuff, and I'm probably dragging it on, but it's important, at least for me, because I need to process it and figure out, was he over the top, or am I being judgmental of a dude that's in a bad spot? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
We all have.
It's kind of everyone could view it differently. Everyone's going to have a different opinion of it, and it's very subjective.
I mean, if something that's about to blow up could be diffused in a way or another, but eventually they're gonna blow the top. But
Well, like for example, I think everyone here will be pretty careful not to make too much fun of his artwork in the future. It's not like we're horrible assholes.
No, I mean we're just capping on him because it's a picture of himself. So just having fun with
yeah.
it. He shouldn't take it so seriously. I mean, I would expect the same thing if I came out with a picture of myself. And every time usually I do come out with the representation of myself, or one way or the other, it's made fun of or pointed out one way or the other.
Yeah.
Well, it's how you do with it. Well, it's better for embrace it and just laugh at yourself. You got to be able to laugh at yourself as well.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when you're in that art world, you gotta take criticism. I mean, it comes from everywhere. You gotta be ready for that.
And Wildheart is just the best example, man. He loves that video of him more than anyone.
It is funny. You can't deny it.
It gets funnier and funnier, right? So it's a good editing. It's right on time. It's
yeah. If you can't laugh at yourself, you can't laugh. I mean,
and that's one thing where I lean quite right with freedom of speech and like I think you should be able to tell racist jokes. I think you should be able to tell jokes about disabled people. I think you should be able to tell jokes about anyone. Because they're words.
Yeah. It's that thing, offence is taken, not given.
That's right.
If you take offence at anything I say, take your offence, shove it up your ass and fuck off.
Yeah.
It bothers. I guess it'll bother someone. It'll bother you the most when it comes from those closest to you, right?
Yeah.
So, in a sense, I guess Gio considers us really close to him to take it like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, if he gets that obsessed about it, it must be because he cares about the people that are saying it. So it's like a backhanded compliment in a way. Or else he won't be that bold about it.
Well, it's a very male way of.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also very like brother-like, or to joke on each other too, and take it as that, as knowing it's just a joke. That you really don't mean it that way. It's just hey,
Yeah.
And I think that that's something that has spanned history among men, ribbing on each other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think it's always been a thing that men have done.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because we don't do the emotional thing like women do.
No.
Yeah. That's our kind of way of getting around it.
It's like, yeah, I want to show you that I care about you, so I'm going to make fun of you.
Yeah, but no homo. Yeah.
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 See, with women, mothers don't make fun of my kids. You know, men, hey, I'm trying to create and produce. Don't make fun of what I'm creating. I'm trying to create and produce. You know, because we all want to create and produce.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's competition too, so you want to get your kids ready. You know, some people are like, "Oh, those kids are just bullies. My kid's a real smart nerd, so he's going to succeed." Or the other ones are like, "Oh, the fucking nerds. You know, we're going to run the world." So
Yeah, man. That's
Do your
like I
homework.
was saying the other night, how we had to force our kid to swear. And Irene was like, "Oh, I don't know if I'd go that far." And I was like, "Yeah, I had to." This kid was like getting to the point where he was starting to get bullied because he was so different. And if it's as simple as getting him over whatever that block was that, you know, wouldn't let him swear, then I'll fucking do it. 5 minutes of discomfort. And now he swears like a fucking trooper. I have to tell him to tone it down. But that's what I want. That's a normal fucking 16-year-old boy.
My son doesn't swear at all. He's already 19. He will not swear, at least around us at all. My daughter, on the other hand, she'll swear once in a while, but my son does not. It's really weird. And it's when it came to him being like picked on at school for not swearing, he would come up with some weird shit to like really hit him in the gut, you know? Sideways words to really like make him think about it. Which I think kind of like got him a little more wittier and clever in that department, which is good. But he still does not swear. It's funny. He always finds something else to say.
Dude. Oh, we're live, aren't we? Yeah. All right, I won't tell that story. Carry on.
All curious now. You gotta say.
Certain stories are for offline only.
Yeah.
The paywall.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sign up
to the Patreon to hear the story.
Yeah, that's it.
Hello, Pixie. Good to see you.
The Pixie. The Thunder Dwarf. Dude had his knob sticking out of his pants. Yeah, he did. He did. You can't deny it. Come in, Pixie. Peaches.
Yeah. Save us from this sausage fest.
Yeah. It's been a sausage only night.
Yeah.
Really, I should go get shit done. Anyway, get some more coffee. Maybe I'll see you guys later for a hump day hangout. Maybe.
All right. Cheers,
I'm in the mood.
Awesome. Have a good morning.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Cheers, brother.
Thanks for coming. See you, mate. Yay, the Thunder Dwarf is
I forgot Sammy
here.
doesn't pin his link. It's in the description thing.
Oh, yes. Sammy's fucking useless. Hang on. How do we do that? But at least I always put it in my description.
You do. It took me a minute, but I remembered. I think I'm half asleep right now. I did not sleep well.
What time? How much did you get?
See, I went to bed about 12:30, and then I tossed and I turned and I tossed and I turned. And when I looked at the clock, it was about 3. And then I fell asleep, and then I woke up, and then I fell asleep again, and then I woke up at 8:15. So I don't like. How long was I awake the second time? I got up. I fed the dogs. So I was probably awake for about an hour and a half after I woke up again. So, yeah.
Yeah, another one that's doing. See, I think we need to go back to the 2 sleeps a night thing.
I do too. I think it would help our natural circadian rhythm. The thing is, well, that is our natural circadian rhythm, right? Like sleeping in one shift wasn't a thing until artificial light became a thing. Once we had electricity, factories really pushed the sleeping in one block of time thing. But I don't think it's natural to us. I don't think our bodies are used to it.
Yeah, unless you're Spanish. They have this siestas, don't they, in the middle of the that bit.
Speaking of
That's why
bullshit,
they're big hats. Just put a hat they put over their heads and good night, senor. It's like nighttime here.
But you're supposed to have first sleep and second sleep, right?
Yeah.
Old literature talks about it. They'll say after their first sleep or before their second sleep. And it's because before artificial light, right, they would go to bed when the sun went down. They would wake up in the middle of the night and they'd, check on their homestead, check on their animals, sew some socks by the fire, start the fire, do whatever you need to do. And then you would go back to bed and you would wake up in the morning when the sun came up. And so before we got electricity, that's how people slept.
So speaking of pushing bullshit, I found this out years ago and then forgot and then recently found out again. But we all know, because we all grew up with breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Well, do you know that there is no science about that? Breakfast is probably the one meal you could miss. If you're not hungry in the morning, you shouldn't eat until you are hungry.
That's because they're using the word breakfast wrong.
Well, no.
Breakfast literally means break fast. It's not supposed to be your morning meal. It's supposed to be the meal you break your fast with.
It's just your first meal.
You're right. They are using it wrong. But this whole breakfast being the most important meal idea was coined and pushed by
Complex.
none other than Mr. Kellogg.
I knew.
Yes. Well, he co-opted the word breakfast is what he did. He equated breakfast with your morning meal, right? And that this was the most important meal of the day. But the truth is, when you break your fast, fast, that is the most important meal because that's what's fueling your body, right? So when you break your fast, that should be the meal that you really want your nutrition and things in, right? That's your most important meal. But it's not your morning meal. That's ridiculous.
And do you know why he meant a cornflakes? It was to stop young men masturbating. That was the goal of cornflakes. He was a religious nutter, basically. And
how is cornflakes going to help people stop masturbating?
Because it's like the most boring thing ever.
Boring.
He thought that it would.
He was into.
It hurt at first, but you just got to push your way through it.
That's what I'm saying, though. It doesn't make sense to me because when your mind is understimulated, it runs wild. Right? It gets distracted and it runs wild. It would seem to me the last thing you want young men to be is bored.
Pixie, are you implying that a religion was going to make sense?
I'm saying he didn't understand his own religion. Aren't they the ones that say idle hands are the devil's?
Yeah.
Right? You don't want them bored.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I honestly think that is the case with every single Christian. I don't think there is a Christian that exists that understands their religion.
No,
and I think
they make up the
we say there's so many denominations of it and versions of it. My opinion is that there is as many versions as there is Christians.
I was just
I
going
could
to
say I could say
yeah.
the same thing for any religion and any religious person.
Absolutely.
But I won't say that
Absolutely.
I won't say that
agree.
none. I won't say that none understand. I will say I don't understand. I won't say that none understand just because I was lucky enough to see
brother.
like really good examples. Somebody who lived what they believed.
No, sorry. And what am I, chopped liver?
Hey,
Yes,
Peace
you
Richard.
are.
What about peace and respect, Mr. Me?
Mister, I told you he's jealous of the beard.
He's jealous of the beard.
Yes, yours is naturally red. Look at it, Richard. You want to stroke that beard, don't you? Admit it.
That is
No,
gorgeous.
no homo.
No homo, but that is gorgeous. I don't know any David Grant. I don't know about this guy.
I
don't
know.
Yeah, he's new. Yeah. Illinois.
Bye, Pixie.
Oh,
Peace
she'll be
and
back.
respect, everyone.
She's done a thing where she kicks herself out of the and she does it every time. She'll be back in the
Very good to see you, David.
Good to see you, Richard. Peace and respect.
Peace and respect.
How's it going?
For me, it's very good. I don't expect it to change. Very steady, you know.
So I did not mean to kick myself out. I was
There you
wondering
go.
why I couldn't see Brojo in the chat, and then I kicked myself out when I was fixing the chat. Peace and respect, Richard.
Peace and respect. You just quoted David while you were gone. That's what he'd said. Yeah, except for the Brojo part, he didn't know that. But the rest.
Oh,
of it,
really?
Yeah. You always kick yourself out of hangouts at least once. That's how
I do always kick myself out at least once. It's usually like I would fear an imposter if it doesn't happen.
But look, John, look at the panel now. It's good peoples. Jill and Irenic are gone. You can come back now. Oh, no, Irenic's in the chat. Sorry, Irenic. He's in the chat.
I'm not sorry. I wouldn't have put him with good peoples either. Tog, I would have though.
Tog could come in and change his mood.
People don't really change my mood. It's just temporarily I can be frustrated. That's about it.
Are you saying you're a human?
Yes.
No, not a chance.
Does not compute.
Yeah.
Does not compute.
Does not compute. Yeah, I invited Tog the other day to not come back to my channel.
I got frustrated. I got frustrated with I don't even know their names, so that's okay. But I got frustrated yesterday.
All right, boys. John has spoken. We all have to leave. Pixie can stay.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Pixie show.
No.
Okay,
Pixie does not have a
stay
show.
too.
Pixie does not have a show,
thanks,
but hey, John.
I mean, if you spent some 60 hours, trackable, showable hours with someone trying to explain a singular idea, and then they spend 1 week back with their buddies and in a lot less time completely go back on everything they'd said before, you'd be, I think, at least a little disappointed.
Yeah, understandable. I don't know the details, but yeah.
Looking at that objectively, I would probably take it as they were being dishonest.
I don't think he was being dishonest, though.
No,
I really don't.
Not to you. Well, I mean, after he went back, and I think that he probably felt, I can't agree with Richard.
Yeah, he felt like he'd been duped.
He's a heretic. Yeah.
Yeah, he felt like he'd been duped. He felt like he'd made a mistake, and immediately started going back on everything that
I've got to say, I've experienced that as well. I've like agreed with someone and they made perfect sense to me, and then I've thought about it later. It's not that, like you say, it's not that at the time you're being dishonest.
Yeah.
It's later when you think about things and you think like, wait, that doesn't quite make sense in the way it did when they were explaining it to me.
Yeah, well, there's saying something and like changing your mind about it, but they had done multiple episodes or multiple series.
Yeah,
Did you
we
get to
we
see
did the
series?
entire book of Revelation together, and I mostly just asked him questions and kept him on track, and had him explain the book, and I just asked questions about logic. I didn't ask like leading questions. I didn't make him say what he said. Then he acted like I made him say it. I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just wasn't fair. That's all.
Yes, because the way I see it is, he's acting as though you were trying to convert him.
Right. To what?
And
Atheism?
that if he did an internal critique, of your view, that it meant he was agreeing with it.
Right.
Which is really disappointing. I see why you're disappointed.
Sensibility is a hell of a drug.
I went back and like after that I found out that he was talking trash about me. So I went over to his show several times and I made nice several times, and it just I don't know. He will not. I think he's so insulted by feeling like he got duped that it's like a personal prejudice now, and I can't make it right. No
I
matter
don't
what
even
do.
think it's that. What I think.
What do you think?
I don't.
It's a tricky one, isn't it, Pixie? Because
Well, I have my opinion. No, I have my opinion, and but the thing is, I really appreciate Tug, and I don't want it to sound like I'm up here being dismissive of him or talking bad about him, and so I'm really hesitant to say what I think it is. But I think I guess I have to be honest. I love you, Tug. I'm sorry. I think Tog is
He's
young.
a big boy.
I think Tog is young, and he is perhaps more accountable to his friends' feelings than I would be, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure you ever were.
Oh, okay, but you know what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? I think
yeah, we
if
see
you had
exactly
an audience who wanted you to speak on a certain topic and over and over and over again, how long would you say no? Right? For me, I don't give a shit. If I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to talk about it. But I think maybe it's possible that there's some outside influences. And Tog is so young, and he really does tend to like try to go out of his way for the people he cares about. And so I would think that might be a more like an influence.
Yeah. And so for me, if I put my Christian hat back on, it looks to me like he had a bit of a personal crisis about his faith. And the way his unjustified level of anger towards you is like kind of like his way of distancing himself and reaffirming his because think about it, Jill and all them would have pulled him aside and been like, man, your eternal soul is on the line, you're dancing a really fine line with that heretic bullshit about space aliens, come on, think about it, man.
Oh, not only would they, I know they did.
Yeah, that's what religion does. It makes you completely biased. Like he's not going based on the facts or what
I
makes
don't
sense.
know. Tog gets mad at me sometimes, right? Tog's yelled at me before because he didn't like what I said. But it is what it is. Yeah, but I appreciate Tog. I mean, like, he didn't yell at me like Irenic yells at me, right? Like, those are two different things. Like, Irenic's like, you lying bitch, blah! You know, Tog was just like, the Bible, blah! And, like, you can't lie about the Bible. Like, things like that. So not remotely the same thing.
Yeah.
But he does
What
get really
I will
defensive
say-
about he gets really defensive about his convictions. I will give you that.
He's hasn't done it for quite a while, so I think he's done a bit of self-reflection. But one thing that he did that I could never forgive was every now and then he would just be a real jerk, as YouTube Christians can be sometimes. And I'd pull him up, and he would admit it. He'd be like, "Yeah, I am a jerk. I can be a jerk sometimes. Like, what are you gonna do?" sort of thing. And it's like, yeah, I can't engage with that, and I can't appreciate that.
Oh, this is added. It's how it's approached. He almost does it like in a brotherly way. It's like I remember having a conversation with him one time, and we were talking about something and such, and he came across talking about something, and I was like, "Oh," and he goes, "Yeah, what are you fucking retarded? You don't even know about that, PJ? Come on, blah blah blah." I was like, "No, I do not know about that." He goes, "Oh, let me tell you about it." So it's almost like he sounds insulting, but he's really not. He's just doing it like a big brother on the bunk bed type.
He's trying to banter.
You know?
He's trying to banter.
I catch it because it's kind of like, just the way he goes, it's the way he flows, and
yeah, you know how like
So
you and Will
he's
and
just
will do
failing.
that, or
He's
Will
failing
and Irenic
at
will
it.
do that. Yeah, he's trying to banter and play with you.
Yeah, and he needs. I just feel for him.
Tog's
He's
a really good
he's
guy.
like
Yeah.
but he's like something blowing in the wind. I often struggle to even keep up and comprehend with what he's saying sometimes, because he gets a bit waffly.
And with Richard and him, when I was talking to him, pretty much is he just keeps going and snickering about, I don't believe in aliens and this whole alien thing, which to me is kind of like, so he's still associating like the aliens with the Greys and the what was shown to him in like the 90s, during the Riker special.
You know what's sad to me about that? You know what's sad to me about that?
Sorry.
Is the same person. Because I'm a person who I don't think I know a whole lot, right? I just don't. I don't think I know a whole lot. I think I have informed myself with a lot of educated guesses, but I don't think I actually know a whole lot, right? I don't know that aliens exist or don't exist, but they're possible. I don't know that God exists or doesn't exist. I know that I'm not convinced of any, right? But like I don't understand how somebody who can accept that this invisible being who created and controls everything exists, but it's absolutely impossible for any life form other than us to exist in this infinite universe, and you are the butt end of a joke if you believe that. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, that's where logic and, like, I guess, disbelief has to be there somewhere in their own belief.
Right, but I'm saying, how could you laugh at somebody who believes? Okay, how could you make somebody who believes something you don't believe the butt end of a joke without realizing that you believe something that other people find ridiculous? I mean, does he want to be the butt end of a joke? That's my thing.
I see what you're saying on that. I see what you're saying.
If you're a Christian and people say, if you're a theist and people say, "Oh, that you're talking about your God and that sounds like fan fiction," and you don't understand what they mean by that, and you can't agree with that, you need to take a harder look at yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I love you, Sandy.
Although I do think I upset Tog the other day because I said, if you really think about it, the New Testament is to Judaism what the Book of Mormon is to Christianity.
That triggered him. Judaism is to Christianity
right
what the Mormons are.
Christianity is to Judaism
that makes sense.
what Mormonism is to Christianity.
Yeah. No, that's true.
Yeah. And he did. I don't think he was very happy with that statement, but I stand by that statement.
No. Well,
That's
it's your
probably
opinion.
pretty spot on.
Dude.
Well, it's more than her
I
opinion
tend
because
to
the Jews
agree.
really
I
do.
tend to agree as well.
I think the Jews pretty much feel that way. I mean, I've spoken to a few of them about it. You know.
And they don't even interpret. And then I think I really upset him when I said, and I think it's odd because even though Christians claim the Judeo God, they don't rely on the Judeo interpretation of the Old Testament. They've made a new interpretation, but claimed their God. And I think that's weird. I think if that's the foundation of your religion, you would listen to how they interpret the Old Testament, and that would inform your reading frame. And I don't think that went over very well either.
There's some that do, but it's infrequent.
Yeah. Whereas that used to be my position always, but recently I've started to somehow see, like, I don't agree. My position hasn't changed, but I can now see how they view it. So, and yes, it doesn't work, and it's not logical. Like, I'm not saying that they're right, but I'm just saying this is what they think. Basically, the Old Testament was all there was, right? That was the law they had. That was the law given to Moses, and it was the best thing for the Jews, whatever. But all of that, this stone the homos and stone your bad kids and all of that, was all completed, fulfilled, done with Jesus Christ.
But there's a problem with that.
When God ripped the curtain in the temple and made a new covenant, that old covenant, which included that old law, was gone. It was broken on
there's
the
a glaring
temple floor.
inconsistency. There's a glaring inconsistency there, and that is that they refuse to let go of the law that they are no longer supposed to be subject to. The thing that is supposed to no longer be important is A, so important they include it in their holy text, and B, so important that they include it, that they quote it in their hate speeches against different portions of society.
Yes.
Right? So if it is so elevated to them that it is A, in their holy book, and B, the source of many, many of their little hate sermons, then it's important enough to understand. And if you don't understand that from the foundation it came from, then I think you're spitting in the face of your own beliefs. And that's just me.
Yep.
Yes. And I think I fall a little bit more in the middle. I would say if they want to claim that the Old Testament is obsolete when it suits them, they should take it out of the Bible. And their Bible should just be the New Testament. Because they're just having their cake and eating it too.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's all I say.
I agree with that. Yeah. I guess what I'm not disagreeing, but I'm adding is that I think that they should back it up and take it out of the Bible.
The funny thing about all that is, like say, for instance, you brought up homosexuality. Homosexuality has never been rejected broad spread in the Jewish community. Never. Because they never took that. Go ahead.
I listened to a rabbi say that he thinks that was mistranslated. And I was listening to this rabbi say that if you look at the rest, if you look at the rest of the context, culturally speaking, in that passage, that chapter was all about differentiating themselves from their neighbors, right? Like that you wear this kind of clothes because your neighbors mix, and these people over here wear this, so you wear this kind of fabric only. These people, your neighbors to your left, cut their hair short. These people over there trim their beards. You don't do either, right? It was like this differentiating yourself from your neighbors. And he said the correct translation, he believes, is a man should not lie with a boy. And he thinks it was addressing the common Roman practice of older men powdering their faces and taking advantage of younger boys. And it was another one of those separating yourself from your neighbor passages. But that was an interesting talk by a very interesting rabbi. But anyway, continue.
No,
there's
along that with that, I was going to say, Richard, because I don't know what you use and stuff, and I know you can do it in mere seconds. You should look up that verse and see the etymology and all that stuff of the word that they have put as man, and see if it's the same. Because if it's man lie with man, it should be the same word twice. If it's a different version of man, that just...
Well, that's me assuming. I don't know how the rabbi decided this. I don't know why he decided this, but that's me assuming, right? Like we have one word for 50 different kinds of love. I don't even know if there would be a different word, right? I'm just saying based on his learnings, what he was taught about it, and his traditions, this is the way he says it is best consistent with the rest of the message in that book.
Right. Actually, Sammy, when something is contentious enough, people do what I do. So there's already scholars that have done what I do, and it's just you can't get Christians to do this with the whole Bible, which is what I'm trying to do, right?
Yeah.
So scholars have already done what you're asking them to do, and what has turned out is the following. The context of the holy people, word holy meaning set apart, and that's what Pixie was just talking about. You don't do what your neighbor does. You guys do this stuff. So you look different, you act different, you appear different, you're set apart literally. Okay?
Yeah.
And then on the homosexuality and incest laws, it's always talking about near family and children. It's not talking about between adults who aren't closely related. It's just not talking about that. Yeah, the old God of the universe, very interested in where your pee-pee belongs.
Yeah, overly interested. So.
Oh, way too interested. Interested like your sister is interested. You know, like
like ironic.
Get out of my life, man. What's that?
Wait. Wow. Think about it.
What?
What we're joking and describing is, for example, ironic. Seems to always end up back at penises and putting penises in assholes.
Jill as well.
And or children, which is really concerning.
And or children,
Yeah, a little bit too concerned. Yeah, I think you object too much, actually.
Yes.
Yes. Me thinking one does
protest too much. Yeah.
Either that, or I'm strangely concerned by the material he consumes, because either he's thinking about it way too much, or he's listening to a lot of people who are thinking about it way too much, and either way, it's really weird.
Yeah, both ways are. Yeah.
Yeah. I like Tog. He's young and he's passionate, but I've never held any grr moment he may have towards me against him.
I like Tog on a personal level. It just doesn't matter what I say to him and what I make him think about, and what he decides in that moment. It's not going to matter later, so I'm just kind of done. And I think everything you guys said about him, you said in love, and I say it in love too. And perhaps it is just youth that when you don't have you don't have something you've settled on, you have a tendency to, the pendulum swings. That's okay. It's okay as long as you understand that you're a swinging pendulum, and you'll admit it. That'd be fine.
And I guess now you said that, actually, I have to feel for the guy, because there was a period where I was a pendulum, and it is scary.
Yeah.
Because you've got no grounding. I could literally swing from the right to the left.
Yep.
Depending on who was convincing me.
Yeah.
You know, it was about the best convincer.
Yep.
Sorry, I've just got a mental image. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've just got a mental image of Sammy's swinging pendulum. Just got distracted for a second.
I missed you so much.
Just big swing.
Fucking pompous prick.
Sorry, I interrupted there. Sorry.
No, I thought that was a great little interruption there.
John Hudson's funny. If you want to be homosexual, I'll be behind you all the way.
Man, John is heterosexual, but he's the kind of man that if you were the last two on earth, he'd let you do him. Or if he was doing
awesome.
you, if he was doing you, he would give you a fucking reach around. The man has honor and respect. I have seen Semi's penis. He is definitely a pendulum.
I have not. I'm good with keeping it that way. No offense.
Yeah, it's not nothing special.
Terrible jokes. Yeah, so I mean, if you speak to the Jewish people, the majority of them are philosophically Jewish, and not like religious fanatics like you meet that are Christians.
Yeah.
They're just not like that.
I think it's the
It
fact
is
that
much more cultural, isn't it?
Yeah, I think in Israel actually most Jews are atheists.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. But I mean, even those who really believe, like, in a deity, even those who are theist, right? Like, their approach is different, which I respect.
Yeah.
One thing I really, really respect about the Judeo culture is they don't convert people, right? If you convert, it's because you did your homework, you did your research, you came to them, and they could not talk you out of it.
Exactly.
Right? Like, they are not out there to convert people, to push their beliefs on other people. And I very, very much respect that. I have nothing against anybody being in their beliefs, living in their beliefs, right? But that lack of entitlement to force everybody else to live what they believe, I really respect, because I think a lot of times when a philosophy or a religion becomes institutionalized, that is the first thing lost.
I know exactly one Jew, and I think he is a theist as well. So it's a small sample size, but it's 100% hit rate so far. I love the dude. I think he's great. I think he's honest. He's incredibly intelligent. He can speak and read Hebrew. You know him, Richard. Ariel.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And he is the only other theist I've met so far that I hold on the same level as Richard.
You know,
as in, he's very
philosophical
logical. Would you call him a philosophical Jew? Or is
No,
he
I'm saying no. I'm saying you know.
Oh.
I was saying you know a philosophical Jew.
Oh, do I?
I think so. Don't you know Kat?
Oh yeah, Kat. Yeah.
Which
Cat Cienfuegos.
Yeah.
Cienfuegos.
That name that I can never pronounce. Yeah.
Cienfuegos. It means 100 fires. Cienfuegos.
My first translator on
I've
YouTube.
seen her one time recently, and I only remember because I remember you struggling with the name. Was she a dark-skinned person?
No, she's not.
No, she's from Wisconsin.
Yeah, it looks like Wisconsin, really.
Oh, does she talk like Wisconsin?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, then I know who. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
what were
also,
we saying about her?
there's the not cool Will. Isn't the not cool Will Jewish?
Cool Will.
Yes.
Yeah, Will's Jewish. Yeah. Will.
What's the other Will? Will
Kincaid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the not cool Will. That one.
Yeah.
Oh, you just have to take him with about a pound of salt, but he's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't dislike
I've seen
him.
him be decent.
I don't dislike him, honestly. I'm actually rather indifferent. I'm completely indifferent toward him. I don't think of him I don't think of him positively or negatively. It's just when I say Will, I think of William Freeman, and I was trying to not conjure that image for everybody else.
Yeah.
So I was like, not the cool Will.
It's
right?
it's a good
I
distinction.
don't know how much you know about it, and nowadays I don't get involved. I just dismiss people like that. And maybe he's changed, but what I've seen Will do is disgusting. He was a disgusting human for a while. The memes he made about Knock losing his ability to walk, like posting pictures of him in a wheelchair and shit because his legs are fucked up.
He's like a shock jock.
It's one thing, like, whatever. But he crossed the line by posting all this stuff about not molesting his daughter because his Facebook picture is him and his daughter and they're kissing. Like, just
It's the sweetest little picture.
It is a very sweet photo.
Oh, I have pictures of me and Super Munchkin doing that.
And
to anybody who says, why would you get a picture of that? Okay, first of all, I am not the one. Usually the parent is not the one that thinks of it. I want to be clear on that. As a matter of fact, what happened was she ran up to me, and I was so excited. She was running up to me, arms wide open. I was excited. My arms are wide open because that's my baby, you know. And I picked her up and I gave her a big hug, and she kissed me, and she goes, "Ooh, mommy." And I said, "What?" She said, "Mommy, get a picture." And I was like, "A picture of this?" And she's like, "Yes." And she puckers her little lips and she goes, and I was like, "Oh, you want a picture of a kiss?" And she was like, "Yes." And so I have a picture of my baby girl kissing me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will kiss my boys until they say no more, Dad.
Which will be
I'm
like
a bit
13.
old for that.
Yeah, about there.
And then I'll wrestle and fight for a bit longer.
Sure.
Until they overpower me, and then I'll give in.
Yep.
And if anyone says anything, well,
they are 40 years old at this point. We should point out. Enough, Dad. Stop it.
Yeah.
So,
Look, Dad,
You know, one thing I
can't show
very
up at
much
my workplace with a lunchbox, Dad. I'm 45.
one thing I appreciate
with a love note.
very
Make sure you
very
got
much.
You good?
Yeah. One thing I appreciate very much about my Super Munchkin, she's such a great kid. I really lucked out. She's mouthy, I know, but all around she's just such a great kid. But she is not embarrassed of us at all, and she never has been. The girl is 17, and she'll be planning stuff with her friends, and she'll run in my office and be like, Mom, please say you're coming. And I'm like, you don't want me there with all your friends. And she's like, oh, but it's so much more fun when you come. Mom, please come. Like, you know, or like we'll be in front of all of her high school doing, helping with theater or doing something else, like in front of all her peers. And she'll just run up and give me a hug and a kiss, and she'll hold my hand and all that good stuff. Like she does not give a fuck. And I very much appreciate that about her.
Well, that has a lot to do with you, Mom. If you were a dork about it, then you would have turned it off a long time ago.
Yeah. See, I fucked up my first child because my parents were so shit parents. I didn't know how to be a great parent. So the first one was a bit of an experiment and didn't go great. But I got better each kid. So that's something.
They get less fucked up as you go along because you learn more. Yeah.
I don't know. I only have
really
one kid. I only have one kid, and I knew that I was not mimicking my parents' parenting style. And I knew that I was not mimicking his parents' parenting style, so that's all I knew. We were just gonna go and figure this shit out.
And I don't mind name dropping him because he's 18 now. Eli, if you ever see this, I'm sorry, son. I honestly did try my best, but I was a kid myself.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I had no parents to guide me, so and neither did his mum.
I had to have that conversation with Super Munchkin at one point, and it was, because I've had to grow as a parent too, right? Like I was really young. I had her the day after I turned 21, so I wasn't very old and I wasn't very prepared, right? So I had to do a lot of growing up, and I think at one point I sat her down. I think I'd lost my temper. I don't use physical punishment, but I think I'd lost my temper and I screamed at her or something, right? And it just was not okay. The way in which I did it was not okay. It's not like I raised my voice at her. I mean, I literally was screaming at her, and that was not okay. And I remember sitting down and just like, she's the most gracious soul. I just love her. But I remember sitting down and I'm apologizing to her, and I'm like, Mommy's not perfect either, and I'm trying to figure this out, and I'm gonna mess up too, right? And I don't want you to be afraid of saying, Mom, that's enough. That's too far. Can we talk about this later? Can we calm down first? Like, I don't want you to be afraid to ask me those things, right? I was like, we came up with a code word, which would make us both laugh, and we used it. We actually used it quite often. It would diffuse the tension, and that word would change, right? Because more funny things would happen, and then we'd have a different word. One time it was shoes, but that's because of a license plate, right? But we would have these words, so I would know, like, when I'm going too far for her, kind of a thing. And we were having this conversation, and she looked at me and she said, Mommy, it's okay. She said, I have bad moods too, but I look at other mommies and other daddies, and I think you're doing really good. And I was like, oh, my sweet baby. She's just always been so sweet.
There's no greater feeling, is there, than those moments when, like, even though, for example, I did such a relatively bad job on Eli, he still turned out a better person than I am. I don't really put that down to me. I put that down to him. Because when the student surpasses the teacher, is it the teacher anymore, or? And I think
it is, right? It is. You look at these Nobel Peace Prize winners who are like, it was my 6th grade science teacher who opened the door for me, right? In that way, you're always the teacher. You're the inspiration, at least, in the muse. And so in some ways, I think you're always a teacher, even when they surpass you, because you gave them their foundation. Sometimes you can be a teacher in a negative way, right? Like, okay, that's one thing I don't want to do, right? Like, so, my parents did the best they could, and I love them. I love them with all my heart. I think my parents are wonderful, amazing people, and I miss my dad. My dad was my best friend in the entire world. But when I became a parent, I specifically chose not to parent like them.
Yes, I was exactly the same. And whereas we were raised under the belt, so no wonder I fucking have anxiety. Scared that Armageddon was coming, scared that demons were going to get me, always waiting for a fucking flogging from me dad, always getting picked on. Geez, I think I turned out.
It kind of prepared you, though. That kind of stuff prepares you, though, for parenting. I mean, in a weird way.
I'm tough as nails.
Well, I did my parenting kind of just went off.
Yeah, and so I've never ever even smacked my kids.
Yeah,
I have not.
Sorry, I have probably done a bum smack when they were little.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna say not. I've never smacked her hard, but like and never for misbehaving per se. It was always for something dangerous, like and that's why I can count them all, right? One when she ran out in front of a truck in the road. One I just smacked her bottom once. Once, and she was in a diaper, so it wasn't like it. I didn't even. There was no like. It was just it got hurt. She didn't cry. She didn't anything. She just looked up at me like you've never done that.
Yeah.
Once when she ran away from a group at a theme park, and one time I smacked her hand when she reached for the stove and the burner was on.
Yeah. See, all of which you could you wouldn't even consider them smacks. It's like you're protecting us.
I would class that as good parenting. Yeah.
But I don't use physical punishment. We talk and we get privileges revoked until she earns them back, things like that. And I tried to make everything a game instead of a fight. I tried to encourage that too, just in little things. Like when it was time to clean, I didn't want to argue. I didn't want to fight. I didn't want her to resist, and I didn't want it to be this huge ordeal. So I didn't give her that option. What I did was I put a big bowl of like her favorite treats. Sometimes it was snacks. Sometimes it was like stickers and stamps and things like that, and I would say, okay, here's your mission. You need to get all of your stuffed animals and put them where they belong. And if you can get all of your stuffed animals and put them where they belong in 5 minutes, you get 2 treats. And if you can do it in 3 minutes, you get 4 treats. Ready? Go. And she would run and she would get it all done. And she'd come back and she'd pick out her treats and she'd be like, what's my next mission? And I'd be like, okay, now I need you to get all your dirty clothes, right? Like, so we did it that way.
Yeah.
My daughter would have it up, but that was kind of funny. But she got it from me. She's a good Padawan learner. Like if I go in there and say, Josie, you got to clean your room up. She's like, I don't want to clean up right now. I was like, clean your room up right now. It's been like this for weeks. She'll say something silly like, why you want to get rid of all my stuff? For 50 years, I've been collecting all this. I worked for the city for over 25. You want me to just give it so easy? She'll bring us like some weird, out of the blue, weird thing that just had to make me laugh. And so I have to play off of it. I have to go off of like, well, you're fired 5 weeks ago. You got to get your shit out of the office. And we just go.
That's so cute.
He gets fun. Yeah. He gets fun sometimes. He still does it sometimes.
That's adorable. Super much good. She's 17 now, so she doesn't need missions. But it's this funny thing. Like, she's so headstrong and like absolutely determined, right, about everything. Like once she fixates on something, it has to get done and it has to get done now. And so she'll be like, I don't want to clean right now. Don't ask me to, because if you ask me to, I'm going to say no because I will want to do it less. And you just leave her alone. You just leave her alone and don't say anything. And that girl will scrub the whole house down the next day for no reason, right? Like once she gets going, she's like, it's hilarious. She has no procrastination in her. So she's freaking out about finishing this project. And she's like, I need to go print this right now. I need to go print this. It's the last thing I need. I need to get this on the board. So we go print it, we get it on the board, we get all our stuff done. And I'm like, okay, so when is this due? She goes, I need to put this somewhere. And I was like, don't you need to take it to school? She's like, oh, it's not due for 2 weeks. Okay, but you needed it done right now. And she's like, yes, I needed to finish it.
Can I just ask, what the hell is Jill on about? He says, I poisoned my dog. What the hell is he going on about?
My dioramas were always done.
I don't know, but that just makes him a $6. So.
Jill.
So he doesn't even know what dogs need. Okay.
It's called dog food. It's not difficult.
Water, dog food, love.
Yeah.
They need walks. You got to walk them. They have to go poop somewhere, not in the house, hopefully.
Maybe send it to Michael Vick's training camp.
I don't get that reference.
Was that Mike? Was Vicks? I know it was Vicks, right? What's the first name? Yeah, that one footballer that was busted for like having dog fights and training pit bulls to pretty much kill each other, having illegal dog fights. I want to say Michael Vick's, but it could be something else. But it was Vicks.
Is your daughter patient or impatient, EJ?
Oh, she's kind of like footsie impatient, but she takes it well. She's just a little antsy, but it's hard to say.
That's
I guess
good.
I'll say she's patient. Yeah, if it goes.
Super Munchkin. She could be patient with people, but she has no patience, and she's very self-aware. She's very self-aware about this. Like we were driving one day, and it was so funny because we were like, you don't have any patience, do you? And she just looks at us, and she just as serious as could be. She was like, no, why?
Well, I guess it's
like,
weird because
she's
my
aware.
daughter's like very impatient when it comes to some things. Like when she's looking for a job, she'll 3 hours later, they didn't call me back. Should I call them? Things like that. She gets kind of antsy about.
Yeah.
But dealing with
it's a
situations
good,
and people,
it's a
she's
good
pretty
thing,
good.
I guess. But yeah,
She worked for.
she's gonna go far. Very determined and
All right,
impatient.
Question for both of you. So you said about patience. Oh, how are their attention spans? And I'll be on mute for a minute or two, but I'll be listening because I'll be out having a...
Oh, see, that's the thing. That's what's so strange. I think her patience has very little to do with her attention span at all, because that girl can focus, and she can focus for hours, and she can focus for a long time, right? That's how, it's like her project. She doesn't spread it out over all this time. She sits down for hours, and she will knock that thing out. But I think it has to do more with like her inability to procrastinate. That child cannot procrastinate. If you give her an assignment and you tell her it's due in 3 weeks, 3 days max is how far out she's going to push it. And she will sit down and she will get it done because she doesn't want something to go wrong later. She doesn't want it to be late, and it's going to be stuck in her head, and it's going to bother her and bother her and bother her until she just knocks it out. She's got like a little misdirector syndrome.
She sounds like a little you, man. Do you?
No, I procrastinate. I am.
Oh, do you?
Oh yes, I was the one who. It was so funny. Especially in English, people in my English class hated me because the professor would be like, "Remember, your essays are due tomorrow," and I'm like, "Oh shit, that's tomorrow." And like I hadn't even started mine, right? Like I'd go home, I'd hammer out this essay, and I'd get an A.
That was me.
And all these people would have spent weeks working on their essay, right? Like I would just go in there and I'd be like, okay, I'm done. Whatever. Did I make my word count? I made my word count. We're good. Like, right? And so like I was very much a procrastinator. Well, when it came to my own stuff. Now, when I was writing my sister's papers, I would make myself start early and take my time. But that's because I knew that I was going to have her teacher the year after, and I wanted to be able to just do my stuff like real quick in my own voice. So I would have to take my time to like argue an opposite position or to make it not sound like me because I was going to have the teacher the next year. Does that make sense? Yeah. That's the only time I didn't really procrastinate.
What about you, AJ?
As far as like my kid, or I kind of got lost in the...
Yeah. Does she have a long?
She's determined, and she's always been.
Maybe it's a boy thing, but
she's always been like really independent, and she's always been a daddy's girl. She's a boxer. She likes to ride on the motorcycle, things like that. And
so she has focus.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Like one thing is like she's into video games and she likes to complete them, but she's into was it Fallout? I think it was. Or anyway, she had these. Oh, it was Fallout. It was a Vegas one because she had all the chips and coins, from the New Vegas casino set. So she calls me up and she's like, "Yeah, look, Dad, I'm making this." She went out and got a Dremel, the right bits. She got herself, everything to do so she could embed these coins into a plaque so she could mount on the wall. Oh yeah, she even carved out the edging on the plaque and everything, stained it, and all that good stuff. So and the work was really done very well. I mean, she measured everything out, everything was proportional, and she sent me photos along the way. And she's that kind of girl. She'll get it done, and she learns a lot along the way, which I'm proud of her on that. Because a lot of learning has to do with the experience of wanting to do it, not just being, thrown, just fed at you.
Yeah.
But she's independent. She's doing good, and yep, always never have to worry about her. She's always, getting the job. She's always a manager. She's always bossing people around. She's that person, making friends and enemies along the way.
That must be a relief as a dad.
It is, yeah, because I know she can take care of herself. It's no problems at all.
Yeah.
But she's a go getter, that's for sure. And quick learner like her mama.
I think Supervention's going to be that way. Just hit the ground running. Well, she wants to get her doctorates first, but she's going to be one of those hit the ground running people.
Is she going to do a gap year? Is that a thing in America?
She is so... You don't understand this child. When I say she is Little Miss Director, go, 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 I mean it.
Yeah.
There's a reason you don't hear her in the background very often, right? And that's because most nights I don't see her till 7:30, 8 o'clock at the earliest, right? She's all AP classes. She's in theater. She is in IPET, which means she goes and helps teach other kids. She's in journalism. She has competitions and rehearsals, and her AP classes are doubling as college classes. She has a job. Even in the summer, she takes AP classes so that she can take more AP classes the next semester, right? And I am trying my hardest to convince her.
Were you like that?
I was like that. That she does get from me. I was on charity boards, nonprofit. Like I was all over the place. I was at competitions every weekend when I was in high school. I was never home. I was up at 4 a.m. It's crazy. She's the same way. But
I was smoking bongs in someone's garage.
Oh no, I was still doing that. Before school, after school, in between competitions. No, I was definitely still doing that.
Oh my God.
And I still made straight A's, and she's the same way. So, but she's very much like, I am trying to convince her to take a semester abroad, at least a semester abroad, just study abroad for at least a semester, because I can't convince her to take a gap year, right? So she's very much like, I've got this, like, she's go.
Why not do it between high school and college? She could do that between high school and college.
No, that's what I'm saying. I can't convince her. She's already like, nope, I've got these scholarships lined up. And if I do this, I keep this scholarship. If I do this, I keep that scholarship. If I do this, I add another scholarship. And then I've got this. And I'm like, okay. Like she is, I didn't have to bring up colleges. I didn't have to bring up scholarships. She is like on it.
Wow. I studied abroad for a semester. She was furious.
Say it again.
He said he studied abroad for a semester. She was furious.
She was furious.
I do want her to go somewhere and study, and I think we've inspired some love of travel in her. So she does want to go places. She's just like, I need to have all this in line first, and I'm like, no, you can go there while you get this in line. It's okay.
Speaking of
which, she's so
Dave,
practical. Like I'm trying to get her to consider colleges far away, and she's like, nope. If I go to this one, it'll get me what I need, and it's close, and I can just live here, and then I can keep my job, and I'm like, ah.
Dog meat trade.
Speaking of which, David, go meet people.
Get
out of your apartment.
I do sometimes.
I'll tell you something, bro. It's not you that's the problem, as in that man, that body sitting right there. Trust me, there's plenty of women out there who would be interested in you. What your problem used to be was the person you were.
Yeah, when I was drunk.
Yeah. And if you're not that person, you will have a lot more success.
Well, okay, I'm going to caveat this. Do please go meet people, and you will in AA. Don't date the AA people.
I know.
Don't date them.
Yes.
That's a vicious circle right there.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, that might not work out. Yeah. But I got hit on as soon as I got out of prison. I went into the shop and some woman was reading the back of my top. You know, the Star Wars top. It's got the, it's got, you know, the beginning of Star Wars with all the text. It's got that on the back of it. And she was stood there for about 10 minutes just reading all of it off the back of my top.
Oh, that's
like
that's
10 minutes
work.
after getting out of prison. Yeah.
She didn't find you objectionable, at least, right? You can tell that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and she wanted to
She was
carry on the conversation.
There was two options of what was happening, Wild Heart.
Yeah, she's a big
was
Star Wars
either flirting, right, or she's a very slow reader.
One's really good, the other one's really bad. Did she? I have a guy question for you. Did she touch your jacket in any way at any time?
She ran it.
That's flirting. That's
yeah,
flirting.
She ran it
Yeah.
she was reading it like each line.
Oh, she was making an
wild.
excuse to touch you.
Yeah.
She could have give a crap less about. She probably knows that by heart anyway.
Yeah.
She was yours.
Yeah. She was a slightly older woman though, so you know. Plus, I just got out of prison, so I was more interested in getting home than anything.
She probably has a house. Look at the benefits.
Oh yeah, that's that. Yeah. I should have.
I got a nice jacket already. You know. Social Security checks coming in. Shares are.
Cha-ching.
Why wait for that $12 check from Grandma once a month, and you can have it every week.
I could have been a tie boy. Yeah, that would have been cool.
Yeah, bad. Always make sure you have fresh socks. You know, cookies in the oven.
Gosh, PJ.
I
The
know,
advantages
right?
of dating a grandma.
Yeah.
He's like the quietest dude.
You ever start an art project, she's right there to help.
All right, macaroni at the ready.
Oh my god.
Make their own glue. Better.
Yeah, the walking frame was a bit of a worry, but apart from that. Yeah, bad eyesight is really good bit. Yeah, she just couldn't see very well.
That's brilliant. Well,
You know, depends. Keep the skin soft.
Cataracts are a bitch.
keep them moist.
Moist. Yeah.
There's nothing worse than a dry granny.
But is there any other kind? You know.
These
Yeah, the ones
spandex
that wear
depends
the
for
pens.
keep that tone shape.
Okay, we're bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going straight to hell.
So, all right, if we're going to hell, we'll go all the way.
Oh, sounds bad.
Men can't find me. Trans women want me. And Muslim women lose theirs. Or don't have one. What am I?
Clitoris.
Yeah.
What was that? Sorry?
Clitoris.
All right. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Is there female mutilation in Islam? I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the big one, isn't it?
In a particular, at least in
Yeah.
a particular sect, there is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was not aware.
And that's not the only religion.
Yeah.
I know there's some African tribe that does that, but that's all I've ever heard.
Yeah. Africans and some Muslims. Yeah.
Oh my God. There's a rite of passage. I think it's an Australian Indigenous tribe. But this rite of passage for boys is circumcision. But it's like from boy to manhood. So not
Ooh.
when you're a baby and you don't remember.
Right.
And
Yeah.
it's done with sharp rocks. Like
Yeah.
That's how it started out with Jews. Yeah.
Yeah.
They used a sharpened
And
rock.
so what they do, and I've actually seen footage of it on my Taboo video that I bought when I was 15. They stretch it right out, and on a big rock, and then just yoink, and then put their bush shit on it, ointment and whatnot. They all them boys that have it, and they don't lose their dicks or anything. So, and God knows how long they've been doing it.
At least you don't get syphilis off a sharpened rock, whereas you do with a rabbi teeth. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I've heard about that one too.
Yeah.
There was some rabbi that was spreading syphilis or something.
Yeah, New York it was. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
That's
Actually,
awful.
This will be fun. Where is it? No, sorry, wrong one. Here. Okay, hypothetical. You have to choose one. And it's not as a baby, it's as like a rite of passage thing. You can either have your foreskin done on the rock with a sharp rock, or a rabbi can do it with his teeth.
Rock.
I go with a rock.
I'm going with the rock, and I don't even have foreskin.
Yeah.
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 What does that say, right? That we all chose to have our foreskin grinded off on a fucking rock.
Yeah.
Rather than.
Yeah.
I only learned about this like this year or something. That was a thing they did with their fucking teeth.
It's not much of a choice when you think about it, really.
My brain like pretty much automatically blocked it out.
Yeah.
I chose rock just based on mouth bacteria.
Yeah, that was my thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The idea that a mother would be able to stand there while this old man put his mouth on her son's penis, and she didn't feel something was wrong.
Yeah. That is fucked up.
It just like sorry to go on about it, but it's one of those things that I can't explain about.
And that's the depth of commitment that we're talking about when we're talking about deeply religious people.
Yes.
Yeah. And they would have seen it as a good thing, presumably.
Yeah.
And why
that's
it
what
needs
to
end.
It's worth questioning, at least.
How, like, when is the spaceship coming? How long are they going to let us grind our dicks off on rocks?
Yeah.
Actually, something about 200,000 years.
Ooh.
All the way.
Which
total.
culture is it that when they do the female mutilation, they also like to ensure their purity, they how do I put this nicely? Sew them shut.
Ooh.
Okay, that's not healthy.
Well,
that's not good.
how do they have babies and stuff?
They unstitch it later,
they fix it later.
Don't they leave like enough room for menstruation and just for that?
Yeah, they leave enough room for like menstruation and stuff,
so
but
they
not
leave,
enough
like, a
room
hole,
to be
right.
penetrate. Right.
Yeah,
Which
to have
culture is that?
Oh, I want to say it has to do with the Muslim type community. I'm not sure.
It's really fucked up. I remember learning
That's
about that
horrible.
when I was younger, and I was like, what kind of bullshit is this?
It's like it's a thin end of the wedge thing. I don't think any Christian starts off that batshit fucking crazy that they
No.
can read something like, you know, murdering babies and this and that and be so like, it's so loving and
Yeah, that's a lot of indoctrination and there's a lot of fucked up
cognitive
thinking.
dissonance.
Yeah.
Well, don't think they accidentally save harsher stories for later in your indoctrination. They absolutely do.
Yeah.
Unless you're a Jehovah's Witness, in
Yeah,
which
you
case
can't-
you get exposed
can't-
to all of it from the start.
Wow.
Yeah.
Recently, they on their broadcast, Stephen left, the one that talks like this. He said, we've received just a few letters from parents expressing concern about violence in some of the recent videos. For example, they made a video of the
Africa
bit
and
in the
Egypt.
Bible.
Answering my own question. Sorry.
The bit where one angel killed 100 and something thousand men.
Yeah.
So they visualized, like they made a video of it. And it's just like this massive, you know, heap of dead people left. And just really traumatic sort of stuff. Like witnesses being surrounded by men in black uniforms with guns while Jesus comes galloping out of the clouds with a fucking bow and arrow on a horse, and he looks like Kenny Rogers, and all the angels look like Kenny Rogers.
I love Kenny
Yeah,
Rogers.
really just not healthy stuff for a child's mind.
Right.
And their answer was, we understand this concern, but we don't see it fit to try and water down the message that God saw fit to leave in his holy word, the Bible.
That's a good point.
So suck it up, parents. We're going to keep making these videos, and you're going to keep making your kids watch them. But what was weird is he goes, expressed by parents of children who have never even been exposed to so much as a hint, as anything hinting at violence. Why did he say that? Was that like a gloat or
It sounds like he was pointing out American exceptionalism. And perhaps what he was saying, and I don't know, but perhaps what he was saying is something like, there are children all over this world who see someone get killed sometime in their very early years. And they saw it first person, they see someone get killed.
Yeah.
If he meant American exceptionalism or European exceptionalism.
Yeah. Well, I took it to that he meant Jehovah's Witnesses are so pure and peaceful. They like their kids have never even seen violence.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I would say they've probably never seen violence because you weren't allowed like comics or anything, were you? They've probably not seen that kind of violence, but like.
But I experienced
Exactly.
domestic violence every day of my childhood. Yeah.
Yeah, which I would say is more
traumatic,
disturbing and more fucked up than
a cartoon.
Yeah.
Or a toy that is a wizard, so represents magic, so it's satanic. So
I never understood why people would shelter their kids in that manner. I mean, like, with how this idea of keeping them pure, right? You're only pure if you can maintain that after being exposed to impurity, right? Like, so I didn't censor Super Munchkin a lot. I mean, there's basic censorship, things that she wasn't old enough for, things like that, right? But I was like the parent that I was like, you want to watch that rated R movie? Sure, you can watch that rated R movie. I'm going to watch it first so I know if there's anything I need to skip, right?
Yeah.
But I'm going to let you watch it. And so I wasn't heavy on censoring her, right? But she also doesn't. She's also not a person who deals with peer pressure, right? Like, people cannot peer pressure her into stuff. She's just like, no, I don't want to participate in that. Thank you anyway. You know, I don't hold anything against you. I'm not going to run and tell on you. I just don't want to join you, right? Like, she's that kind of person.
Independent.
That's an awesome quality.
But I exposed
Whoa.
her to a lot, and we talked about a lot, right? I just imagine, like, if you shelter your child from these things, then when they are confronted with these things, they're not even ready to respond, right? And isn't that the easiest way to set them up for failure? Why would you? I don't understand why you would shelter your child rather than teach them to deal with what they are going to have to deal with when you're not around.
Yeah. But it's
I found certain golden rules with children. Having multiple helps because, you know, you do get better each one. But by my second child, I had learned, I don't know where I discovered, but the importance from a very young age, like before they can talk and stuff, it could be seen as guilting them or shaming them, but what it is say they hit you, you don't get angry, you don't do any, no reaction other than to put your bottom lip out and look sad.
Yeah.
And if you do that really young, that child will instantly come and hug you and rub you, and that's their little brain learning, oh, that hurts people. It made her sad. They have that inbuilt empathy there. And it works. Like, within a week, all you need to do is put your bottom lip out and your child will do whatever you want.
I guess I did something similar, but not exactly the same, but I did something similar, right? Like, I had an expression that was obviously hurt and confused, right?
Yeah.
And Super Munchkin being very verbal and, like, you know, like, she did pat me, but her first words were like something like, "What's wrong?" You know? And I think I said something like, "Why did you do that? You're too pretty to act that ugly."
Yeah.
And she was just like, "Oh." Like, that caught on real quick. She was like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Yeah.
And I think to not tell children the truth of adulthood is to make them ill prepared, and it makes you a liar.
Yeah.
You know, if you
Yes.
try to act like the child did something and they were okay doing it, then they'll think it's okay. You have to disapprove somehow.
I tried to draw a fine
Which
line.
is sort
like,
of my second golden rule, which is, when is the right time to tell the child something is the time that they ask the question.
I agree with
It really
that.
is that
I did
simple. And
agree.
I followed that, and it worked to a T. And you rarely even get follow-up questions because they're satisfied. And it never ends up like being awkward or you had to go into this gruesome detail because they don't ask.
Right.
Like,
now, I would add
they
one more.
only ask when you are keeping it from them. You know what I mean?
I would add one more golden rule, though. One more.
Yeah, I have a couple more, but yeah.
And that is, well, why one more is kind of two-pronged, I guess, but that is to instill self-worth, right? On two levels.
Yes.
Right, and And the first one is, I think another reason she is very solid in her choices, she doesn't cave to peer pressure, is because I think my mom accidentally instilled it in me, and I purposely instilled it in my child. But like, I got her to consider other people's opinions less. Not when it's fact, just when it's like an expression of these. Like, for example, one time her and some of her friends were playing with these temporary tattoos, and one of the kids had thrown into the mix somewhere that were called semi-temporary, and nobody noticed. So this thing was on her face for like 3 weeks during picture day and everything. We could not get it off. Well, she actually liked it. It was cute. It was a little yin yang. It was fun. But she liked it, and it was super cute. And she came home crying one day from like her first day back to school. She came home crying, and I was like, "What's wrong?" And she was like, "People were making fun of me." And I said, "Okay, we'll go home and we'll take it off." She said, "But I like it." And I said, "Then who cares what they think?"
I would have been like, "What's wrong, Tyson?"
Yeah, I was like, "Who cares?"
Right.
I said, "You don't want it off?" She's like, "No, I like it." And I was like, "Then fuck them. Who cares what they think, right?" Yeah. And she just kind of puffed up after that, and she was like, "You know what?" And she's kind of that way, but she's also the sweet girl that like when the kid came in from homeschool and she was crying, she was struggling going to public school. Super Munchkin would meet her at the front door every single morning the entire year. And she would take her backpack for her and walk her to class and tell her how glad and excited that she was in their class together. Every morning. Like, she's just such a good kid.
Sweet.
That's cool.
But on the second level, I would say it's important to have self-worth when it comes to self-soothing, right? Because I tried to draw this really distinct line. Because as an adult, I have bad days, right? As an adult, I have bad days. I have moody days. I have moments where I slip up and I shouldn't have responded in the way I responded. And my response 9 times out of 10 has nothing to do with the person I responded to, right? Like, and if I, as an adult, am capable of that, then I never understood parents who expected their children to be perfect. They're not allowed to have bad days. They're not allowed to have meltdowns. They're not allowed to, you know what I'm saying? You have to fix your attitude. You have to all these things. And I didn't want to be that parent either, because I felt like that made me hypocritical. So I was very much like, you get to be upset. You get to be frustrated. You get to be angry. These are all very valid emotions. But what you get to do with these emotions is you get to go to your room and you get to process them, right? What you don't get to do is come take those emotions out on the people around you. And that's what we're going to work on.
Yeah. And I also have what could be seen as a controversial golden rule, but I stand by it. But I told my older boys that when if they want to try something like pot or whatever, to tell me and I'll get it for them.
Well, that way you know what it is.
Exactly.
Well, my dad said that to me when I was younger, right? He said, well, that way he knew what it was, and he knew that his kids weren't going to get in trouble.
Yep. I mean, people die getting stuff they weren't expecting.
Exactly. And but it also teaches them, without them realizing, that they can be open with you and trust you. And you know, I would rather you come and tell me, Dad, I've murdered someone, and I help you get a lawyer and go and deal with it, than try and keep me out of the loop. You know what I mean?
You know, and that's another way in which Super Munchkin just makes me so lucky. I thought about making that offer to her, you know, because she's in high school. She knows kids that drink. She knows kids that smoke. She knows all that, right? But I didn't have to, because about the time I was ready to, first of all, she comes and shows me all her, like, I'll just be sitting here and she'll come in here and be like, look at what's going on in my chat. Just show me everything. It's hilarious. Yeah. But I didn't even have to, because I was sitting here and her and her dad were talking, and then she was on the phone with somebody else, and all you hear is her go, like, I just don't want to. you know, I mean, I get what you're saying, and it's cool that you're comfortable with this friend and that's who you want to try it with. But I'm going to tell you right now that when I decide I'm ready to try it, I'm trying it with my mom. She's like, I trust my mom.
Oh man.
And I was like, oh. And then her dad asked her, like, what were you
Pixie,
he was like, what were you talking about? And she was like, oh, my friend is going to a party and she invited me, but they're going to be drinking and they might have some weed. And I just said that if I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that with my mom. And I was like, oh, I love my baby.
Yeah, you've done some stuff
But
right,
see,
no doubt.
there's an example. So when your child comes to you and says, "Look what's happening in my chat," that is them reaching out to you, and that is your opportunity to go, "Cool, let's have a look." And
I
even though
do.
as a parent you're going, "Oh my fucking god, oh my fucking god," don't berate your fucking child because they're, being children. Let them know that it's okay, and they will always be open
Yeah.
like that.
Well, you know, I heard a phrase that I took very seriously when Super Munchkin, I think she was about 3. And, you know, it's when they start getting into that why phase, right? And I
Love
was
that.
like, I learned to appreciate it, but there were moments where I was so exhausted and I wasn't appreciative as I should have been. And in it was very, not often, because luckily I heard this phrase very early on. It was in one of those moments where I was just absolutely drained. I was running around helping everybody else. I was juggling Super Munchkin and some other people's kids. It was just, you know, and I had gotten to the spot where I was like, I'm not sure, but we will look that up as soon as we get home. I promise, you know, and I'm just going. And somebody else was having a conversation, and they just casually, it wasn't even directed at me. They were just having a conversation with each other. And I just happened to overhear this thing that just really stuck with me. And she said, you know, one thing I regretted learning a little late was how important the smallest conversation is. She said, you know, looking back, I would dismiss them and think, why are you bringing this to me? You know, like, I'm busy right now. And she's like, I think that was my biggest mistake, because if I entered, she's like, there's no such thing as a little conversation to them, right? There's no such thing as a little conversation. And if I would have entertained all of the little conversations, they would have brought me the big conversations, because I feel like those conversations were always big all along.
There's a word.
Yep.
That's
right?
a word.
And so I just happened to overhear that at the right moment, and I looked down at her, and I just couldn't be frustrated anymore. I was like, every conversation is a big conversation, right? And so it didn't matter how silly, how stupid, how busy I was. It didn't matter if I agreed with what she was saying or not, or I thought it was just a waste of my time. I treated it like it was the most important conversation in my day.
You know, if you think about it, the first time you've ever had a thought, even as an adult, you get very excited about a new thought and you want to investigate it. And that's what they're doing. They're having that first thought, you know, and how can you say that's not important?
Exactly. Exactly. It is important. Just because it's frivolous to me as an adult doesn't mean it's not very, very big and important to them. And I think hearing that changed my perspective in a way that really benefited me and my child.
Yeah. So I'm not sure at what point, maybe I've always thought like that, but, or whether there was some point I came to realize that, but that's how I treat my kids. Like, every second is a memory being created. Because, like, I think about my childhood with my parents and the moments, and not just your parents, but the moments where someone said something and that is still, you hear that play in your head to this day.
Yep.
You know, it's one of those things you just never forget. And that's what I want to give to my kids. So I treat every moment like that.
That is so wise.
But what I notice, and it breaks my heart, today I was at the school to pick up Harrison, and this girl was trying, they won the bread lotto. And I was like, why have you got a loaf of bread? And the daughter's like, we won bread lotto. And then tried
to explain what bread lotto was, but the mum had already turned away and started talking to another adult. And the kid sort of, you know, that thing where you don't know, do I finish what I'm saying, or no one's listening anymore, so do I just stop? So she just trailed off, and I saw a little piece of her die. You know what I mean?
That's so sad.
I see
Isn't
stuff
it?
like that, and I want to walk over to the kid and go, "No, finish. What's
Yeah.
bread lotto? What's bread lotto? Tell me."
Yeah. I
But
know.
but if you do
That's me.
something
That's
like that,
That's what I
in
would
our
have done. I would
society,
have
that
been
just-
like, "Hey, sweetie, I'm listening. And I'm interested. Can you finish your story, please?"
I'll tell you
Right.
something. I'll
You
tell you
know,
something,
I'm-
Pixie. As a man, I can't do that.
I know, but I
Yeah,
could get away
no.
with it, especially because of my voice.
Yeah.
I can get away with it. So,
Yeah.
and I do that stuff often. And I think that's how I ended up the house that all the kids hang out at, right?
Yeah.
There's and we kind of adopt the strays, like so to speak.
Do you know what it is?
But I think
there's a very clear reason that we are like this, in my opinion.
What's that?
Is we are the adults who didn't forget what it was like to be a child. It might have been 40 years ago, but I still remember those experiences as a child. The fears, the confusion. You know, if you can remember that stuff, you can then prevent your children from having to
I was
experience that.
I was always the mom that if my daughter was talking to me and some adult was trying to speak to me, I was the one that was telling the adult, "Hey, can you hold on a moment?"
Yeah, I was told adults are speaking. Be quiet.
Now, I've never said adults are speaking. She did ask a question one time, and it's the only time I didn't answer her. I did answer her, but I made her wait till we got home. And so it wasn't appropriate to answer her where we were. And so I said, "This is an adult conversation. You and I will have our own conversation." And then I answered her questions later. And that's the only time I didn't like answer her on the spot or made her wait. And like in all other situations, the adult needs to wait because my kid is speaking to me.
Yeah, and I that's exactly what I do with my kids. If they interrupt, I will correct them and say, "Don't interrupt. Wait till we're finished, and then we'll talk." But if they're talking and an adult interrupts, I will turn my back to the adult.
Exactly.
You know, and
I'm
let
sorry. You
the
think you're more
child know
important
that.
than my blood?
Yes.
My blood child is more important than you. I'm sorry.
That parent though, that I keep playing that story in my head, and I just feel so bad for the kid because it's not even like the other adults interrupted, right? It's like this woman asked her child a question and then decided to ignore it and talk to somebody else. I don't. Why would you do that to your kid?
These are the mums, like the area I live in is a lot of housing commission. That I don't want to just paint broad strokes and all that garbage, but this mum was annoyed at being a mum. Her kids were frustrating, and they were good kids. They weren't playing up. It was
really sad.
It was all the parent, yeah. And it's probably like the majority of the kids at the
It makes
school my
me
kids go
it makes
to.
me reflect on how blessed I was to have the mother that I did.
Mm.
Now my dad
Same.
was was a piece of garbage, but
Yeah.
but my mom was awesome.
Yeah. So mine was a really weird one. My dad did what you would call abused us, but he didn't think he was hurting us at all. He did think he was disciplining us. And it was far less than the discipline he received. So he didn't see, like, and when he got older, he did, in like my younger brothers and sisters didn't even get smacked, but me and my older brother copped it growing up. But he was, other than that side, he was the honest one and like such a good role model as a person. Other than being a father, he didn't know how to be a father. Whereas my mum was so loving. Her love was unconditional and unending. But she did the most psychological damage.
Sammy,
So, yeah. Yes?
I just realized the time. When was the last time you got some sleep, dear?
Oh, about what time? We've been going 5 hours. So probably about 8 hours ago.
Okay. Then I will not nag you.
Get to bed, Sammy. Go.
But that was a trick. How long did you sleep, Sam?
About an hour or two.
See?
Oh,
See?
see, no. Why? You need to rest.
Told you he
Yeah,
was
well,
tricking you. I see right through that crap.
Yeah, because you did the math. If we've been going 5 hours, and I only went to sleep 8 hours ago.
Well, I didn't know how long you'd been going. I haven't been awake that as long as you guys.
Oh, I didn't even do the math. I just heard it in your voice. I could tell there was a deception in there somewhere. You were gonna let it go like you got some good sleep. I know you were gonna do that.
I'm too transparent, aren't I? I'm
Too
an
honest.
open book.
That's the problem. See.
But could we take all these things that we've learnt about parenting here today and apply them to someone like Jill? You know, doing the bottom lip thing and making him feel empathy and
No, because Jill isn't building neural pathways. Those are set.
No, you
That
can
has
force
to be
someone
done
to.
quite young.
You can force someone to build neural pathways. You just have to waterboard them and tie them up and say it a billion times and prop their
Put 'em on
eyelids
a
open
hamster
with some
wheel.
clamps.
I'm
Yeah,
up for that.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
I'm up for that. I mean, it'd be good for him anyway. Eventually, be better than what he is now. I mean,
Yeah, but you would have to step it up. You couldn't do the pouty lip. You'd have to do the waterboarding.
right. I mean, at this
Yeah.
stage of life, you're gonna have to get serious.
The thing is, you could probably get Serb to get Jill to agree to it. I know that Jill has agreed to be a slave before.
What do you mean to to prove?
Trying
yeah,
to defend slavery.
I think you could get him to agree with it if you put him in a Job position. I bet we can make you deny God.
No, he's done it. Jill has
No, but
denied the possibility.
actually all out, fully, not just deny his existence in the philosophical. I mean, like all out deny God. And then he would be like, "No, my God is powerful. My God will see me through."
Give me an hour.
Get him to agree that.
Yeah,
just make him Job. Just make him Job.
Yeah, I'll do it.
So who believes that he's 6 foot, 200 pounds?
So what if he is? He's still a child.
I know.
Yeah.
But
I don't care if he's 7 feet tall and weighs 375 pounds. I don't care. He's a child.
Yeah, well, one that I'm not fond of. A bratty little child, perhaps. Petulant.
Yeah, why do I use child as if it's because I expect a person to be an adult by the time they reach about 25. I guess that's why.
Yeah. Because their brains finished developing by then. So, by his age, is someone like Jill a lost cause?
That's a great.
That was the thrust of the question. Yeah, is it too late for Jill?
I've got a really good question for Sammy. In what ways do you think that your upbringing within a religious cult actually delayed your growth into a true adult?
Jill, the fact you think that statement holds
approximately-
any sort of truth or value is kind of pathetic. Just saying.
Approximately 15 years.
You think it took you an additional 15 years once you got out of the cult?
And I think I've just managed to get there now at 40 instead of 25.
Because I mean, it's really my
And it could have been
observation.
longer.
Yeah.
It was only because of YouTube. Yeah. So.
Having a lot of good conversation. Yeah.
Yep.
Because I think all religious practices actually keep people from progressing in a natural
Growing.
way.
Yeah. That's one, I sort of been saying it a bit lately. It's one of my stipulations to someone earning my respect is the willingness to change. And if your answer to that is I don't need to because I have the truth from the immutable God, then you don't get my respect.
Right. I mean, if part of your religion was that you don't cut your fingernails, you just let them grow out, then it's evident to me that, you know, the ends of your fingers would be very soft and without any toughness, without any callus, and you know, you couldn't really clean underneath your fingernails very well. It's a bad example, but you see what I'm saying? There's repercussions that aren't part of it that would have to be true in mental development. Like if part of your belief is that you have to accept that magic does exist, right? That's got to keep some part of your brain believing in magic. In which case, you're susceptible to other kinds of magic.
Yeah.
None of which can actually be.
There,
Like,
and that's that thin end of the wedge that I mentioned earlier. It's like once you cross that line of cognitive dissonance and you accept something ridiculous,
yeah,
why not go all the way?
Well, how can you tell the difference? You know, that's what.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think they're purposefully going too far with it. They just can't see the difference because there isn't one. You know.
Are you supposed to be on your channel, Richard?
In about a half hour.
Oh, it's a half hour. Okay, I just got a notification that popped up. I didn't open it. So.
Yeah, I just created the show. Yeah.
Sammy, can you do me a favour? I put an email address in the private chat. Can you put it in the comments for Jill? I can't type in the comments because they've deleted my YouTube account again, and I have to sign in. So he wants my email address.
You are not going to do another show with Jill.
Yeah, just for fun.
Just
yeah.
Okay.
You think that's fun?
It gets better, Richard. It gets better. Jill is going to teach Wildheart how to be a Christian.
He's going to be the spiritual guru.
Are you serious,
Because Wildheart has told him he's changed his position. He's not a hard atheist.
Yeah.
He's willing to give God a go, but his main issue at this point is he's not convinced in the resurrection of Jesus Christ, which is pretty crucial to Jill's version of Christianity.
Sure
so how
is.
can
Yeah.
you convince me of that? And I think
I
that's
think
what Jill.
I think it's actually pretty easy to make a reasonable case for the resurrection of Christ. If we're talking about a Class 4 Kardashev civilization showing up at end times, them bringing somebody back to life, it's not such a big deal, actually.
Yeah. He does. Is it if it happens in the future?
But that wouldn't be the historical resurrection that Jill's God proposes.
Can you even imagine how much trouble that would cause? Like 2,000 years ago in the ancient Near East, you know, if they brought someone back from the dead, Oh, dude, that just like that would flip the whole world upside down. They'd be just
But-
like, okay,
and
well,
the cherry on top is the whichever one says that after that he then floated up and they watched him fly off
Yep.
into heaven.
Yep,
like
that's
Superman.
Right. Right. Which, if that's some kind of a tractor beam, I'm totally cool with it.
Hey.
Like,
Maybe,
I
Richard,
actually have
you've
no
missed
problem
a
with
bit.
that.
Maybe there was a historical Jesus, and he was zapped up in a tractor beam, and
Yeah.
it was like a pre-telling.
Pre-telling of
the future version.
Well, some people go with that, and sometimes I'll concede it for the argument, although I don't believe it's true that it's historically and future true. But, dude, if that happened, there wouldn't have been people who, like in the area didn't see it, in the area didn't believe it. It would have been like 100% of the witnesses would have been totally in, and it just wasn't like that.
All right, this is what cracks me up. This is how I know Jill only hears what he wants to hear. His comment is, I would not recommend Richard to disciple any new Christian. He might lead them to Satanism. Let's ignore the stupid ad hom about Satanism and focus on the first part of that sentence. Any new Christian. Please tell me why I'm no longer a hard atheist is a statement that would make me a new Christian.
Yeah, that's interesting. David, do you feel like you're a new Christian?
Sorry,
David.
I was miles away. Yeah, sorry.
David, do you feel like you're a new Christian because you just got called a new Christian?
A new Christian? Yeah.
Are you?
You're already a Christian. You haven't even noticed that yet. That's how good Jill is.
Yeah. No, I'm a new Christian. No, it's going to come back to the believing that Christ resurrected. I don't do that, and I can't do that because I'm not convinced of it. So I might have been wrong when I said I'm a Christian.
Are you a deist? Maybe a deist would be an easier pill to swallow.
No, because I don't believe that a deist God exists either. I think that it's possible, but I don't actively have a belief that a deist God exists.
I don't think a deist God could exist because that's like saying, okay, if you say panpsychism, where everything has some amount of consciousness, well then your poop has some amount of consciousness, in which case your poop is God, and that doesn't make sense to me.
In early deists, I don't know what it is now, but early deists they had more of the clockmaker God, right? It's a creator God that created everything, but then does not actively intervene, much like a clockmaker will make a clock and set it aside to let its time run out.
Well, the problem I have with that is
that was their idea with God, that there was that God was a creator, but there was no supernatural and there was no divine intervention and things like that.
See, but if there's not some eventual divine intervention, then what does this God actually do for you? And if nothing, why call it God?
It didn't do anything but create you.
Create you.
Yeah.
But it's worse than that, because the deist God plays no part after the initial setting off of the Big Bang or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He plays no part. So even if he did exist, you wouldn't be justified in believing he exists because you had
except for maybe the afterlife. Some may have believed in the afterlife in some aspect or another. I don't know. But to them, it may have been more like a theological Jew sees their God than a Christian sees their God, right? Yeah. Because even a theist Jew still looks at those stories of divine intervention as more allegory than as actual events, right? Yeah. And so if you could have that sort of similar idea.
Since rebuke and reprove, something you have no right to do or even claim you could do, has brought up suicide. Could you imagine people in the ancient Near East who are like very depressed and they want to kill themselves, but they just saw this guy resurrected and they think, damn it. What next? I can't even kill myself? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah. It's like North Korea. Like, at least in the death camps and that, at least you die. With the Christian God, there's no end to it. It's just
there's no way out.
Yeah. God is in many ways worse than, was it Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un or whoever? Yeah. At least you can die in North Korea.
Yeah. Yeah, delivering people a story of a future event and them assuming it just happened because it's a descriptive story, I think is within human nature. That makes sense why people would do that. I just don't think it's the intent of the writings at all.
Discipleship is key, so whilst I won't go down the path that most atheists go down, ending in suicide.
All atheists end up killing themselves. That's right. That's fact of nature. No, we can show that. We can show that. All atheists never get to old age. None of them.
I'll grant that, Jill, if you grant me that all Christians just pull facts like that out of their ass, and those facts have no basis in reality whatsoever.
No, wait. They're not inventing those facts. They're hearing and seeing that from other Christians who made them up. It's always displaced by one, Sammy. They can't take responsibility, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Here is the progression of a liberal regarding religion: Catholicism, parents, Christian cult, New Age, atheism, suicide.
I don't know. I'm not suicidal. I don't have any suicidal ideations, and I don't struggle with depression. I know that makes me very lucky. I'm not trying to brag or boast or anything like that, right? I understand that makes me very lucky. But I'm a non-theist, so that I don't think correlation doesn't equal causation, Jill. You should work on your bullshit.
Although I have to defend Thunder Dwarf, I have to defend Jill to some extent. If you talk to him long enough, you'd want to.
I mean, if I am suicidal, I plan on it being a long time from now, and hopefully in my sleep.
No, I think Jill may be a person to bring me to the verge of homicidal tendencies, but I don't know that it would be suicidal tendencies.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I don't know. If I was tied down and I had to listen to him.
You know, for all how fucked up I am, I have never, ever had suicidal ideation.
Plus,
it's not even something my brain will even let me approach.
But it would be the other way
I mean,
around.
like, I can't lie and say I haven't considered it, like, abstractly, like, what if I did this? But it's never been, like, a serious, like, I want to do this, or I have a desire to do this, or I have a plan to do this. It was more like somebody in my life did that, and it was, like, thinking of, like, how many people I would hurt if I did something like that, you know?
Yeah.
It was, like, but I've never thought of doing, like, I'm not, like, yeah, I don't have, like, depression or any desire to stop breathing oxygen.
But it would be the other way around. Atheists will want to live because they think this is the only life you get. It will be
this life is precious because I don't have anything waiting for me on the other side. I will just I think I will just be what I was before I was born, non-existent. And this whole energy doesn't cease to exist thing. Yeah, I get that. My energy will be broken down and consumed by the earth.
Yeah,
you know.
Something else.
Well, I want to be human composted. So
someone who believes in the afterlife would have a reason to commit suicide. That's why the Catholic Church brought it in as something you shouldn't do, because the obvious thing if you believe in an afterlife is to kill yourself. Get this
No,
life over with as soon as you can. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't find them honest, because I mean, Christians get cancer and cry.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes no sense.
They get liver disease and they're like all depressed and stuff, and they want rid of the liver. You should be happy.
Yeah.
Right? You'd be like high-fiving each other. Hey, check it out, dude.
Yeah.
Check it out, dude. I've got liver cancer. I'm gonna die in like 3 months. Oh man. I don't get to do that.
Yeah, if they truly believed that there was an afterlife and there was a heaven and they were going there.
See, they don't believe it.
They should be over the moon.
They don't really believe it.
Yeah, they can't do. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Actually, there are a few that do believe that hard, and it actually breaks my heart even more. As a matter of fact, in one fundamentalist cult type of religion, it broke my heart. They don't believe in divorce. They don't believe in any of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
When this woman found out she had stage 4 breast cancer, she threw a party and said that God was answering her prayers and taking her home, because that's how God was going to get her out of this abusive marriage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's sick on about 3 different levels.
Isn't it, though?
But at least she was true to form. You know, she believed it, not sort of.
But guys, why can't you just let people believe what they want to believe?
Now, wait a minute. There is an actual problem with that, Sammy. Just
You're
like
telling me.
if I say Christians are free to believe whatever they want, but I'm in a majorative Christian society, and because they're so majorative, they create laws that control parts of my life, and their beliefs are reflected in law in my life, I got a problem with that.
Yeah.
You know? But the opposite is also true.
The problem I have is the opposite tends to be harder to be true. And here's why I say that. The opposite tends to be options versus restrictions, right? So because the option is there, doesn't mean you're forcing them to act in that manner. They want
Fair
to
enough.
force you to act in their manner by restricting your options to what they choose. And I think there's a very big difference between allowing an option and restricting your options to force the options you favor.
I don't know. It all gets very difficult very quickly. Let's say you truly believed that human beings should never kiss, right? And it's going to be a tradition in your family. Humans don't kiss, because that's the most evil thing a human can do, is kiss each other, right? Are you sure that it would be good in your view that the rest of the world around you was just like, no, kissing is fine, and every time you bring your kids out, you see people that your kid is going to see people kissing and think that all the rest of humanity is absolutely horrible?
Well, then I suggest you go live remotely where you don't have to deal with this, because you are not entitled to make other people believe that kissing is evil simply because you do.
Right. So what I'm saying is, there's got to be some point, and I don't know where that point is, but there's got to be some point at which freedoms are not good for everyone. There's got to be some point.
Of course there is. And it's easily demonstrated, right? It's demonstrated every time people go down their freedom of speech avenue, right? Because while we recognize freedom of speech and freedom of speech is important, people completely misunderstand the intent of freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is to protect dissent, and it protects you from repercussions from your government. It does nothing else, and it protects you from no other consequences, right? Nor does it guarantee you a platform, right? So and even then, free speech has always been restricted. We have always had laws that went against free speech. For example, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater, right? It's just a word, fire, but you don't get to cause mass panic and harm with your free speech. There are consequences to that. So, yeah, freedom is this thing that there's always a line there. There's always a limit, and there has to be, because ultimate freedom is no freedom. If everybody is ultimately free, then you can't guarantee the freedom of any one individual, right? Your freedom has to stop where mine begins. That's the only way everybody can be free.
Yeah, what's that saying? You're about to swing your arm ends at my nose.
Yeah, it ends where my nose begins.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, gotta
And I
go.
hate
Peace
when
and
people
respect
say-
to you all. I love you all deeply. I appreciate you all very, very much. Good to see you, David. Try to take care of yourself
Yes,
and
I
be
will
good to you objectively. Objectively good to you. Okay?
What is the
Love you.
show that you're
Peace and
going
respect,
to do,
Richard.
Later, bro.
But it's just like I hate when they say, when the stupid free speech argument came around, they were like, oh, well, Twitter is like a platform. It's the new town square. No, it's not the new town square. You know what the new town square is? It's still your bowling alley. It's still your movie theater. It's still your main street, right? This is global. This is not a town square. Second of all, don't compare it to a utility and pretend that that gives you any rights, because last I checked, you don't have a right to your utilities. You fucking pay for them. So unless you're telling me you should pay to be on Twitter and therefore have no consequences, your argument lacks any sort of validity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, in the town
For
square,
me-
it's more than 120 characters or whatever it is.
It's a tricky one for me because I think that we should always try to go as much as we can towards the freedoms of the individual, which means, in my opinion, the freedom to be offensive, to offend someone.
Well, being offensive, there's a fine line though between being offensive and inciting violence, right?
This is my point. This is my point. Is if you're not telling people to harm people, you know, you're not inciting violence, why can't you tell a racist joke or a joke about someone in a minority?
Because you may not see it as inciting violence, but perpetuating stereotypes to someone who is a racist may see it as camaraderie in their beliefs and incite violence. I'm not saying that that's sufficient. I'm saying I can see where
So
that logic goes. But on top of that, as much as we're praising individual rights here, we also have to realize that if something were to go really, really bad, right? If somebody were to take that as some green light and that were to go really, really bad, they're not going to sue the guy who typed it. They're going to sue the company that platformed it. So as much as we yell about individual rights, what is the individual risking compared to that company owner right now?
Yeah, I fully get. I think one of the big things we miss is the second you go on a platform, you are at the whims of that platform. You don't have fucking free speech rights.
And
this
nobody
that.
and nobody who has set out to make a free speech platform since has accomplished it.
Yeah.
Nobody. They say they have a free speech platform, but they will censor you. They will not. For example, Truth Social or whatever it was. They if you say anything bad about Trump or bad about Truth Social, they automatically ban you. If you tweet about like abortion rights, they'll suppress it. Like even platforms that say they're about free speech are not about free speech, and they have their disclaimers when you sign up, right? And there's a reason for that. It's because they have to protect their business. Because in the event that something goes wrong, who's getting sued? It's not the person tweeting.
Yeah.
they don't want to admit it's a privately owned business because people use it as as personal expression. But the truth is, you are being allowed that self-expression in a privately owned setting. That's just the truth. And you clicked those terms and services, so I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, does it frustrate me? Does it make me mad? Do I think it's overly censored? Sure, at times, but like, I don't know how they're like equating this to some like the government is censoring me
some
bullshit.
Human right taken away.
Yeah.
See,
I don't see
agree.
the equivalency.
I agree 100% with everything you just said. But I think there's another part to it. And I'm losing it. Bugger.
I think the perfect thing with the Isra Muhammad Day. Like Muslims are saying that if you draw Muhammad, we will go into an office block and shoot up a lot of people. So where's the line between free speech, being able to draw Muhammad, and Muslims having their law that you're not allowed to draw Muhammad?
I think that's too far. That's what I think it is. I think that takes it too far, because here's the thing.
And that's
you as a Muslim cannot draw Muhammad. But I am not a Muslim, and I am not subject to that law, and you don't get to force it on me. You don't get to, right? So you can say that I can't publish a picture of Muhammad in your newspaper or in your magazine, and that's fine. You get to enforce that. But you can't say that I can't sit in my bedroom and draw Muhammad. Yes, I fucking can.
Yeah.
And if that Christian newspaper over there wants to print it, yes, they fucking can.
Yeah.
But if the Muslims want to sue that newspaper, yes, they fucking can, and the courts will decide it.
Yeah. This is my issue, right? Is why are you so okay with being your right to draw Muhammad? Yes, in a private setting or whatever, but then, which should include a comedian, right? People are choosing to go and see him. They're not forced to go and see him. So he should be able to make jokes about whatever the fuck he likes.
Yeah. Oh no, I agree. Earlier
Muhammad,
I wasn't. No,
you know
I
what
agree with that. I agree with that sentiment. I agree with that sentiment. If you're paying to see him and that's the show he puts on, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. When you said that earlier, I was just thinking of some random like influencer typing a bunch of racist jokes on Twitter or Instagram or something.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking of like a comedian.
Yeah.
That
changes my perspective.
About was like, you can't tell a joke about any minority. Why? Because that's racist. Why? Because they're a minority.
I'm gonna draw Muhammad at a burrito bar.
Here's where I think it gets. It's all gray to me, right? Because I understand why a platform would not want people spreading racist jokes on their platform. I understand that. I understand a comedian has the right to put this in his act, and I understand that people have the right to go listen. But I also understand that if the establishment he is performing at decides, whoa, I didn't know that was there, and no, you can't come back, there's no more of this, I'm okay with that too.
Absolutely. I've never understood these Karens, right, who are like, I don't have to wear a mask, it's my this, it's my that. It's like, it doesn't matter what law there is out there. The second you step into a private enterprise, you're under their law. If they say wear a mask or get the fuck out, you get the fuck out. You have no objective, God-given, immutable right.
Right. Well, I know somebody who threw a fit. I know somebody who wore a mask at her grandmother's house upon request because her grandmother was going through chemo and didn't need to, deal with all this shit. Yeah. But then would throw a fit about And that in no way violated her rights, but the store asking her to wear a mask did. Explain that one to me. And she was like, well, it's my grandma's house. And I'm like, okay, but it's their business.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
No.
She's like, but my grandma's sick. And I'm like, but sick people shop. Like, I don't understand what you're saying to me.
Do you know what it points to is a lack of intellect, like dangerous levels. As in, they don't comprehend what a shop or an enterprise is. They think they're in public. I'm in public. No, you're in a fucking store.
But I think both sides are guilty, right? Like, both sides are guilty. And you saw it during, like, the first Trump campaign, right? Like, when or even before that. But, like, when the gay bakery refused to make a cake or when the bakery refused to make a cake for the gay couple, right? The Republicans were screaming business rights, and the Democrats were screaming discrimination, right? But then a year later, what happened, right? Some Trump supporter was being rowdy and costing a shop owner, like a gas station owner, some business. And so when the Trump guy comes in, the guy's like, no, I don't want to serve you. Please leave. The Democrats are screaming business rights, and the Republicans are screaming discrimination. And it's just like both sides just, right? The same thing with the Red Hen. When Sarah Huckabee got asked to leave the Red Hen, the Democrats were saying, oh, there's your business rights. And the Republicans were screaming discrimination. But it just keeps flip-flopping.
Yeah. It's whatever serves their purpose at the time. It pisses me off that the average person won't take a breath, step back for 3 seconds, and see what's blatantly obvious.
Well, I don't know if it...
what you just described.
Now, had the Democrats done it once, I could have been like, okay, that's snide. That's like, well, there's the business rights you were talking about. Have fun with that, right? Yeah. But the fact that it's a pattern, like they do this on many issues, right? Yeah, and they do it on so many different issues.
It's why a lot of people get disheartened with voting. I nearly did. Like when I was getting older and I realized every promise that a up-and-coming prime minister made on their campaign meant nothing. There was no accountability.
Well, even if
they could literally become prime minister and go, haha, cool, jizz, I'm not doing none of that shit. And there's nothing anyone could do.
I think my belief in a president's speeches is tempered even before they start, but based on one realization: it doesn't matter what they promise me. It doesn't matter what they promise me because it has to get through the House and it has to get through the Senate and it has to get through all these people, right? And it doesn't matter what you promise me. You can only accomplish what the group allows themselves to accomplish, right? Like, so you can tell me your plans. You can tell me that these are your ideas, but beyond that, you're not telling me what you can give me because you can't.
What honestly is the president other than someone who can do those emergency law things? Executive.
Well, I mean, he can do. He can do executive orders, but he's also the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, right?
So he's in charge of the army.
Right, but he also has, like, you know how, like, the vice president has veto power? Like, the president has some power to I guess you would say, like, apply pressure and force his hand in some areas, but it's limited because we didn't want like an absolute
you don't
authority.
Want someone to get and this is the issue. And now you're left in a stagnant thing where you're perpetually having filibusters, like.
Well, it's not just filibusters,
everything
right?
Drags on. Everything takes forever to get through.
it's not just filibusters. I think we have a way of singling out a president rather than the full government under that president, right? Because, like, don't get me wrong, if you have a Democrat president and a Democrat Congress, or you have a Republican president or a Republican Congress, then absolutely you can probably credit a lot of what gets done and not done on that president, right? That president's going to have a lot of accountability. But in a lot of instances, we don't have that. And when we do have that, it's very temporary. That's why this midterm election was so shocking, right? Because the red wave should have been an easy prediction. Because for our recent history, we've flipped in the midterms. If we've had a Democratic president, we've elected a very Republican Congress. And if we've had a Republican president, we've elected a very Democratic Congress, right? And it creates this stalemate, almost, right? It creates a standoff in our government because neither side has majority power. And that's what made this midterm so surprising. That's, the red wave shouldn't have been, it wasn't supposed to be some boastful, aha, we're better than you. It should have been almost guaranteed.
What is a midterm? Can the president actually lose his job?
No. So the midterm elections, so what happens is the president gets elected every 4 years. And I want to say,
that's what I thought. So what's the 2 years?
So Congress isn't necessarily your Congress members. Sometimes you vote for them at the same time. Sometimes you don't. It's like states voting on their governors, states voting on their senators, states voting on their House representatives, but they're stacked, right? So this time you may vote on one district or one of your senators, and then in 4 years, 2 years after the next election, you'll vote for the other seat. The other senator seat will be open for election, right? And so it's stacked because they get 6 years. And so it's stacked in a way that every 4 years you have a presidential election, but 2 years after your presidential election and 2 years before the next election, you have elections for state seats, like your representatives and your Senate members. And your governors and mayors and things like that.
So it's got nothing to do with Biden.
It does because, like I said, neither Congress nor the president have absolute power. So if Biden wants to get things done, if he wants to be able to deliver on things he promised, then he needs a Congress that is majority Democrat so they can vote on his measures on his side, right? Because if he has a majority Republican Congress and they just want to stop everything he does, then we hit a stalemate.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, but let's just admire PJ's Muhammad. That's for all the Muslims.
Well done.
That's free speech being exercised right there. See, that's my point. If you're going to go la 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 seriously to some imagined deity, I want to be able to make fun of that.
Right.
And it should
make
be
a
my
decent
right.
burrito. I mean,
there we go. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that was great.
How do I get you out of this thing? Yeah, see, Ed is
I might move over to Richardson a little bit, and you should get some rest, Sam.
Yeah, what's he talking about? What's he streaming about?
I don't know, but I just said that because Jill came in. I'll tolerate him for a little bit, though.
Jill, not like the Sparklets guy. I don't know if you remember him.
Sparklets. No.
It was a
Be
water
an
company
American
that
citizen.
delivered water to your house, like fresh bottled water. And their slogan back in the 80s was "Me and Sparklet's water making friends." It was kind of like a, yeah. Sorry,
Oh,
guess it's generational and zonal.
Spark wax.
Yay, Jill's back. Yay.
Hooray. What's the word out on the streets, Jill?
Atheists beware.
So
Here, let me pretend to be excited. Yay. Ooh. Hi, not fuckface.
Your atheism is under threat.
Oh, he must be teaching.
Everything's under threat if you look at it. Natural aspect.
So here's my short version, Wild Heart. I'll save you some time. Jill is not going to be able to prove the resurrection. It's going to come down to that magic word,
Fair.
that favorite word of Christians that we all like to argue about the meaning of.
Yeah.
Because it can mean whatever the fuck you want it to. Because it's just a crutch you use. Are you willing to have faith, my brother?
Yeah.
Because you need that. You know that's their thing. You have to have faith. You have to come to Christ with faith.
And I'm not willing to have that because, as Matt Dillahunty quite correctly stated, faith is not a pathway to truth, and I care about what's true. Faith doesn't get you there. I can believe the Bible's true and based it on faith. I can believe the Bible's not true and based it on faith. Faith doesn't tell you what is actually true. You can have faith in literally anything and believe it based on faith. Faith is not a good way to tell what is actually true. It's flawed.
And I don't know about anyone else, but I want to know as many true things as possible.
Get in.
And avoid as many false things as possible.
Yeah.
Well, that's where the hook is. That's where they get. That's where the kind of like the hook is, where they get you, because it's like one thing it's for true and certain. You are going to die, but wouldn't you like to know there's even more? There's something better than that. Just follow me, brothers. Follow me down to the church here and open up that book, and I'll show you why, and I'll tell you why. There's so much better. It's something better out there than just nothing. And everybody.
And just pass you this bowl. Just pass this bowl around while you're at it.
Yeah. When you said bowl.
Yeah, not the good kind of bowl full of green stuff. They want your green.
Yeah.
Your hard-earned green.
Awesome.
The more you donate, the more Jesus listens to you. He likes that sound, His ears are
And
magically
in a
connected to the
strange
plates.
kind of way. Yeah.
Those are Jesus'
In a
ear
strange.
drums. No, ching, ching, ching. Sorry.
In a strange kind of way, it, in my mind, I appreciate a Christian more who isn't associated with a church.
Yeah.
Because at least they're, at some level, they're fucking genuine. Because why are they doing it? They're not doing it to impress their fucking congregation or their preacher, or they're doing it because they're convinced of the shit.
Yeah, but sometimes it falls on the sad side. Like my brother's church, I would volunteer there quite a bit, and I got in a conversation with the pastor there, and there's a lot of criminals there, and I was pointing out one guy who was like ripping people off on auto repairs, and she was just like, "Oh, but we have to forgive them, we have to forgive everybody," and then she gets robbed, and you got to forgive them. It's kind of sad. Sometimes.
Yeah.
420. Who determines what it means to be a genuine Christian?
In my opinion, nobody.
Okay.
Because I think every Christian's gonna have their own version in their head.
Or should I say what determines?
Oh, God, I wouldn't know.
Okay, at least you're honest.
I know that you all argue about what defines a Christian. That even Christians have different ideas about what is a Christian. So you can be dismissive and simplistic about it and just try and say anyone that follows Christ, but then you've just encompassed people from, the Pope to Richard.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
and you've just basically done half the fucking planet. So
exactly. And all of the Hollywood stars, and they're dressed up as Satan.
Well,
you
like,
have to include them as well. Right?
I'll be back. I gotta take the dog out. She's bugging. She's a Christian, by the way.
Yeah,
I wanna
she's not a
thank
true
God.
Christian.
I want to thank God for my abortion. I want to thank God for my last video, which is
But
dedicated to
do
Satan.
you not think that's a
But I'm
problem
a
with
Christian.
Christianity? Do you not think that's a problem with Christianity, that none of them can demonstrate which one is actually true?
No, that's a
That's
problem
why
with people.
But that's why you get so many denominations. It's because they're all arguing amongst themselves based on the Bible, and none of them can
No,
demonstrate
that's a
that
problem
they're
with
the ones
people.
that's actually right.
No,
That's why
people
you get so
want to
many.
be. No, people. I get it. People want to be Christians because of what it actually purports. So that's actually a good thing for Christianity. That people, so many people, even the people who know they're in violation of what the text says, they want to be Christians so bad. That's actually a good thing. They're not trying to be Muslims, right? They're not trying to pretend to be any other religion. They want to be Christians.
I think you're misinterpreting that, right? I think the
Yeah.
interest in combating Christianity is not because they want or hope that the
I'm
Christian
not
God
talking
is
about
true.
people who are combating. I'm talking about people who are proclaiming to be Christians.
I'm saying even in the same way, if you would care not to interrupt, that people seek information is not necessarily correlated to that being the truth. It has a lot to do with what they're familiar with, the environment they're brought up in, what people around them believe, what is promoted as truth throughout their lifetime. And so if I was in India and I was seeking out some religious truth, I would probably be seeking either Christianity or Hinduism. If I was in the Middle East, I would probably be seeking Islam. In the same way that people combat the things that they're familiar with or affect them, people will seek in the same manner. That doesn't elevate your text by any stretch of the imagination. That's laughable.
I think it does. I think it does when you have a choice between a plethora in our country, in America, where everyone is free to choose what they want. For some reason, people who don't really follow Christ cling to Christianity. Every
Well, that's the
politician,
thing.
every politician.
That's the point.
No,
It's not
all that
being
speaks to
Why?
all that speaks to is the brutal efficiency with which the colonizers A, implemented their beliefs, and B, tried to murder them out of the people they held hostage on their own land. That speaks of efficiency and popularity. That does not speak to validity. That is a logical fallacy and a
It's a
ridiculous
popular
one.
religion, yes.
Try harder.
Right. It's a popular religion, right? Yes. And they're not choosing any other religion but
Yeah,
Christianity.
through force and fear
because
and
of what it
brutality, not because of your warm, fuzzy, all
Hollywood stars
loving
are
God.
afraid of us. Oh my goodness.
So when
we're
when
gonna kill the Hollywood stars.
when Islam becomes more popular than
You
Christianity,
did. You
will
beat
that
young.
make- will
They
that
beat
make-
young Native children to death and buried them under
You mean Thomas?
boarding
You mean
schools. They
Jefferson?
kidnapped them from their homes repeatedly. Of course, they were afraid. They fucking should have been. It was
the leader
brutal.
of the Democratic Party. You mean?
So when Islam becomes more popular than Christianity,
I mean both sides. I mean both sides because
Andrew
neither side has been
Jackson. Andrew
favorable. And
Jackson
if you're
led the-
pretending that one
who led
side
the
is,
Trail of Tears?
you're laughable.
Who
You're a
led the
fucking
Trail of
joke.
Tears? Who led the
Jackson.
Trail of
Yes.
Tears?
Islam will
Jackson.
be
And
the
who was
correct
there
religion.
before
You're
Jackson?
Yeah.
Who was there before Jackson to put them on reservations?
97%.
Who was there after? The boarding schools were open. They did not close until after I was born. Are you saying that a Republican president did not take office before I was born? Are you saying they
97
didn't exist? No, you're full of shit, so shut the fuck up.
97% of those who came over here were Protestants. They came over here to peacefully. They came over peacefully. They did not come over promoting violence. Once they settled in the land, there were individuals who became atheists, who started behaving
You
like
know that
atheists,
that's another myth, right?
and
This
started
idea that the majority of
disobeying,
the
and
idea that
started
the majority of the
disobeying what the
people
scriptures
the
actually
idea that
teach.
the majority
And
of the
that's
people
what
came
happened.
hold
When
the
people
idea that the
stray
majority of
away
the
from the
people came over here.
scriptures, they get
The, I-
atheism. You don't
the
get
idea
anything. You don't
okay,
get killing people and mass murdering
blah
from the
blah blah.
Bible. You only get
Actually,
that
you
from
do. God commanded it.
ignoring the
But
Bible.
actually, you do. God commanded it. But that's beside the point. The idea that people came, that the mass majority of settlers that came over here fled from religious persecution in England is actually a myth. Some of them did, yes, but a lot of them had already fled religious persecution and gone to Holland. The problem was they thought they were becoming too Dutch and didn't like the Dutch influence, and that is when they decided they could practice freely in the New World. But did they decide to practice freely in the New World? No, they decided to implement by force. And pretending otherwise is ignorant. And it wasn't about Republican or Democrat because both sides did it.
They didn't go over to escape persecution. They went over to persecute. They built their own camps with their own denominations of their own religion. They went over to have their own little camps by themselves.
Except Georgia. That was where they sent people from debtor's prison.
It wasn't to escape persecution. It was they went over. They wanted a new land to persecute in.
Christianity is still the most.
Yeah, they were just following everybody else. They want to do what Spain was doing, and they want to take over some new territories and lands.
Still the most persecuted religion in the world, still to this day. So there's something about our faith. It's just something about our faith. Get over it. Sorry if that hurts.
I don't think they are the most persecuted. I don't think they are the most persecuted, and I don't think you can claim to this day if any religion is persecuted, it's probably Judaism. They can't seem to escape conspiracy theories and people wanting to murder them ever.
Yeah.
Christianity.
I don't know, that religion in China that's almost been wiped out completely.
The Uyghurs, that's part of the Muslim group. Yeah, they're Muslim. But we're talking but globally speaking, I would say the most consistently persecuted religion has been the Jewish faith.
Yeah.
They cannot. They are in all the conspiracy theories. People are constantly calling them the elites that control the world. They went through the Holocaust. Right, if you want to talk about persecuted religions, I don't think Christianity has the hold you think it does.
Worldwide, as far as the entire world, as far as human history, it's Christianity still number one, despite the Holocaust.
I disagree with that.
Christianity has always been the way to turn one's life around. Not Islam, not atheism, not suicide. But Christianity has always been the religion.
Yeah, because Christianity is the faith.
And that's why.
Christianity is the faith that everybody builds their conspiracy
Hollywood
theories around. Christianity is the faith that everybody tries to make evil because they're so persecuted. How is the majority persecuted?
Of course, they redefine.
If your religion is so popular that you're the majority, how is the majority persecuted? You're fucking ridiculous and you don't make any sense, you moron.
That's literally impossible. The majority cannot be persecuted by definition.
He went from our religion is the most popular, and that speaks volumes of our religion, to we're persecuted, and that speaks volumes of our religion. The most popular, the most numerous, the most powerful religion in the world is not persecuted by definition. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, and self-inflicted wounds is a sign of insanity. So
American Christians are the most privileged humans
it's coming
on
from
the fucking planet.
research. Well, can I show some facts here? Because we're just spewing a bunch of emotion. Yeah. Pew Research Center shows that
Christianity is still the world's most persecuted religion across all nations, and that it is the largest
Persecuted by who?
Well,
Who's doing the persecuting?
Several different groups. You can
Yep.
find that on
Name
Wikipedia.
them.
You can find
I'm
that.
going to have to define persecution
I
because
have
you
to go
snowflakes
and
pull the
prove
victim
what
card
you're
out for
saying.
everything.
Yeah.
Facts matter.
No, okay, so what are the facts?
Lip
What are they
lapping
claiming?
nuts.
What are they
Present
claiming
some,
as
if you haven't
persecution?
yet.
What are they claiming as persecution?
Facts matter.
You've never been persecuted a
I
day in your
love
life.
how they're
Matter.
the most
So what
persecuted,
happens is
right?
Yes, facts matter. You can't even
So,
define the
who's
persecution you're speaking of
persecuting
because
you?
you've never been persecuted.
Yeah, you kind of
can
Karen'd it
find
there,
it if you
Jill.
look
It's kind of a
up.
Karen move,
Well,
you know. Just
because we're in America, we don't understand what systematic mistreatment of an individual is. So in other countries like China and other countries where Christianity is persecuted, we don't have that experience here in America. So we think that Christianity is
Wait,
very
okay, yes,
popular
hold on,
because
I will
all the
give you that.
Hollywood stars
I
are
will give you that
Christians.
Christianity
All the
is
Hollywood
very
stars,
censored in
therefore it's
China,
popular.
but
Shut up, liberal.
I
in
will give you that.
psychology.
I will give you that Christianity is very censored in China. However, I would say that even in China, the Uyghurs are persecuted far more harshly than the Christians.
Yeah. And even if you want to say Christians are persecuted in China, to say there's 2 billion fucking Christians, to say that somehow this one case, mention more cases. Like, I can guarantee you will always have more than half of Christianity not being persecuted.
I also want to note that he picked Pew Research, which has its biases, but when you look into data collection from like CIA and FBI and things like that, their statistics do show that the Jewish faith is the most persecuted. So it depends on which one you're listening to, I suppose. Facts matter.
But they probably just liberal organizations.
Typical liberal.
Pixie,
All right, share my screen.
See, I knew
my
you'd get
screen
a
for me.
liberal. Oh, I'm getting
well,
good
what else
at
can you
this.
say when you just
You're
deny facts
predictable,
because you
Jill.
don't like them? All right, share my screen. I
No,
have the facts.
you're
up here.
just becoming predictable.
Harassment of religious
Okay.
groups continues to be reported in more than 90% of countries. So I
Oh,
guess
continues to be reported by who? Karens like you that cry persecution every time their feelings get hurt.
They're Karens. In 2018, this is a very recent study. This isn't an old study. Right? This
That's what I'm
study
saying. What are they reporting? Is it every time an atheist hurts their feelings, they're being
either by
persecuted? This is
governments
reported.
or
Sounds like it. Yeah.
groups and individuals in the vast majority of countries around the world. 185
So who is this?
Reported
Who's
by
saying
groups or
this?
individuals who got their feelings hurt and
Facts
played the victim
matter.
card and cried persecution. I
Facts
know.
matter. From
Yeah, facts
verbal
matter.
abuse
Pew.
to physical
Pew?
killings and violence.
Let's look up Pew Research Center.
You know, maybe they have a
what is
point. Maybe they have a point because when
pum,
children come up with little fairy tales and stuff, you shouldn't like just shoo them away. You should pat them on the head and give them a cookie.
Facts
So maybe
matter.
she give like Christians a little more.
Not
that's a
emotion.
very very good imagination there. Let's see what's coming tomorrow.
They say that they're a fact-based, not nonpartisan think tank, but they're oddly concerned. They're oddly concerned with the decline of Christianity in the U.S., which seems to me they may have at least a religious bias because, but
I'm gonna stop playing mean atheist now.
but
actually, you know who I think's more persecuted than Christians? Atheists.
Well, I wouldn't say atheists
by Christians.
No, I wouldn't say atheists are persecuted so much as Christians attempt to oppress.
This study measures harassment against those
you have a
who
lot
are
of like
religiously
new
unaffiliated, including atheists, agnostics, and humanists. Come on, guys.
Well, you have like new age atheists that just go off of what they hear nowadays. Like, no, I believe in a God because, but they don't really understand the history and why or what about's a God. So they're even confused in a way.
My problem with these numbers is they're self-reported, which does a lot of things. A, you are going to get reports that are just a victim card where I was persecuted. B, of course, more Christians are going to report persecution because more Christians exist. Duh. That's fucking stupid.
By the way, statisticians are not as dumb as some liberals. They do take into consideration what's called per capita, or the actual proportionality. They do take that into consideration, just for your information.
Do they? Well, I'm sure they do, but and I'm not saying a
Dumbest
single
thing
one
I've
of
ever
them
heard in my
isn't
life.
smart.
They would
I'm
have
not
make
saying a
dumb
single one of
comment.
them isn't smart, but the thing is, I'm saying that other brilliant people who also considered these things came up with a very, very different answer from yours. And I'm sure that they
Show us the
considered
study.
those same factors. So
Show
yours
us the
isn't
fact.
any more fact
Research
than
and
mine
return.
is. Suck it up and cry about it.
Research and return. You haven't provided any studies. I have. So, Wildheart, when are we going to set this up?
Whenever you want, I'll laugh at you.
I just told you the consensus that
Research
the
and
Jewish
return. Research and return.
I told you where it came from.
You told me, yeah. Research and
Yeah,
return.
from FBI and CIA intelligence.
Yeah, show me the research and return. Yeah. Citation, please. So
Did she just give you the citation? You fucking idiot.
That's not a citation, FBI. That's not a citation. Biden's FBI? What FBI are you talking about? Biden's FBI?
Which FBI?
No,
did you
Biden wasn't even president then. You fucking dumbass.
Show us a study.
How many FBI are?
Thank you.
So at a rudimentary Google search, all I can see is Christianity is the most persecuted.
But why would they? But isn't that a thing of that? That's something they have to promote. They're supposed to be persecuted for the return of Christ.
Every source is either American or Christian. So how can I trust those sources?
You just need to donate
I'm
more.
going to show you one that says that intelligence thinks it's the Jewish community. Hold on.
Well, next is Jewish. Of course, Islam is at the bottom because God forbid you insult
Can't
a
say anything
Muslim.
about Islam. Oh my goodness, you'll be thrown off of YouTube, Twitter, your Google account will be
You'll be thrown off a roof.
No, they
Isn't that
throw
what
people
they
over
do?
roofs.
Don't say nothing bad about the prophet.
Yeah.
Peace be upon his soul.
Did you see PJ's drawing of Muhammad
at a taco bar?
Jill?
Much of that has to do with, I will admit, much of it is the Muslim countries that are persecuting the Christians. Most of it. That's why
That's
you don't
what
hear
I
about it here.
am seeing.
Right.
Like Iran and places like that.
Right. Yeah, in Algeria, for example, I'm reading there was an interfaith couple's marriage that was denied because one of them was a Christian. Like, are you kidding me? That's who you want to marry. You want to marry a Christian.
See, okay, I will give you that. I can say Christianity is persecuted in more countries than any other religion. I will give you that. But as far as like a global sentiment and like people kind of being on the same page, like in a lot of different places globally, I still say it has to be the Jewish community. They are in the center of all kinds of conspiracy theories about globalism and Satanism and everything you can think about. They are the center of all these conspiracies that catch on globally.
Yeah, because Christianity really holds no weight as far as something to be confronted about. It's really simple, easy. There's nothing to argue
You want
about.
to know why Israel is always being attacked in the secular state?
Partially because they're always attacking.
Read
I'm
your
just
Bible.
saying.
Read your Bible. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. Look at them. So when you go into a Palestinian's home and you force these people violently out of their homes after bombing them repeatedly and say, okay, you can't live here anymore, that is you attacking.
So the Jews' hatred against the Jews is self-inflicted. Advantage Christianity. Thank you.
I didn't say it was self-inflicted.
the
I said Israel. I don't conflate Jewish
That's
people
why
with
Israel's always
Israel.
being attacked. Is because
No,
they
I
attack
don't
others.
conflate. I don't conflate
Oh,
Israel
keep the
with
donations
Jewish
coming, that's
people.
for
That's
sure.
not the same thing. The Israel
Right.
government is not Jewish people. That
what
is
you're
not the same
doing,
thing.
Jill.
Call Kanye in here.
You're
That's
conflating the
I was about to
Jewish
say that.
people
Kanye.
with the government of Israel, and that is not something I do.
secular Israel. Secular Israel. Yeah. The state
So are
of
we
sec-
talking about Jews
I
or
never said
secular
secular. I
Israel?
said I don't conflate Jewish people with the government of Israel.
One of the best things I heard Kanye say was, "You ain't got the education. You ain't got the education." Sorry, it's just remember that.
I love the interview he did with the mask on with the what's his name? The guy that's banned from everything. Because
Oh, I think I know
99%
what you're
of what
talking
he
about. I
says is
shared a
true.
couple.
Alex Jones.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. And he had that he had that mask on. Like, what is wrong with this guy?
Who's he fooling?
We all know it's you there, Kanye.
Right? Imagine his mom back there should be slapping him around. Boy, we know it's you.
What is his parents thinking, like right now?
Right?
Like, who are his parents? I never heard about his
Like,
parents. You ever noticed
Must really
that?
like Halloween. Yeah.
Does
Oh,
he
yeah,
have
it's true,
parents?
huh?
yeah.
Probably cloned.
Oh, dude, I don't
Who's
even
his
think
mom and
he's
who's his
human
dad?
at
Anybody
this
ever
point.
know? Anyone
Kanye, I
know who
really
his
don't know.
mom or dad
Know
is?
nothing about his family.
Nothing.
Dude, do you honestly think he's human?
He might not be. He might be one of those aliens Richard talks about all the time.
Probably like a bad Whitney clone. Came out wrong.
Keeping an eye out. Dude, how can someone so fucking loony make such great music?
Oh, I don't know. I bet if he is a clone, I bet there's a little bit of Sammy Davis Jr. in there, right? You can see it.
To be fair to Kanye, we always thought he was crazy, not just after he decided to support Trump.
Right.
So Christians always
No,
thought he was crazy.
It was long before that.
It's like when he went up there, went on stage, and everyone he interrupted Taylor Swift. It wasn't like everybody was like, "Yeah, Kanye." Everybody was like, "Holy crap,
I'ma let you
Kanye! What the fuck are you
finish.
doing?" That was universal. What the fuck?
I'ma let you finish.
That's what got me though. I'ma let you finish. Bitch, why is it up to you?
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Kanye.
But let me tell you why first. Right? He follows it up with something quick. I'm gonna let you finish, but hold on 1 second. Let me tell you something first. It'll take about 5 hours.
What about his incoherent rant when he announced that he was going to run for president? Man, he was high as fuck.
I think he's like something warped him, man. He's like really thinking, something's behind there. Maybe, just all the
I don't know if
drugs
he's
and
like I don't want to speculate, but it could just be mental health things, right? Like
right.
I don't know how true it is because I'm not him, but it's been reported that he's bipolar. But he's also said himself that the doctors are trying to poison him through pills. So maybe he's just not taking medication and he's in some crazy fucking mania. I don't know.
Sounds like it might be a little schizophrenic because who's telling him these doctors are giving these pills? There's gotta be something in his head that's telling him
if your
inside or
mania,
outside.
if your bipolar mania gets out of control, it can have overlapping symptoms with it can show similarities to a schizophrenic psychosis. And my uncle is schizophrenic, so I've seen what that looks like too.
My brother had bipolar, and when he was at the height of his break, as they call it, you would think he was a full-blown schizophrenic. He was Jesus and the devil all at the same time, talking in the mirror.
That's a heavy load, man. How do you handle it?
Yeah, man.
One issue at a time, right? It's like
that's what I'm saying, though. Like if you have bipolar and your mania gets out of control, it can look like schizophrenia. It can look like a schizophrenic psychosis.
Well, the mania usually comes inside without getting like lack of sleep and lack of the proper type of sleep. So you'll start getting like hallucinations and visuals of different like sounds and things like coming right next to you. It could be like your name being called out or something just out of nowhere, and it kind of puts somebody in a paranoid state. Yeah, where I think where schizophrenia is more like, hey man, doctors, you know what they're doing? You know who told me this? The other guy in here, he told me that they're putting some shit in there. We'll watch it. They're like start to like collaborate, start to conspire with each other.
Or they'll well, it's really difficult because my uncle is a paranoid schizophrenic, right? And it's so weird because I can I mean he's medicated and he's doing good, but there was it's hard to explain. It's like after each loss, after each death in the family, his mom and well, at first it was his stepdad, then it was his mom, then it was, he's lost both of his brothers. And it's like after each death, he broke a little more.
Mm-hmm.
And when he would break a little more, the medication would stop working as well. We'd have to get it like readjusted and stuff. And it would break my heart because he didn't want to talk about it, because he doesn't want to be a burden to other people, and he thinks like he can handle it. Like, I know I'm schizophrenic, I know, and it broke my heart because I was sitting there and his psychosis had gotten out of hand, and it was right before we got him help again. But I was sitting there talking to him and we were just chatting, and like he got this look on his face for like just a fraction of a second, like he didn't trust me or he didn't know who I was or something,
Mm-hmm.
And then he like, you see like almost like tears, and then he'll like shake his head and he'll go back to talking to me, right? And like I knew I was watching him struggle. And later he said some things that I understood what was happening. But basically, like, he slipped up one time when we were chatting and he said, it's almost perfect. And I said, what's almost perfect? And he was like, you're almost human. And I was like, what? Excuse me? And then we had to have that conversation. And like as close as me and my uncle are, like he really thought like I had been replaced by some non-human thing that was pretending to be human, right? Like, and it like you could see the struggle in his mind. Like, I know it's not real, and then it is real, and then it's until the psychosis just takes over.
I feel you there.
Yeah.
With my brother, I was only pretty young, but old enough, like maybe 16, 17, I think. And he was gone, man. Like I said, devil, Jesus, crazy shit. But somehow I still could understand what he was trying to convey when no one else could, which made me think, fuck, does that mean like I'm going crazy because I can understand him?
You know what why does religion seem to be so tied up in psychosis, right? Because even my uncle, even with all that, you've been replaced by some non-human, right? Like he had like the whole oh my God, one time he was so torn up, he walked to a town like an hour away barefoot through country, like on a two-lane highway. It was like one time he was standing on the roof singing very loudly, and I can't remember if he was wearing a dress or a nightgown, but it was something about being the bride of Christ. And I don't, what is it with psychosis and religion?
Anecdotal evidence, that's what it is.
No, I'm not saying religion causes it at any. I'm saying, what is it about psychosis
what is that
that makes a person
correlation.
fixate on the religious aspect of their life?
Well, the studies aren't show that atheism and mental illness are more related.
I'm not saying that
Of
those two
course
things
you
are
would say that,
correlated. You're
Jill.
not understanding me.
No,
I'm
I
not
said
trying
that.
to I'm not trying to imply that religion causes any sort of mental break or psychosis. What I'm asking is my uncle happens to be a Christian.
Yes.
All right. He is a Christian. And so
Hang
when
on.
he goes into
I know
psychosis,
what your question was, Pixie.
when
Can
he
I
goes
answer
into
you?
psychosis,
And then you
that
explain it to
that
Jill?
fixation on Christianity, yes, it gets mutated into a strange understanding. I get that. I'm not calling it Christianity. I'm saying even in psychosis, he fixates on the religious aspect of his life. And I wonder what it is about religion that even when your mind breaks, you can cling to it, even in its like mutated form. It becomes like, even like, as much as it's the inspiration in your life, its mutated form can become the inspiration of your psychosis. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it causes any of it.
So pulling an answer out of my ass, two things that I think could affect that is biologically, you know how there's that certain part, not right at the front, but then just a bit behind that activates when someone has a religious or spiritual thought. Maybe there's something to do with that part of the brain remaining active or becoming more active as other parts of, there could be something going on there. And
or I guess if it's just like something really important to him, like if his faith being integral to him, perhaps he'd carry it over. But he can't help but mutate the way the psychosis mutates.
In the exact same, take the exact same person with the exact same disease, but make them born, raised, grow up, and die in India. Raised as a Hindu.
Then
they're going to be raving on about fucking Vishnu.
Or if they're atheists, it'll be like the government's out to get me. Right?
Exactly.
So it's, I guess, that makes sense. It's like, because the psychosis is mutating your world, it's going to carry over what's important to you and kind of mutate that too.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. It's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, it certainly is. More for the people having to watch it and deal with it, I think, even than the person sometimes.
I think he sounds more sane than those individuals who won those Oscars the other night. Was that the Grammys or the Oscars?
Fox.
Yeah. Those, now
I
that's
don't know.
insane.
I don't
Those
watch
people
that
are
shit.
insane because they have money and they still chose to wear those
Oh,
clothes.
yeah. Yeah, too much money and power would just warp your mind.
You got billions of dollars. You choose to dress up like Satan. Something's wrong with you mentally, I would say.
Dress up like Satan. How does Satan dress?
In all red.
In all red.
So all Manchester United players are Satanists, and by that logic.
See, there's moments, Jill, where I don't know if you're always a troll or just at moments.
Satanism is now in vogue. It's cool now.
But you don't think Satan is red, right? Do you think he has hooved feet?
No.
That's probably not. You're not that far gone then. Probably not.
No, I think he can probably manifest in such form, but
Satanism, as in like
I thought he was beautiful.
Yes, he probably
the Satanists don't actually worship Satan. They don't even believe in him.
No, basically atheists with a sense of humor.
Yeah, they're pretty much atheists. It was set up. Their black mass is actually nothing more than a mockery of Catholic mass. They chose the name Satan because they consider themselves the adversary of religion and
They follow
Christianity.
the Bible.
But they don't actually believe in Satan or worship him. Those are other cults like the Temple of Set. They worship Lucifer. But to be fair, they think that Lucifer is the good guy and Yahweh is the bad guy. So I don't. It's weird.
And can I say, as an atheist, about that? I think it is the dumbest idea ever. I do not think. To me, it's purely cathartic to them. I don't think it has near the effect that it was meant to have on Christians, or
I don't think it was meant to have an effect on Christians.
All
Here's
Christians
my
do is
controversial
think
take.
they are actual Satans controlled by actual Satan.
Well, here's my take on that though. Here's my take on that. It wasn't supposed to do anything to the Christians. Here's what it was supposed to do.
It was all the political stuff. Like, all right, you're going to claim these religious rights. We're going to be a religion and do it too.
It was for protection.
I get it all, yeah. But just going down that Satan route, I don't know.
I do not claim to be a Satanist. I do not belong to the church or the organization or anything, right? But I understand what they did, and it yes, their name was very flippant and in your face, and didn't have to be, because it was an inside joke that was obviously going to play to the fear of Christians, right? I get that.
How do we now separate the ones that you're talking about as opposed to the actual people that worship
Well,
Satan?
because they don't call themselves Satanists either. I'll get there in a second. But but at the same time, I understand the need that they felt that they needed to protect themselves the same way religious organizations could protect themselves, right? And so I get that. Now, like, for example, the people that I said do worship Lucifer, right? They wouldn't call themselves a Satanist either. That would be ridiculous to them. Lucifer is not a bad guy. They are almost extinct, actually, but they were called the Temple of Set.
Lucifer. Oh, okay.
You're called the Church of Satan. They were started by.
They were called the Temple. They were called the Temple of Set, and they didn't say Satan. They said Lucifer.
Okay, the church was founded by a man by the name of Anton LaVey. He wrote the Satanic Bible. It's more so a symbol.
Is that weird dude with the triangle hat?
Well, okay, no, he started a Church of Satan. That does not happen to be the Satanic Church today. Actually, the Satanic organization started that most people are a part of today are people who didn't like the direction LaVey was going with it. And they started their own thing and actually incorporated it or whatever, made it a nonprofit, right? Yeah. So you can't say that LaVey is a representation of this church, because this thing was established by people who didn't like where LaVey was going.
Well, that's the point. No one is an architect of anything in the Church of Satan. That's how it's always been since the scriptures were penned. So it's a symbol. Satan, they use Satan as a symbol of egotism or the self. It's a symbol of the self. I worship myself. That's really what they're saying. They really don't believe.
No, I just told you why they use. I just told you why they use Satan
self.
and the imagery of Satan.
It's
because they consider
believe in
it's
self.
because
so it's the same
no. A lot of them are actually humanists and believe in others. I just told you why they chose the image of Satan. They chose the image of Satan because Satan means adversary, and they consider themselves an adversary to Christianity and other religious institutions.
Satan is a symbol, nothing more. Satan signifies
before Satan was used as a name. Before Satan was used as a name. It was used as before Satan was used as a name. Yeah. It was used as a verb and a noun. Okay? You could be the Satan to something because you opposed it. You were the adversary to it. Before it was used to represent a being, it was used as a verb and a noun. And this is why they adopted it.
You'll have to explain the term.
I actually get it now. What better if you're going to create a religion to protect yourself and push back against other religions, getting benefits and stuff. What better to do than rather than come up with some religion?
Yeah, just
take
do
the
the
one
opposite.
that's
And leave yourself adversary.
I don't know
Just
too much
leave
about
yourself
Satan, but
adversary.
That's what
nothing
Satan has been
feels
doing
better
from
than
the
two
very
people fighting
beginning.
over you.
Exactly. That's exactly what Satan has been doing since the beginning, since Scripture, the
Yeah.
adversary to everything
Do you
other
see
than what God
what
says.
Actually, no. Satan started off as God's right hand man. He
Hang
wasn't
on,
there.
do you see, Pixie? I told
No,
you that would be
Lucifer
his
did.
answer.
Now,
You're
some
up there.
people equate Lucifer and the being later known as Satan, but the word Satan started off a noun and a verb. It wasn't a being at all.
So,
Here are their
am I
9
correct,
satanic-
Jill?
Yeah.
Would I be steel manning you to say these non-Satanists who don't believe in Satan
They're atheists. They're just
are
simply atheists.
still,
But
yeah,
but the interesting
do you
thing is,
believe they're under the influence of Satan?
of course, all atheists are. The interesting thing about this group, what I found it very intriguing to, when I did the research on them, is that they actually are purporting what atheism actually teaches. Listen to their principles. Now they call it satanic, but it's really
Wait,
not.
I'm
It's
going to
really
need you to
self.
pause. I'm going to need you to pause because
No,
atheism
I'm not
doesn't
pausing.
teach.
Okay.
Atheism
Indulgence
doesn't teach
is not
anything. Atheism
This is
doesn't
what I
teach
call
anything.
Santa Claus Christianity.
Okay.
It's still
Indulgence, not
magical.
abstinence. Okay. Which group believes in indulgence and not abstinence? Which group believes in premarital sex and thinks that's okay? That's promoted as healthy, normal, and natural. Okay. Vital existence, physical existence, vital or physical.
Okay,
Not
that's
spiritual
Levian.
existence.
Okay,
Yeah.
Which
that's
group
Hang on,
believes
just let
Levian,
him
and
say
that's
it. Let him say it
existence,
all, Pixie, and then
not spiritual
yeah, 'cause
existence?
I know where
Okay.
you're going.
Kindness to those who deserve it, not wasted on people who don't deserve it, or ingrates. Who teaches that? I heard one kid tell me he only gives respect to those
Jill.
who
I've heard
respect
you
him.
call so many
That's
people
not a
away.
Christian ethic. That's an
You do that.
atheist proposal.
Jill,
All right?
I've watched you do that.
Responsibility only on those on the group.
Okay.
Responsibility on the group to take care of the group, not individuality. Who teaches that? Who promotes that? This is promoted politically by the left. Man is
Christian.
just another animal.
So,
Who promotes that?
okay, we get it.
So they're
First of all,
eerily similar
that is,
to what
hang on.
atheism doesn't teach any of that.
What atheists
Atheism is
teach.
simply a
I didn't say
belief
what
that God
atheists
does not
Jill
exist.
never.
Atheists teach.
Yeah.
Not what
No,
atheists.
Jill, this is what you'll never get. There are atheists who would be deadly against everything you just said and would be on the exact same side as a Christian.
Not everything.
But they don't
Maybe-
believe in a God.
maybe vital existence?
You think an atheist is one kind of person.
Name one of
It
those
is
that I just
every
listed that an
kind
atheist
of
would be
person that could exist.
I know
Name-
atheists.
The only common
I know.
denominator
Hold on.
is the lack of belief.
atheist
in
who
God.
I know. Hold on.
Okay,
This is going to
420,
blow
can
your
you name
mind,
an
Jill. This is
atheist
going to
that
blow your
believes in
mind.
physical
I can-
existence
I
or
can name
spiritual
an,
existence?
Hold on. I can name an atheist who is pro-life.
Did I list any of those?
Hold
No.
on. Who doesn't believe in sex before marriage? I can name an atheist who believes both of those things, which would go against what you say atheists teach.
Okay. So you bring that person to me. I'd like to speak to them. So can you name 420 an atheist that believes in the spiritual world, a spiritual existence? No.
I think they would argue over the way you define spiritual, but yes.
Let me think about my answer for a second.
All right.
I'm trying to think if I even know of any atheists.
Exactly. They don't
Like,
exist.
what do you mean? Like,
secular.
Yeah, well,
Secular
I know Pixie. I know a few on YouTube, and then the really famous ones.
Now,
who
Jay
I think
Passick,
some
Jay
are
Passick believes
dickheads.
in
Like,
demons.
No, let me get this
Jay
straight.
Passick
So
believes in
the
I know an
demons.
atheist,
atheist who believes in
but
ghosts,
then
so
this
I'm
is
gonna
my
go with yes.
second. This is my other thing, right? I, as an atheist, if what you think about atheists is true, I should know that answer because they should all have the same fucking answer. But I don't know what Jay Passick believes or thinks. Other than if he claims to be an atheist, I can say he doesn't believe in God. That's it. I don't know if he thinks you should beat children. Is he right leaning, left leaning? Does he hate gays? Is he straight? Is he gay? Like,
Well,
what
there's
does
always
any
exceptions.
of that stuff
Well,
do
well,
with
well. 420.
atheism?
Hold on. When people talk, we speak in generalities. Okay, so it's really a waste of time, everyone's time, to point out the exceptions to the rule. If I say
No,
Christians believe in God, and
no.
you
I
say,
don't.
"Oh, look
It's
at that
not
Say,
the
Christian over there
exceptions
in the
to the
corner.
rule.
Look at
See,
that
the
Christian
fact
over
that
there
you're
in the
that's
corner.
putting a
He
rule
exactly
doesn't
there
believe in
right.
is
God."
imaginary.
Well, then obviously that's an
Your lack of
anomaly.
comprehension
Okay.
of
It's
the
just bullshit you're
extent
making
of
up.
stuff.
It's not
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
exceptions.
Let's try
It's
another one.
bullshit.
Can you find me an atheist who believes that man
What's
is
the
just not another
minority to
animal?
you? If
Can you
if
find me an atheist that
globally it's
believes?
20% of the human race, right?
Okay.
And think about how many countries where you will die if you're LGB.
Okay.
But
Can you? All
what
right.
we
That's
know,
another issue.
it's 20%,
Right.
right, are LGB. But you're in your mind, they're this tiny little exception to the rule.
Well, that's another issue. Can you find me an atheist, or would you say the majority? I'll phrase the question this way because the dishonesty will try to bring up the exception to the rule as if and argue it as the rule.
No,
Would you
there's
say
no
the majority of
dishonesty.
atheists will teach or purport or propose that man is just another animal? Man is basically an ape, right? Would you say that the majority of atheists would hold to that?
Hold to that or
The idea
believe
that
that.
man is just
Yes,
another
I
animal.
think.
Okay, thank you. That's all I'm saying.
Hang
All I'm
on.
saying is that it's eerily similar to what most atheists teach. That's all.
See, I
because
would prefer
most
if
atheists
you
don't.
said
He would
naturalist
say
because
because it's the same
there are
story.
people who don't believe in God, and I don't know how many it is. I don't know if it's one
Okay, but you're
or if
doing it
it's
again, 420.
99%.
I'm not
No,
asking you about
you've got to be
the
honest.
exception.
You're talking about
Yeah,
dishonesty.
look,
But how,
dishonesty.
show me that that's the exception,
Okay, I'll show
and
you
not
that
the and
most
not
atheists believe that they are just another ape, basically
what
evolved
number
Because
or
of
have
the
atheists don't
common
have an
population.
ancestry.
inbuilt reason.
All right, hang
I'll
on.
get the studies
Because
for you.
most atheists don't
I
have
don't
an inbuilt reason to believe they're not an animal. Because we clearly are. If you just go with the science, we are
exactly.
animals.
Thank you,
We are.
Wildheart.
Yeah, but you've answered
Wait a
your own
minute.
Hang on.
I
question.
thought you was a Christian, Wildheart. You can't say
You've
that
answered
anymore.
your own
This is the
question.
This is the thing I don't get, Bill.
Wait a minute. All right. Let's see.
Atheists
I
don't
need to
have
get
a religion teaching them that they are separate from animals. If you just go on the science, we are
No.
animals. It's a demonstrable fact that we are
You were
animals.
making good progress. Don't mess it up.
We are apes.
Oh, here you go.
Oh no,
So that's why most atheists
no.
believe, because they go with the science.
He
It's a sensible
reverted
thing
back.
to do.
We are primates.
Yeah.
He reverted back already. See, I shouldn't have talked. I
No, I
shouldn't have
didn't
brought up
revert
evolution.
anything. I just
Yeah.
finally remembered what I was trying to say
Under your leadership,
before
Joe,
you
I reverted
Caucasian
back
me.
to
I
atheism.
shouldn't have brought up evolution. Now Wildheart has
Oh,
regressed.
Wildheart reverted back.
I gotta run. I'll talk to you guys another time.
Later.
Oh, I thought you'll get me some evidence for the first time in your life.
Yeah.
But
not a chance.
It's usually when he leaves.
Excuse me.
No, but you know what? This is another one of those things that, oh fuck, be water. Don't let it trigger you. The dishonesty of it. Jesse Lee Peterson does it. That's who Jill reminds me of when he does that.
Yeah.
He can spout. He has memorized these numbers and facts, and he thinks because he come in with this article that written by God knows who or what. But when I ask the reverse, it's like, well, you can look it up.
You know why I can't take Jesse
No,
Lee Peterson?
I'm not going to go and look up your ridiculous claim to prove it for myself.
You
You're
know
going to
why I
make that
can't,
ridiculous claim? Bring the evidence.
right?
Sorry, go on.
No, you know why? You know why I can't take Jesse Lee Peterson seriously?
Because he's a black man. You're racist.
Because he's an idiot.
Okay, I was
That's
watching.
why I hate him.
So I was watching this clip that he was evidently very proud of. Okay, and this caller calls in, and the caller said something like, you believe you discernment through the Holy Spirit, right? And Jesse was like, yeah. And he's like, I heard you say that, like, as a Christian, you don't need the Bible. And Jesse Lee Peterson's like, yeah, I stand by that. And like going on this ramble about how he doesn't need the Bible. And the caller's like, okay, but how do you know you don't need the Bible? And
He landed
so
in the Bible.
then he starts quoting verses from the Bible. And the caller's like, so
I love it.
you use the Bible to tell you that you don't need the Bible?
Oh.
And he was
Finally.
like, yeah, it says right here, blah, 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 blah. And I just was like, I just watched that interaction.
I get to
and I was
use
just like,
this.
does he not get it? Did he not get what happened? Yes. But how do but he doesn't need the thing he used to tell him he doesn't need it, right? And like he couldn't see it. He was very proud of this clip, and he thought he had like schooled this person on the discernment of Holy Spirit, and I couldn't after that.
That's the difference between cognitive dissonance, right? The denial of simple facts or logic or reality when presented with it, versus being open-minded, like I consider someone like PJ, who can argue for both, the value in both sides of an argument.
I think that was even worse than circular reasoning, though, right? It's because, like, if I ask somebody why do you believe that,
I just wanted to use my thing.
No, I agree with it. It was circular reasoning, right? But it was the worst kind of
Yeah.
circular reasoning.
Oh,
Because
it's
not only was he appealing to his own holy text, but he was appealing to his text to tell him he didn't need the text he was appealing to. And I was like, wait, what? What?
So the problem with someone like Jill is you can't get a word in enough. He doesn't listen enough for you to point out nuance and make your point. And the example I'll use Matt Powell, what he did in his latest video. He would say atheists believe they evolved from rocks, right? That sentence means atheists think that rocks were their ancestor. He will then show atheists denying that and saying how stupid it is that Christians say that, and then show papers explaining on the screen how minerals were involved in abiogenesis and ignore it and then try and say that we try and use the excuse it's just minerals.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take it one step
See
further,
how he's just gone round and round and round?
Yeah, it's like elements. Everything is made of elements.
Michael Jackson, you must put your camera on and
3 fingers.
Put three fingers above your left eye, so that I know you're not a porn bomber. Or if you're someone I know, tell me who you are in the chat.
Yeah, but that's like
Could
saying
be Will, but if it was Will, he would be.
Rocks are made of elements, therefore we evolved from rocks.
Yeah, because the
elements, but that doesn't mean we evolve from rocks. It's
I know it is very basic. So he's either being very dishonest, or it's that bizarre thing that happens to their brain where they just deny. Yeah, who is it?
I think Michael Jackson might be a troll. He's put he in the private chat.
Yeah.
Oh,
he changed his name to I'm Real for a minute, but it's like, nah, dude. Thanks, Michael. You killed the conversation. I forget what we're even talking about.
Enlightenment by rocks. Even though I have seen some brothers in the ghetto get kind of get enlightenment after smoking some crack. That's involvement of the mind in one way or the other. Yo, man, I ain't gonna steal no more. I like kids now. I'm gonna donate. Yeah, things gonna be good. Hands up. You're under arrest. It's a vicious cycle.
Yeah, so old Wild Heart's going to have a Bible study with Jill.
Oh, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah,
that is going to be Years 3 know how much. 3, I'm one of the 3. God help me. You 2 know how much fun that's going to be to watch Wild and Jill.
Yeah.
And what's funny, and I hope he is gone because I don't want him to hear this. He's like he's taking it real serious. He genuinely wants to save your soul, bro.
Yeah, I'm with you. The Jews when he's being serious and when he's being a troll. I'm not sure where that line is. Yeah.
But he's booked the show and everything. Like he's serious. He's gonna do it. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the email.
He booked it while he was in the stream.
It's for like next week, isn't it? Or
Sorry,
something?
I switched off for large portions of what he was saying. I'll be honest. The Church of Satan.
He dropped another ridiculous statement.
Yeah, the Church of Satan are just atheists who are finally honest about who it is they worship, even if they don't believe in God or Satan. So they don't believe in God or Satan, so they can't worship God or Satan. So who is it they worship?
I want to see some real Satanists out there. You want to like throw babies in the fire or something. You seen Geraldo back in the 80s, you know. Something cool. Yeah.
What, the satanic panic bullshit?
Right, yeah, that's just funny.
Where all these repressed memories magically came up after hypnosis sessions.
Yeah.
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 Something.
Do you know what I
think
interactions you'll find thinking back to when I was a Christian, especially with the JWs, because they live in this bubble where, yes, most Christians will say that like non-Christians are in the power of the devil, but JWs take that shit to the extreme. You know, they won't go to the police for help, for example. They would go to another Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
When it was probably a Jehovah's Witness that they're running from.
Yeah.
But
that's control.
Yeah, man. But yeah, they think
I got invited to a Jehovah's Witness
everyone's
picnic.
a Satanist. Do you know what I mean?
I should have gone.
Where I think throughout history, I reckon the majority of people who have been killed or whatever for being a satanic or a Satanist were some other belief or religion. And Christians just label everything different or magical or non-Christian as satanic.
Sammy, I have a
When you'll
question.
probably find most people didn't actually worship Satan. Yeah.
So I got invited to a Jehovah Witness picnic.
Oh yes, you did tell me.
Yeah.
Do you
So-
still have the chance to say yes, or is it done?
No, it was a while back.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm sure another one will come by. They do every few years. But like, what would have happened if I said yes? Like, I mean, like, because I didn't say no. It just so happened, like, I was going to go. Like, I had planned to go and everything. It just so happened that my sister needed my help that day. And so I ended up not going. But what would have happened if I went?
So, it's pretty standard across the board, but then within each congregation, you've like each congregation's on a spectrum of how extreme they are in adhering to the rules and stuff. So it could have been anything from you would not have even known they were Jehovah's Witnesses because it was just a lovely lunch. And maybe someone, give you a brochure at the end or something. Through
Or
to
said a prayer before the meal.
there's a male there, but he's not saying the prayer, so the woman puts a tea towel on her head. Like weird shit going on, like so it's hard to say in that respect, like how extreme would the religiosity part be, but the guaranteed things is that there would be no alcohol. The conversation would be pure small talk.
Really?
They can't talk about anything other than the Bible. And anything
Because
they'll
I'm an
let you
outsider.
talk about stuff. No. They don't they're not allowed to be interested in anything.
Oh, so even if I wasn't there, it would just strictly be about the Bible.
It would be exactly the same, yeah. They
So
would
I
just
could talk about other
menial
things.
stuff.
And they would just
So-
look at me?
No. That's the thing. They're not that weird that they would like judge you and make it all weird. They would let you do it. And most of them were just like, oh, that's cool. And you wouldn't even really know you'd done anything wrong. But
And then they'd
they
go back
would
to the
just
Bible
quickly
talk.
steer the conversation, yeah. Or link it into the Bible somehow.
How weird. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can see why they don't have much luck in converting people.
That's kind of strange, but they're not allowed to be interested in politics or any of
And
that,
actually,
right?
so I've forgotten one crucial thing though, because it's been quite a while. So that would be the second or third one. The first one, you generally, no matter where you go, you won't see any of that weirdness. If they had to do the thing where the woman put the tea towel on the head, they'd reluctantly do it and be embarrassed and shit, but they'd still do it because they know they can't break the rules. But
or they'd make sure a man would
do the prayer exactly.
Yeah.
So that it's not even brought to attention. Because if she puts a tea towel on her head, then you got to ask why. Then they've got to explain this weird dogma that you're not ready for that level. If you go straight to that, you're going to get scared off. So
they would all be weary of me, kind of.
You wouldn't feel that, but that is what would be happening. You are still a worldly person, but
so I would be
you know what you would experience on the first one? Nothing but love bombing. You would come away from there and you would say, man, I do not understand why people rag on these people. They are genuinely lovely, lovely, lovely people.
But the whole time,
once you
they're
become a JW, yeah, it's conditional. It's all like as soon as you become one, all of that ends. And all of a sudden, you're now being judged and you're expected stuff. It's
So
like,
then you're
where
trying to
did
get the
all
favor
that
back.
love and understanding? And I could talk about whatever I want, and now it's, yeah, you're in. And
Fascinating.
the hardest or worst part is that these poor deluded fools are just by the nature of getting roped into it, they are nice, caring, trusting people.
Yeah.
Which is
Well,
what
I mean,
makes it so much more insidious.
She was such a sweet woman. I mean, she was very lovely to me, and she kept inviting me, and she's like, "It's gonna be just Jehovah's Witnesses, but I really want you to come." And I mean, she
All
was a
you will
sweetheart.
ever hear about JWs, right, is that they knock on your door, and you either have the people that react aggressively or, think it's a joke. But any person like yourself who takes 5 minutes to talk to them comes away saying the exact same thing. They are so lovely.
I know,
And
but
they
at the same
genuinely
time,
are.
like I could tell that they were measuring.
It's all conditional. Yep.
Well, yeah,
Yep.
like they were like, I'm like, you're sweet and all, but like, don't for one second think that I don't know I'm under a microscope, right?
Yeah. And what happens when you take loving, caring, kind, thoughtful people and put them into this dark, stunting, whatever you want to call it, you end up with people who will do charity, but only for other Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
For example.
Obfuscates the word charity. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll look after
And it's like,
yeah.
And it's so powerful, and they're so dumbed by it that they can't even think. No, I forget where I was going with that. But it's deadly shit. And it's just sad that it mainly works on simple people. For want of a better way of saying it, honest people, less educated people, grieving people.
Yeah.
People in developing countries.
Yeah, vulnerable people, basically.
Yes, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And I think
Who was that dumbass guy that was gonna go preach to that tribe in the Amazon and then got shot up with arrows?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, remember.
That's, this is horrible.
Do you know why that
and
tribe responds?
I'm just going to own it, but why they did it?
No, do you know why they respond that way to people? I'll explain in a minute, but first you were saying something.
This is truly horrible, and I'm not proud to say it. But I'm so glad that they did that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's...
Like, it was self-inflicted. As far as I'm concerned, he killed himself.
Right. Well, especially when you know why they did it. Here's why they do it. At one point, they, wanted to make contact, right? But this tribe happened to see, everybody is an outside threat. It was... So these stupid missionary peoples, I mean, they came up with the most ridiculous plan ever, right? I don't understand why they did this, but they ran into a couple of people, and it was not very hostile. And so they thought, okay, we'll just kidnap these two people and we'll tell them the good news, all that good stuff, and we'll send them back and everything's fine. And they'll see that we mean no harm. We're peaceful, all this, we're not hurting anybody. Only, you look at history for a reason. Anyway, so one of the women gets both of them, they get really, really sick. One of them dies.
Oh, and they were women.
Tribal people one of the women dies. Tribal people get sick. And so the tribe was basically like, oh, you cursed us. Like, what the fuck did you do? Why did you? And so they're like, no, like immediate threat, just bam, right? Because from their perspective, what the hell happened? You took their women, they came back and died, and people got sick, right? And I'm like, when Europeans came to America, part of the devastation was the lack of immunity to the diseases, right? They get wiped out. So many people.
Same in Australia.
What the fuck were they doing?
Oh, yeah. Well, here's another horrible example of that. So as white people like to do back then, and I'm just going to say white people because I can't be bothered trying to think about countries. It was always Britain, wasn't it? Fucking Britain.
Yeah,
what the Brits like to do back then was bring the things
there was
from there.
France, there was Rome, there was Persia, there
Portugal,
was many throughout history.
Spain, yes, oh my god, everyone. But the ones that did this particular stupidity was they thought, oh, what should we bring from home? We like honey, we'll bring our honeybees. Now, what exists in Australia is only these tiny little, like not much bigger than a fruit fly, these striped little things. That's our bee.
Yeah.
Right? Native bee. Does all our pollinating and honey and all that stuff. And it has no stinger. And so tribes of people were getting swarmed by swarms of bees and all going into anaphylactic shock because they had no
immunity.
So like purely allergic to it.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's like even they took photos of these people all swollen and
yeah, see.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what the fuck are you
everyone
doing?
knows about the disease and in Australia, and I think it happened in America too. We brought them alcohol.
Oh yeah,
there's a massive problem with alcoholism.
Yeah.
Well, we have to realize our bodies are acclimated to different things and respond differently to different things, right? It's the same reason. It's the same reason like Americans can't go to
Asians
Mexico
can't
and drink
milk.
Mexican water because there's bacteria that they've built immunity to that we don't have, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to leave. Sammy,
No, that's all right. I'm gonna call it quits. So yeah, hang around for 5
Yeah,
seconds.
you need some
And
sleep.
I'll just end it. I don't know if any. Yeah, 5 people are watching. Let me quickly go into the comments to see if anyone's out there.
No, it's just Jill.
Oh, just Jill.
Yeah, Jill.
Jill's 5 soccer accounts and maybe Tog and John, if anyone's out there. Thanks for coming.
It's been brilliant, Sammy. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, fun.
And thanks for fucking off. Uru.